Chapter 2 Time of Despair in the Sorcerer Dynasty of Sarian. After seeing Benimaru and the others off, Cagali and Tyr left, saying they would pursue Jahil. It may have been the right decision to stay behind, but they felt uncomfortable about meeting Elmesia and the others. Laplace, who Cagali had revived as a deathman, was Sylvia's husband and a father to Elmesia. He was no longer with us, having been annihilated by Jahil while protecting Cagali. Cagali had mixed emotions about it. Her hatred for Jahil was immeasurable. It seemed more like her to plan revenge than to stay behind and work with Elmesia, so Cagali took action. Understanding this, Elmesia and the others saw her off without saying a word. As for the remaining people, they collapsed from exhaustion and took a rest. The battle for the sacred tree was an all-out war. Everyone, led by the heavenly Emperor Elmesia, everyone had exhausted all the power they possessed. The only one who could be said to still have some leeway was the enemy commander, Zalario. First of all, let's eat. With those words from Elmesia, those who had only been watching the battle started to move hurriedly. As if it was finally their turn, the soldiers began to distribute combat rations. Cooking was even being done in various parts of the battlefield, and warm soup was prepared. It was done with great efficiency, as if they had prepared it in advance. I hope it suits your taste. As she said this, Elmesia served Zalario and the others. Accepted the food obediently. Zarario and the others, who had been fighting in a different world for a long time, had long forgotten the concept of eating. The stomach and other organs had long since become vestigial, and RETURNP a GE99 321 lost their function. They could replenish their energy by sleeping and hydration. By sleeping, they didn't mean actually sleeping, but simply resting without moving. Thinking back, their lives had been dull. The first time I'm glad I was incarnated, said Nice, one of Zalario's lieutenants. Regarding the eating situation of the Zarario army, there were large individual differences in diets. Many of the higher-ranking soldiers were impressed, but the lower-ranking soldiers had only just acquired free will. From now on, little by little, changes will occur. So, what do you plan to do from now on? After drinking the hot soup, Zalarios asked Leon a question. Do you want me to be your opponent? Not sure why he's trying to start shit. Maybe there was some implied dick-measuring contest that was lost in translation. Leon calmly inquired. He was elegantly enjoying his after-meal tea. He exuded a relaxed atmosphere, making it clear that he had no intention of fighting Zarario. Let's not do that. I want to avoid further exhaustion in preparation for the next battle. Zarario replied in a serious manner. He is evaluated by Guy as a boring guy, but from Leon's point of view, he has a high degree of lickability. Having successfully protected the sacred tree, their safety was assured for the time being. However, Milim was still rampaging, and Feldway was still alive and well. If they didn't rest while they could, they would be unable to react when the time came. That's right, Leon nodded, also trying to enjoy a moment of peace. But the bad news was quickly delivered. The doomsday declaration that Luminous had made was also projected near the sacred tree. Asterisk on a branch of the divine tree, dignitaries gathered on a vast leaf. As guests, Leon, Zarario, and Zarario's adjutants, Dariz and Nice, also attended as guests. Since there was no time to return to the palace, makeshift desks were set up, and military chairs were prepared for everyone. No one from the higher-ups complained, and an emergency countermeasures meeting began. RETURNP a GE100 321. Well, what should we do? Elmesia tilted her head, and Sylvia, with the same expression, agreed. That's troublesome. It was the duty of all mankind to resolutely prevent the nightmare that will destroy the world-destroying dragon Ivrigay from interfering with this pivotal world. However, the sad news that Rimuru had disappeared, and the report that the rampaging Milim had once again headed for the sacred tree were brought together. It was a major problem. Even if they tried to consult with Benimaru and the others, they couldn't contact them. All communication lines with Tempest, as if it had been disrupted, couldn't be connected. There was no doubt that something was happening. However, Elmesia and the others didn't have the time to worry about Tempest. They had to deal with the approaching threat of Milim themselves. If Milim destroys the divine tree, it could lead to a crisis of world destruction. This was a problem that could not be ignored. This was not the time to debate which was more important. The problem was that they simply did not have enough fighting power. In light of this, Elmesia and the others were faced with the ultimate choice. In other words, they could abandon the sacred tree and join the Lubelius forces, or defend it to the death with a small number of forces available. Concentrating their forces on one point would allow them to respond more quickly to anything. However, that would be tantamount to abandoning the sacred tree, and by extension, the sorcerer dynasty of Sarian. If no measures were taken against Milim, there was no doubt that the sacred tree would be destroyed along with Sarian. That being said, an army would be meaningless against her. Everyone understood this as they had seen the threat with their own eyes. A military force that was useless even against Jahil would not be able to buy time against the Milim Nava, the tyrant of destruction. Even now, Allard was in charge of overall command, guiding the evacuation of the people. They were carefully evacuating from the divine tree as quickly as possible so as not to cause panic. Still, it was impossible for everyone to escape. There was not enough time. RETURNP a GE 101, 321, they were abandoning all their personal possessions and fleeing with nothing but the clothes on their backs. But even with all their magical devices operating at full power, there was a limit to how much they could carry. Besides, many people were willing to share the sacred tree's fate. The longer lived they are, the more they seem to have resigned themselves to the fact that this was the end of their days. The moment Milim arrives, their lives will be over. The time of tragedy was approaching. If they try to avoid it, the countermeasures will naturally be limited. As if to break the heavy atmosphere, Leon spoke up. There is no choice but to do this. I will take on Milim. Elmesia, you will fulfill your duties as the Heavenly Emperor. Elmesia protested his statement. Underestimate me. If you're talking about responsibilities, I'll protect the divine tree. But, Leonkun, this is the time to persevere. It's not just Demon Lord Milim who's coming, Feldway is also there. The more forces you have to fight, the better, isn't it? Leon had no choice but to remain silent. This is not a problem that can be solved with spirit and willpower, and even if he wins here, if Leon is defeated, Elmesia will have no choice but to step in. It was Zorario who intervened here. HMPH, I have a grudge against Feldway. I'll take care of him. Sylvia also follows suit. Join you. Leave the rest to your super strong mom, you'll have to lead the people. She was about to say that, but Elmesia cut her off. RETURNP a GE 102 321. There's no way I can do such a thing. The people are what make me an emperor. Aura of the heavenly emperor, Elmesia, is felt even by her mother, Sylvia. It's not a matter of strength, but her dignity as a ruler that overwhelmed her. The responsibility of a ruler is heavy, as she shoulders the burden of her people. Even if it meant putting her own interests on the back burner, Elmesia has always prioritized the lives of her people. She intends to protect that pride until the very end. However, even while doing so, Elmesia has built up an enormous personal fortune. She has a reputation for being shrewd, and he does not have such a noble spirit of self-sacrifice. Elmesia's basic philosophy is to make her people happy while also making herself even happier. Besides, even if she escapes now, it won't matter if the world is destroyed. If so, they should choose a proud way of life until the last moment. Leon and Zalario have no intention of retreating. They look resolute, even if guaranteed defeat awaits them. It's the same for her. Sylvia also gives in. She wanted her daughter to be happy, but she realized that it was just her own ego. So there was no need for further discussion. I understand. It seems that Veldora is heading this way too, so let's try our best to survive. Buying time would be worth it if reinforcements were to arrive. Rather than just waiting to die, acting with a purpose gives some glimmer of hope. Leave the rest to you guys, Elmesia concluded, turning to the leaders. The members of the 13 royal families of Sarian looked grim. Still, they didn't utter any objections and nodded solemnly to each other. Their pride had fallen to the ground, having been protected 2 or 3 times. However, they had no choice but to accept that even if they went out, they would die in vain. It was humiliating, but they was going to cast aside those feelings and do everything they could. And so, it was decided that 4 warriors would attack Milim and her group. Asterisk, the forces under Zalario's command were to help evacuate the people of Sarian. RETURNP a GE 103 321, because the chain of command is different, it would be difficult to cooperate from the get-go. Therefore, their main duties were to be on guard and provide support. Dollies and Nice were leading the charge and seemed to be doing a good job. Seeing this, Zalario felt relieved and sharpened his mind in preparation for Feldway's arrival. There was no strategy to speak of. If he had to say, survival would be imperative. Important. One hit from Milim would be instant death. Therefore, it was decided that the three people specializing in speed would confront her and try not to give her a chance to attack. If Dragon Star Explosion Pod Drago Nova was fired at the sacred tree, it would be over, so this strategy was judged to be the most effective. However, this meant that Zalerio would be the only one to face Feldway. That's a big responsibility, Zalerio shuddered. Perhaps out of concern for Zalerio, Leon called out to him. Are you nervous? HMPH, Feldway is strong when he gets serious. I'm feeling nervous. Feldway has even brought out his main body and is in his complete, perfect form. It's a do-or-die situation, but his opponent, strength is unknown. Even Zalerio has had few opportunities to see Feldway's main body. He had not seen him since he was sealed away long ago. He was confident that he was stronger than Feldway in terms of strength, but his overwhelming presence cannot be ignored. He has energy that is comparable to or even greater than that of a dragon type. If he took it lightly, he could be destroyed in an instant, destroyed at a touch of the armor sleeve. Zalerio understood this, and warned himself that he would die if he let his guard down. More importantly, are you guys okay? Zalerio changed the topic. Leon and the others were silent. Even Leon and Zalerio's special moves didn't work on Milim. They were easily blocked by the invisible barrier, which was merely a byproduct of Dragon Nova. Anyone would understand that the difference in their abilities was as great as heaven and earth. RETURNP a GE 104-321, winning isn't my goal. I don't need to defeat her, I just need to attract attention. Leon replied as if it was nothing. It was a very pretentious attitude, but very Leon-like. Elmesia and Sylvia nodded in agreement. That's right. If you ask me to defeat her, I'll say it's impossible, but if I just have to face her, I think I can do it. That's right, that's right. We are confident in our speed alone. Leon Kun is also my disciple, so he's the best at running away, right? Leon made a bitter face at this. Been thinking about it for a while, but could you please stop calling me Leon Kun? Also, I reject the way you say running away. We should use a more positive expression, shouldn't we? His expression showed that he had been dissatisfied with this for a long time. Positive, huh? Operation Mosquito or something, I feel sad even saying it. El-chan basically cringing herself out. Leon, who was listening, let out a big sigh. That's enough. It was foolish of me to expect anything from you guys. Sure. You're at that age where you want to look cool, huh? Leon finally fell silent. Zalerio tapped him on the shoulder and looked at him sympathetically, saying, You're having a hard time, aren't you? It was a silly exchange like that, but it was by no means useless. It was a way to relax a little in order to overcome the approaching despair. It definitely worked, as the four of them were in top condition. Then, the approach of the target was confirmed. Here, Zalerio succinctly announced. ETURNP, a GE 105-321. I've confirmed it on this side, too. That's incredible. To arrive in just a few hours, Elmesia's mutter was a shared impression among everyone present. The distance from the sacred void, Damargania, to here, the sacred tree, was over 20,000 kilometers in a straight line. It is because Milim is able to produce an abnormal flying speed of dozens of times the speed of sound that she was able to return in such a short time. Probably not at full power. If she was serious, she should have been faster, but are you guys really okay? Zalerio said worriedly. Even if we're not okay, we have no choice but to do it. Well, that's how it is. We won't lose in terms of maximum instantaneous speed. Elmesia, Leon, and Sylvia spoke in that order. They were full of energy. After that, they just had to let things be what they were. Asterisk the moment they spotted Milim, the battle had already begun. As planned, Leon, Elmesia, and Sylvia spread out to surround Milim. The three were all fellow disciples with Sylvia as their master, so their movements were the same. In sync. Curiously, even their powers were similar. RETURNP a GE 106-321 Leon's ultimate ability, ultimate skill. Shining King Surya. Elmesia's ultimate ability, ultimate skill. Wind Sky King Vayu. And Sylvia's ultimate ability, ultimate skill. Thunder King Indra. All contained powers specialized in increasing speed. Unlike Zalerio, they did not have wings, but all three could fight in the air without any problems. By fixing the space with their abilities to make a foothold, they were able to run through the sky freely. It was thought that they could confuse Milim by making full use of this. Furthermore, they worked together in perfect harmony, and in that sense they were the best team, even though it was an impromptu one. And so, the three spread out and took turns to step forward, keeping Milim in check. Go first. Leon was the first to take on the challenge. It was the most dangerous role, but he had taken it on naturally. Without waiting for a reply, Leon made his move. Flash Break Spirit Smash Melt Breaker. It was one of Leon's secret techniques. The principle was the same as Hinata's Melt Slash. The only difference was that Leon controlled the Spiritans with his power. Needless to say, Leon's ability is superior in safety and stability, and it is possible to maintain a high-power slash for a long time. If this is unleashed with all his might, it will become 100 Break Light Spirit Smash 100 Breaker. But it wouldn't work anyway, so he decided to wait and see. Was that decision right or wrong? TCH, you're not even going to defend yourself. Leon blurted out, frustrated. It was the ultimate god weapon, a holy flame rapier. A flame pillar, clad in the light of disintegration. A sure-kill sword capable of slaying even a demon lord. And yet Milim continued flying towards the sacred tree as if she didn't care at all. As they passed each other, it hit her directly. Leon's arm felt a definite response, and he was startled for a moment, wondering if he had inflicted a serious injury, but it seemed that it was unnecessary worry. Leon was well aware that he might have underestimated Milim's stampede. On her back were a pair of jet-black wings. The single crimson horn that grew from her forehead further increased its brilliance and shone in rainbow colors. Her bare skin, except for her face, was covered in hard, glowing dragon scales with mysterious patterns floating on them. Milim's Combat RETURNP a GE 107, 321 form looked sinister, but it wasn't just her appearance that had changed. Even her abilities had become extraordinary. Leon's sword only managed to wound Milim's dragon scales Ryurin. Even the Spiritans that cut through everything could not break Milim's star particles. Moreover, dragon scales Ryurin regrew. If regeneration can keep up, they will grow anew, so the actual damage was 0. Leon had told himself that it was no problem because he had no intention of defeating her, but no matter how you look at it, anyone could see that he's just being sore about it. Sylvia followed up on Leon's attack, but the result was similar. It's a complete loss of face for the teacher, but no one can blame her here. As expected, it's impossible, isn't it? Sylvia grumbled. HMPH, you knew that from the beginning, didn't you? Leon replies with a straight face, but it was too hollow. Even using their ultimate techniques, they can't even stall her. It's no wonder their morale is waning. At this point, Elmesia shouted to encourage the two who were feeling down. Okay, yes. I'll increase your speed with the blessing of the wind, so keep provoking her without giving up. Hearing that, Leon and Sylvia regained their spirits. Whether it's sour grapes or putting on a brave face, it's over if they lose their spirit here. As Elmesia says, if it doesn't work once, just try again. Go again, I'll follow you. Leon and Sylvia launch a series of attacks, and Elmesia supports them. Such a flow naturally developed, and wave attacks were repeated against Milim. And finally, Milim moved slightly. The color of joy was about to appear on Leon and Sylvia's faces, but in the next moment, they were blown away by a sweeping gust of wind. Immediately afterwards, a mass of magical power flew over where they were, causing a huge explosion in the distance. That explosion was Milim's doing. Perhaps she found their attacks annoying, as she casually fired a magical bullet. RETURNP a GE 108 321, Elmesia noticed it quickly and blew the two away a step earlier. If you're careless, you'll really die. Elmesia warned with a pale face, and Leon and Sylvia simply nodded silently. Zalario was facing Feldway. The two stood frozen in midair, facing each other. Feldway was the first to speak. Why did you betray me? Hearing this, even the gentle Zarario felt indignant. The whole thing started when Feldway tried to manipulate Zalario. He ignored that and forced his own selfish convenience. Zarario couldn't stand it. As if to express his dissatisfaction, he retorts sharply. That's my line, isn't it? Why did you even dominate me? He tried to hear Feldway's side of things, but what came back was a logic that Zarario could not understand. Domination. I didn't intend to do that. I just made our bond stronger with my ability. That way my orders can be transmitted smoothly, right? Feldway's way of thinking was hard to understand. What are you talking about? Zarario asked back, genuinely perplexed. But this didn't work either. Feldway, unable to understand why Zalario was angry, spoke his own thoughts. You guys were my friends. In that case, what's the problem with unifying our will? Unifying their will means completely obeying Feldway. There is no need for individual wills there, and objections are not allowed. That was a statement that completely ignored Zorario and the others. Zalario was horrified. Does this guy not even have a concept of respecting others? If conversation cannot be established to this point, mutual understanding is impossible. Zorario had no choice but to conclude. RETURNP a G, E109 321 Feldway was carrying loneliness. He had carried too much, and it had broken him. Zalario realized this and regretted not noticing the change in his friend. But then he thought to himself that there might still be time. He should have tried to persuade Feldway, at the very least, while he was willing to continue the conversation. Moreover, Feldway's power, which he brought out to his main body, lightly overwhelmed Zorario. Zorario, who saw it up close, felt Feldway's aura with his skin and reaffirmed it. It's more than I expected. With this, it's as if the real Velda Navasama has been resurrected. Looks, demeanor, everything is exactly the same. Although there are minor differences such as the color of his hair, the current Feldway was exactly like the Star King Dragon Velda Nava in Zorario's memory. To be honest, he didn't feel like he could win. If it was just about buying time, it would be safer and more reliable to continue persuading him rather than fighting. Racking his brains over where to start, Zalario began gravely. Velda Navasama wouldn't want the world to collapse, would he? How can you be so sure? Why? HMPH, you probably don't know this, but that person tolerated everything. In a world rich in diversity, he allowed each life form to evolve freely. What do you think lies beyond that? Strife. The world will come to an end as a result of the fierce struggle for survival. Isn't the existence of the demon lords there to prevent that? In other words, Velda Navasama also wishes for peace in the world. Feldway looked at Zalario with pity as he argued. Wrong. You see, I've noticed something. ETURNP a G, E110 321, all the life forms born into this world were not allowed to evolve. Rather, on the contrary, weren't they destined to aim for it? Feldway's remark troubled Zalario. There is a big difference between being allowed and being destined, because it would be an obligation, not freedom. However, only Veldanava himself knows the truth. No matter how Feldway, a third party, interprets it, it is only the truth for that person. Humans are creatures who believe what they want to believe. If they neglect the most important part, whether that belief is correct or not, they will never reach the path of truth. Even Feldway, an administrator who should understand this, is treading the same path as the foolish and insignificant ones. The words of God must be conveyed correctly, without alteration. Each person should interpret them at their own risk. However, if an influential person proceeds with things based on a wrong interpretation, it will cause unhappiness to the many people who follow them. And this is where the barrier of difficulty in understanding words comes in. With Feldway, the right-hand man of God Veldanava, in this state, Zalario was overwhelmed by how difficult it must be for him to lead humanity. However, first of all, Veldanava-sama is not omniscient and omnipotent. He said that he himself makes mistakes, and it is inevitable that we, his creations, will make mistakes. This was Zalario's understanding. It was useful information as a basis for judging how to persuade Feldway from here. If what lies ahead of aiming for evolution is strife, then that is the will of God. In order to reach even higher heights, Dagrul, Twilight, and even Zaranus, who was born in the different world, were given the destiny of surpassing their parents. It was a feeling that was difficult for us, who were born perfect, to understand, but I feel that I have understood it a little. Zorario braced himself for what he was about to say. In any case, in order to be able to refute whatever is said, he must not miss Feldway's words. RETURNP a GE 111 321. Obra was better at this sort of thing. Reliable colleague had now turned into an ice statue. With no hope of reinforcements, it was time for Zalario to do his best. He listened to Feldway's words with determination. To surpass one's parents is, in other words, to kill God. Those people were able to gain a solid connection by struggling to surpass Velda Navasama. I don't even have that. Feldway speaks with a sad look in his eyes. Zalario spent a tense moment not understanding how the conversation was coming together. It would be fine if it could buy him some time, but putting up with a former friend who was talking about things he couldn't understand was more mentally painful than he had imagined. However, Zalario earnestness was one of his redeeming features. I'd have to endure this, Zalario thought, gritting his teeth. What I can do is yes, to fulfill the wish that Velda Navasama desired. The destination of those who aim for evolution, the destruction of the world, I will accomplish it with my own hands. That is the only mission left for me. Feldway declared with a refreshing look on his face. No, Zalario was troubled as to how to respond. Isn't that a misunderstanding on your part? What are you going to do if Velda Navasama did not wish for the destruction of the world? What he came up with was a righteous argument. Since he wasn't directly ordered to do so, stop acting on your own judgment. In other words, that's what Zalario tried to say. However, Feldway's response to this left Zalario speechless. Well, that's fine. If a foolish subordinate is trying to go down the wrong path, shouldn't the Lord fulfill his responsibility and stop him? RETURNP a GE 112, 321. You see, I'm angry. At the foolish humans who killed God, and at all those who allowed it to happen. Feldway pauses here. Then he pours out all his anger at once. And even more so at Velda Navasama, who is yet to be resurrected. In other words, he's angry at Velda Nava. He has been left in the other world for a long time, and he probably feels that he has been abandoned. However, to Zalario, this logic was laughable. His face was so identical to Velda Nava's that he felt like saying, "Do be so selfish, spoiled." Among the 7 primordial angels, Feldway was the one who was most favored by Velda Nava. He was the most trusted and valued, which is why he must have been given the important mission of watching over the world destruction dragon Ivaragay. Above all, Feldway's body itself is proof of that. While Velda Nava had long jet black hair that bore the brilliance of the stars, like the world itself, Feldway's long silvery hair represented a shining light. Velda Nava himself had created a body identical to his own and given it to Feldway. It was hard to believe that he would still complain after receiving such special treatment. That was Zalario's opinion. Be so selfish. Forget your mission and don't make up selfish excuses, Zalario barked. As a warrior, he was disgusted by Feldway's weakness. There were some parts of what Feldway was saying that were understandable. That was certainly true, but it was a matter of him saying it. At the very least, he should have consulted with the Zalarios, who were in the same RETURNP a GE 113, 321 position as him. If he felt that Velda Nava had abandoned him, then what about his treatment of Zarario and the others? Feldway is too selfish. He himself was using others as he pleased, so there was no way to sympathize with him. Draw your sword. I'll retemper. Train your spirit. Zarario declared that and drew his strong sword and took a stance. Zalario's sword, which can cut even insector monsters with a strong exoskeleton made of biodiverse steel, arionium, is, needless to say, a mythic grade. Although he may not be as strong as Feldway in overall strength, he is confident that he is superior in skill. He wanted to give him a painful blow and wake him up. Feldway looked coldly at Zalario, who was determined to fight. Are you sure? Even if you don't buy time. No matter how insane he was, Feldway's mind was still intact. He had seen through Zalario's intentions from the beginning and was just going along with the farce. I don't care. Zalario realized that persuasion was useless from the start. Feldway knew that they were just trying to buy time until Veldora arrived, then prepare yourself. Feldway also drew his sword. Seeing the Voidark held in his hand, Zarario felt a little sad. He swallowed the words, "I guess we're no longer friends," and launched a sword attack at Feldway. By the time the full-scale battle between Zalario and Feldway had begun, Millam's team were quickly driven to their limits. They could not let their guard down for even a moment, and continued to respond like they were walking a tightrope. In any case, they repeatedly provoked Millam so that she would not be in a position to fire Dragon Star Explosion Flame, Drago Nova. The basic pattern was for the two of them to attack, but there was also a pattern where Elmesia would intervene depending on the situation. RETURNP, a GE 114, 321. If they were hit, it was an instant end, so all 3 of them ignored defense. They just put all their effort into speed and confused Millam. All 3 are at the top of this world, and they are called one of the strongest. Even so, this passive strategy is also sad, but it can't be helped because Millam is that dangerous. Hoping that they could buy even a little time, the 3 continued their desperate struggle. However, they suddenly reached their limit. Elmesia, who was focusing on providing support, was targeted by Milim. Despite being out of control, Milim's fighting instincts were outstanding. She realized that Elmesia was the key to the three-way cooperation and ignored Leon and Sylvia as she relentlessly pursued her. At this point, there was practically no other option. They had been trying to keep Milim's attention distracted, but there was nothing they could do if she didn't react. The only remaining means is for the targeted person to continue to run away. Bad things happen in succession. The plan was based on the premise that Leon's maximum instantaneous speed was faster than Milim's, but in just a short time Milim's reaction speed was increasing. It was bottomless, and Leon and the others were gradually losing their advantage. Moreover, out of the three who specialized in speed, Elmesia was the slowest. Since she was the target, it was only a matter of time before she was captured. This is bad, damn. She's completely ignoring lightning attacks. She's unharmed even when hit directly. There's no way to stop her. Leon and Sylvia's frustration only grew, and time passed without them being able to do anything. Elmesia, who was the target, made up her mind. This is impossible. There's no way to shake her off. Even if they tried to toy with Milim with an irregular trajectory, all of her movements were captured by her magic perception. Good grief, even though she's this incredible, she's only acting on instinct. Rimuru was really able to deal with Milim in this state. RETURNP AG E115, 321 even now. Elmesia understands just how amazing Rimuru is. In no time, Rimuru subjugated the monsters of the forest and brought about civilization. He is a great man who would rarely be rivaled no matter which era you look at, even though he's a monster. The speed of his development was frightening, and from Elmesia's point of view it was dangerous. When she first saw him making the primordial demon his subordinate, she doubted his sanity. Moreover, when the number increased from 1 to 4, she almost screamed, "That's crazy!" When Elmesia asked what they would do if the primordial Diablo went berserk, Rimuru calmly replied, "I'll stop him before he goes berserk." At that time, she didn't take it seriously, but only admired his composure. That was his true intention, wasn't it? Elmesia is now belatedly convinced. Rimuru's ideals stirred Elmesia's withered heart. Ah, that was fun. She conspired with Rimuru, Guard, and Miles, who were humans, and even created a secret society. They established a new ruling system in the Western countries that were dominated by the Razo family. They tried to make it a reality, not just a dream, so that as many people as possible would not fall behind. A good-natured, unexpectedly careless, yet cunning. A friend full of humanity. That was the slime called Rimuru. He is also a person whom Elmesia respects, who can overcome any difficulty, although she will never say it to him. Rimuru's existence was like a wild card in a card game. As an absolute trump card, just having it gives you a sense of security. I wonder what Rimchai is doing now. She was more worried about Rimuru's whereabouts than Luminas's end proclamation or Milim's rampage. Now that the sense of security that if Rimuru is there, everything will work out, is lost, Elmesia's responsibility was grave. She was putting her heart into it thinking so, but this is the situation. If things stay like this, she won't be able to face Rimuru in the afterlife, Elmesia thought. Well, he's probably living his life somewhere, nonchalantly though. Elmesia couldn't imagine Rimuru being put in a difficult situation. That's because Rimuru always managed to do something, even in situations that seemed hopeless to the outsider. She thought that Elmesia should follow his example. RETURNP AG E116 321. Is this a dying flashback? Elmesia thought Milim was closing in. She will probably catch up soon. This meant that the game of tag as they ran around the sacred tree would soon come to an end. And with it, Elmesia's life. El-chan. Damn, don't give up. She could hear the thoughts of Sylvia and Leon shouting. Elmesia understood too. If she gave up, she would die. But it's impossible, that's just how it is. Leon was coming towards her with a desperate look as if trying to exceed his limits, but he couldn't catch up with Milim. In ultra-high-speed aerial combat, it took time for them to reset after passing each other. If they had been chasing each other on the same trajectory, it would have been one thing, but no matter how superior Leon's skill or level, it would have been impossible for him to overtake Milim, whose speed was constantly increasing, and protect Elmesia. Of course, even if he had arrived in time, they would both have been killed. Demon Lord Milim was a true transcendent, daughter of the creator god, dragon princess. the lord of many legends. The real thing was so amazing that all of those things faded away. When she was next to Rimuru, she just looked like an ordinary girl. Now she was nothing more than a natural disaster. The approaching ultra-high-density energy body would pulverize Almesia with a single collision. Even Her Majesty Almesia, one of the strongest in the world, was now just waiting for her end. That's why, Leon-kun, you don't have to think it's all your fault, okay? Despite his cool appearance, the demon Lord Leon is easily moved to tears and has a passionate soul. He's always been misunderstood, and now he is a master of playing the villain, but from Almesia's point of view, he is a lovable younger disciple. Almesia wanted to do something for him at the end, but there was no time left. Almesia closed her eyes, but at that moment RETURNP a GE 117 321, she thought she heard a cry of QE. It must have been an illusion, since it cannot reach before Milim, who is approaching at dozens of times the speed of sound. It must be an illusion. But the impact that should have come didn't come. Realizing that something was wrong, Almesia opened her eyes slightly and saw a shocking sight. Mini Dragon, with a total length of just under 1 meter, was flying in front of Almesia, turning its back as if to protect her. When Milim saw the Mini Dragon and heard its voice, she stopped moving for a moment. That gap saved Almesia, and then floating with the small dragon Minidora in her arms was a young girl. Her hair was a rare color. It was a mix of black and silver in any case. She was a beautiful girl with mysterious hair color. Leon started making a fuss in the distance, but from Almesia's point of view, it didn't matter. She was captivated by the girl and was at a loss for words. The girl was one of the children Rimuru was looking after, and her true identity was, "No, Gaia. It's dangerous here, so stay quiet." And with that, the girl entrusted the small dragon Minidora to Almesia. Then she turned to Milim and prepared herself as if she was going to fight. At first glance, it seemed reckless, but Almesia was relieved. Now her hope was confirmed, because that girl is the one who carries the fate of this world. Be your opponent. When she said this, the girl was gone. Instead, there was a beautiful woman with long black-silver hair sprinkled with silver light, fluttering smoothly. In her hand is the moon goddess sword, and protecting her body is spirit armament. Needless to say, her true identity was Chloe, the hero, in combat form. Chloe created a barrier to deflect Milim's charge. With this, Almesia escaped the danger, and immediately after that, the summit. Battle between Milim and Chloe began. RETURNP a GE 118 321. Leon and Sylvia came to Almesia's side, who was catching his breath. Glad you're safe. Really. It's all thanks to the incredibly beautiful Chloe. You should be grateful. Are you acting so arrogant all of a sudden, Leon-kun? Really, that's right. You're even saying incredible, Leon-kun. You sometimes get weird. Up. Leon, who returned to a serious expression, stopped the chattery mother and daughter. If he didn't retort, he'd be teased forever, so it is the correct answer to cut it off neatly. Apart from that, it's true that everyone was saved by Chloe's arrival, cried Gaia, the little dragon held by Almesia. Why was Gaia here? Currently, the control room in the Labyrinth of Tempest, the land of monsters, was the safest place in the world. Therefore, the waiting room next to the control room was used as a shelter for pregnant people like Mamaji and Alvis, as well as children. The awakened Chloe was also there. It was explained to everyone that she was feeling unwell, and she had evacuated with Kenya and Alice, and the others, and they had been playing board games together to ease their anxiety. She was working hard to recover her physical strength, Nanny, so that she could fight in case of emergency. But then, it was reported that the evil dragon beast unleashed by Vega was approaching, heading for the lowest level. Hakuryu, who was their guardian and bodyguard, had been dispatched to intercept it. Immediately after that, something strange happened to Gaia. Only Chloe was able to react. RETURNP a GE 119 321. Intuitively, she guessed that something must have happened to the one connected to Gaia, Demon Lord Milim. This meant that Rimuru, who was trying to do something about Milim, was also caught up in a serious situation. There was no way Chloe could stay quiet. She sensed the signs of Gaia trying to perform a space-time jump while being pulled by the soul bond with Milim, and came along so that the others wouldn't notice. Just in the nick of time, the hero, Chloe, arrived. Leon and the others accepted the situation obediently. As expected, The masked hero, who is said to be the strongest of all time, is different, Armesia exclaimed in admiration. The masked figure is dignified and cool, but the bare face is beautiful and cute, and she is excited, probably meaning Doki Doki. Leon nodded vigorously and said, "That's right," in agreement. "She's a little stronger than me. It's only natural that she's the strongest of all time." He even adds a convenient embellishment for himself while praising Chloe. It was Almesia's mother, Sylvia, who put a stop to this remark. Wait a moment. The strongest is Rudra, the hero of the beginning. His disciple, the Dawn hero Granbel, is also hard to throw away, but after all, he is inferior in ability. She began to talk about heroes, even adding some trivia. Sylvia, who is married to Sarian, the wandering hero, was a serious hero buff. From her perspective, she was not convinced by the theory that Chloe was the strongest. FKN power scalars everywhere, inbound Clayman calculus. Why? She's obviously the strongest, Almesia passionately stated as she looked at Chloe fighting in front of her with admiration. Chloe's actual age is far below Almesia's. She has just turned 12 and is so young that she cannot be compared to Almesia, who is over 2,000 years old. However, Chloe's years of experience are reflected in her strength, a time that cannot be expressed in numbers. RETURNP a GE 120 321, RETURNP a GE 121, 321 from Almesia's point of view. It is natural to call her that person. Probably some honorific stuff lost in translation. And admire her. Her existence is in the shadow of history. As far as Almesia knows, the masked hero Cronoa has saved the world from crisis many times. However, that being said, Sylvia had a point. The heroic tale of Rudra, the original hero, was reality for Sylvia, who lived in the same era. As far as Sylvia knew, Rudra was the only one who could fight on equal terms with that strongest demon lord, Guy Crimson. Emphasizing this point, Sylvia enthusiastically promoted Rudra. In a sense, they were a similar mother and daughter. But then, Leon's opinion tipped the scales. HMPH, I'll admit that this Rudra guy is a great person. If he was able to draw with that guy, then his abilities must be solid. But Chloe is a perfect, beautiful girl who also combines beauty and loveliness. In that respect, it can be said that the order of superiority is clear. Leon stated this ridiculous reasoning with a straight face. Almesia nodded with a smile, while Sylvia, who was at a disadvantage, clicked her tongue resentfully. "You're the really out-of-reach blonde hero. Can you just keep quiet and stay there?" Sylvia said, venting her frustration on Leon. Leon was a former hero too, but he was treated poorly. From the point of view of Sylvia, who is a hero maniac, Leon's evaluation was the lowest. Unlike Almesia and the others, who were relieved and excited, Chloe's expression was stiff. The reason is, Chloe had been defeated by the demon Lord Milim many times in the past. She had even faced Milim as the strongest hero, Cronoa, and yet she couldn't win. After Rimuru death, Milim went into a stampede state, slaughtering the strong with tremendous power. Chloe was one of them, and since she remembered her appearance and the situation, it was impossible for her not to feel nervous. But there was hope. The current Chloe is much stronger than the Cronoa in her memory because she has all three elements of courage, hope, and justice. Moreover, Chloe, who woke up from her sleep, was more deeply in sync with the manas. Cronoa's ego naturally disappeared as Chloe accepted it. No, that wasn't RETURNP a GE 122, 321 actually the case. As Chloe grew up, the role of the manas Cronoa came to an end. And at that point, Cronoa had returned to the past and assimilated with the young Chloe. Don't worry. I'll pretend to be driven mad and guide you so that you can definitely reach this future. That is Cronoa's determination. It was sad to part ways with Rimuru, but Cronoa smiled. Because yes, I'm sure we'll meet again. Chloe, who doesn't know that, is no longer a young child. She is the strongest hero that Cronoa believed would be okay. In the future world that Chloe remembers, Cronoa was doing her best just to master the ultimate skill, King of Spacetime Yog-Sothoth. But now she was strong enough to reign at the top of the world. Chloe now had awakened to her ultimate skill, God of Spacetime Yog-Sothoth. This was something else, even without the wisdom core manas. Cronoa, she had naturally become able to control the power. Responding to Gaia's wish, she spacetime jumped to Milim in an instant. Chloe understood what she had to do. That's what Sensei, Rimuru-san, wants, Milim must not be allowed to commit any more crimes. This very moment was the reason why Chloe had obtained the power. I will protect your destiny. Gah! As if responding to Chloe's declaration, Milim roared, the air trembled. Thus, with the hopes of humanity on her back, the hero entered the battle. Chloe chose a long-term battle. Against Milim, who has an inexhaustible amount of energy, it is normally a bad move. But Chloe didn't hesitate. RETURNP a GE 123-321. The reason is that, based on her experience of fighting Milim many times, she is convinced that it is the best way. Chloe blocked the dragon fist that Milim unleashed with her moon goddess sword. The Moonlight, which has evolved to mythic grade, easily withstood Milim Nava's fist pressure, which is the strongest demon lord, and was not broken. But that was only possible due to Chloe's outstanding skill. She was subtly diverting the power and acting so as not to receive a direct hit from Milim. Chloe timed her counter well and deflected Milim's dragon fist. She was about to follow up when Gafu. Chloe spat out blood and lost all strength from her body. Milim's tail had pierced Chloe's abdomen. With movements unconstrained by convention, Milim toyed with Chloe. No, she was supposed to confound her. Chloe had vomited blood and was fatally wounded, but her face had returned to its former beauty as if nothing had happened, healing lost in translation. And calmly, she aimed her sword at Milim. There was no scar on her abdomen, and her clothes didn't look torn. Her spirit armament was still intact, and strangely enough, it was as if Milim's attack earlier had been a dream or an illusion at that moment. Milim launched a fierce attack. Unlike before, Chloe avoided the attack with a blank expression. A dragon fist and tail passed in front of her eyes. The opportunity to launch a counterattack was lost, but it was a repetition of the previous scene. However, this time, as if to say that it was the correct answer, probably means as if to say she knew the future. There was no mistake in Chloe's movements. Yes, that was only natural. Because Chloe knows the correct choice. Same. In fact, Chloe almost died in the previous offensive and defensive battle. However, when she realized her mistake, she activated her ability ultimate skill, God of Space-Time Yog-Sothoth, and made it as if nothing had happened. Experiencing something once, then returning to the past, this was the true essence of Chloe's power. RETURNP a GE 124-321. By making full use of God of Space-Time Yog-Sothoth, Chloe was able to freely jump only her consciousness to the past. By dwelling in and synchronizing with the existing self there, she can recall the memories experienced in the future. In other words, Chloe was always able to choose the best move. This was an absolute advantage in battle. Chloe was able to compete alone against Milim, an opponent who would not allow even a slight mistake. The reason for that was thanks to God of Space-Time Yog-Sothoth, which allows her to know the future. Love when Fuse repeats the same shit 3 times in a row trying to pad the scene. Probably some artistic differences in original J, but this don't translate well in English. The greatest advantage of this power is that it consumes no energy. In the future, energy would be consumed, but in the present, nothing is consumed. Chloe had chosen a long-term battle in order to take advantage of this power. Chloe knew it was impossible to defeat Milim, so the only option was to suppress and neutralize her. So Chloe knew very well that she was the best person for that role. Amazing, Elmesia muttered. There were no mistakes in Chloe's fighting. It was as if she had read everything into her mind, and she brought the battle smoothly and perfectly into the way it should be. It was a beautiful, waste-free battle, like a dance. Moreover, the impact on the surroundings was minimal. How much concentration is needed to perform such a feat? Now, Chloe perfectly controlled Milim. It would have looked as if Milim had rushed into the place where Chloe had evaded, and a stray magic bullet fired by Feldway happened to land there. But the reality was different. With conviction, Chloe chooses the optimal action as planned. All that remained was a perfect and ultimate result. To everyone watching besides Chloe, it was an unrealistic sight. But even with the overwhelming ability to recall future memories, Chloe had no room for mistakes. With Milim as her opponent, she could never let her guard down. RETURNP a GE 125-321. In fact, Chloe had already made several blunders that had resulted in fatal injuries. Milim acted on instinct, but her combat sense, which even transcends skill, remained intact. Really, she's strong. She might be even better than Guy. That was Chloe's true feeling. Guy could probably match up with her using skill. A high-level psychological warfare, where they read each other's intentions, might work. For Chloe, who knows the future, such an opponent is easy to deal with. But Milim is different. Moreover, it was impossible to kill her with a single blow. Unlike Rimuru, Chloe can be as cold-hearted as possible if she judges it to be the best option. Naturally, she tried to eliminate Milim with this in mind. But it led to the worst possible outcome. None of Chloe's secret techniques worked on Milim. Even the strongest mental magic, Invitation to the Abyss Hypnose, has no effect. The normally strongest technique, Absolute End, is also blocked by the barrier and does not work on Milim. If she tries to seal her with Infinity Prison, she'll easily break through and come out. Even Chloe's reverse fate, which leads to the desired result, could not bring Milim back to her senses. It was proven that unless the cause of her rampage was removed, the best outcome would not be achieved. So she had no choice but to use Fatal Lost, her strongest technique that crushes her with time thickness. But this was the worst. This technique accelerates the time flow of the target and takes them to the very end of time, making it an ultimate technique that no living being can withstand. However, it was different for Milim. All it did was allow her to accumulate more power, which ended up destroying the world. Even Chloe was stunned by this. Dragon Star Flame Blast Drago Nova was fired repeatedly as if playing, and the base, Prime, world collapsed in an instant. After witnessing the whole thing to the end, Chloe returned to the past. But she made a firm commitment to herself that this was a nightmare that must never be repeated. However, the situation was only getting worse. Chloe tried various things and acted carefully, but there were times when she moved greatly at the risk of taking damage. It may seem like she misread the situation, but that is not the case. RETURNP a GE 126, 321. There were times when Milim's attack motion would directly lead to Dragon Star Explosion, Dragon Nova. If this was left unchecked, the sacred tree would be shattered, or great damage would occur on the ground. In order to prevent that, Chloe had to push herself, even if it meant making some sacrifices. That's tough, Chloe thought calmly. Despite continuing to choose the best move, Chloe had suffered greater damage. As opposed to that, Milim had not even been able to feel any pain or discomfort, and the situation was still unfathomable. Chloe is undoubtedly one of the strongest. She could fight evenly with the hero Rudra and the demon Lord Guy. The many ultimate techniques are so powerful that they are unparalleled. However, the demon Lord Milim was a tough opponent. How much more time could she buy? The pain seemed endless as she continued to read the future. But even so, Chloe wouldn't give up. Yes, it was almost time. I'll join. Never mind that, take the front. Hurry. Veldora flew in at hypersonic speed, but before he could even say hello properly, he was placed under Chloe's command. There was no time to boast, but that was fine. Finally, Chloe had some leeway. Veldora is pitiful, but that was also his fate. *RETURNP a GE 127 321, Veldora had suffered an unreasonable experience. Wait, this is strange. When I appear as a helper, shouldn't the people who were in a pinch greet me with appreciation and gratitude? But why? Standing in front of Milim and exposed to her onslaught, Veldora was very confused. He should have been praised, but he was overworked. Zalario was also having a hard time against Feldway, but his misfortune is not comparable to Veldora's. Leon Oniai-chan, you've rested enough, right? Go ahead and support that person over there. What do you mean? Move quickly. Okay, perhaps it is the fate of an older brother to be manipulated by his younger sister's whims. Even if they are not related by blood, moreover, to Leon, Chloe is an extremely beautiful girl and a beloved younger sister. When ordered, the only answer he is allowed to say is yes. While thinking that it was a reward, Leon went to support Zarario. That way of thinking is quite unusual, but he maintains a cool image because he doesn't say it out loud. Leon made an effort to show Chloe how cool he is. Encouraged by this, Elmesia also plunged into the Feldway battle. Avoid direct combat so as not to get in the way. After saying this, she resumed her support role. Elmesia's ultimate skill, King of the Sky Vayu, specializes in manipulating the atmosphere. Since a foothold is important for a swordsman, she fixed the space in line with Leon's movements and adjusted it so that he could use the recoil, reaction force, as well. This was a great help for Leon. Zorario and Feldway have wings, so they are also skilled in aerial combat using swords. However, Leon's specialty is ground combat. It's fine if you're just holding back Milim, but if you want a counterattack when you see an opening, it's better to have a proper foothold. With Elmesia's participation, not only Leon but also Zorario's momentum increased. After all, it is more convenient for swordsmen to have a foothold. RETURNP a GE 128, 321, and on top of that, Sylvia wasn't slacking off either. She was deeply regretful that she had been unable to do anything when her daughter, Elmesia, was in danger earlier. She was on edge and ready to deal with the next time she found herself in the same situation. Leon, Elmesia, and Sylvia. All three of them have the ability that specializes in increasing speed, but in fact each of them has their own unique characteristics. Elmesia has excellent endurance and is the fastest when it comes to traveling long distances. In contrast to her, Sylvia had the fastest short-distance power, the ultimate skill, Thunder King Indra. Naturally, Sylvia also has the shortest time to reach top speed, boasting a speed of 100 kilometers per second, unmatched by anyone, not even Milim. However, this requires prior preparation. If she could move freely, Sylvia would be known as the strongest. However, this was not the case. Just as lightning advances after partially ionizing the air that didn't conduct electricity to create a path, Sylvia's movement required a similar process. The weakness of this power, lightning speed, was that it was not possible to change trajectory freely in an instant. Still, there's no doubt that it's useful. If that speed is utilized properly, even if someone gets into a pinch, it should be possible to avoid it. Sylvia believed so and determined her own role. With the situation now 3+1, Zorario's psychological and physical burden was also reduced, and a way out began to be seen in the battle against Feldway. However, this was not the case for Veldora. He suddenly entered the real battle without any explanation of the situation. What's more, if he made even the slightest mistake, he would be harshly scolded by Chloe. Unlike Leon, Veldora had no interest in being scolded. Rather, because of the terrifying experiences his two older sisters had instilled in him, the psychological trauma of beautiful women equals scary things had been engraved in his heart, without him even realizing it. This meant that Veldora was unable to resist Chloe and was manipulated at will. There. You can't use brute force against Milim. Be sure to deflect it. Okay. RETURNP a GE 129 321, Veldora was strictly reprimanded just for trying to catch Milim's fist and bring it into a power struggle. It made him sad, but needless to say, Chloe's instructions were spot on. She was being strict because she didn't have the time, but everything she said had meaning. Chloe had rewound time countless times to test out Milim's power, and she had come to one conclusion. In other words, Milim's power was limitless, and the more she resisted, the more her power would increase. This was not wrong. Milim's ultimate ability, ultimate skill, Wrathful King Satanael, was a very simple and straightforward ability. It had the effect of generating and amplifying magical energy in response to Milim's rage. There is no limit to its power, and if it goes out of control, it may infinitely proliferate. Chloe had almost accurately guessed that and was trying to stop Milim from using her power. The more Milim activates Wrathful King Satanael, the more she will have to defend with even more power. Not strengthening Milim any further was the most important thing in this battle. I'm sorry. I don't have time to explain, so please just follow my instructions for now. There's a reason. All right. Then I will follow you. Chloe was aware of the risks and performed thought transmission on Veldora. Chloe was the strongest solo, so she was not used to fighting in cooperation. Considering the possibility that her plan might be intercepted, she didn't want to reveal her true intentions. Veldora accepted this, or rather, he had no intention of opposing it. Since he couldn't complain at this point, there was no way he could turn the tables. He followed Chloe's lead and was worked like a horse. Feldway was by no means a good swordsman. His overall strength was superior to Zalario's, but if we looked only at combat ability, there was a chance that Zalario could win. However, that is a story on the premise that Feldway has not brought out his main body. Now that Feldway had revealed his true form, he was a much more overwhelming presence than before. Looking only at RETURNP a G, E130, 321, his energy and ability values, he was several times stronger than Zalerio in all aspects. He was not an opponent that could be defeated in a normal fight. Since Zalario's only advantage was in swordsmanship, there was no chance of victory unless he found an opportunity. Zarario had been exerting all his strength against Feldway from the first move. He launched a fierce attack, saying that if there was no gap, he would create one. Then he felt something was off. Was this guy really that strong? The reason he felt that way was because his sword was so easily deflected. Zarario is calm and collected. He is a warrior who does a good job steadily, without overestimating his own strength. His skill and power level are also high. His unadorned swordsmanship without using many techniques is simple and sturdy, and he is a master of the strong sword that can cut down any enemy with a single slash. Though not as good as Feldway's Void Arc, Zalario's beloved sword was also a wonderful sword. Even though he was slashing at Feldway with such a reliable partner, it was deflected away with ease. If he had been able to block it with a bang, it would have been understandable, but this was unexpected. Since his speed and power are superior to Zarario, it would have been easy to lightly receive and repel Zarario's sword. Zalario had expected this and was aiming to pursue after the blow had been knocked away, but his momentum was halted here. This was abnormal, and Zalario became wary. He observed Feldway, but could not read anything from his beautiful expression. His masterful intuition told him that this was dangerous. Parrying my sword, Feldway didn't have this much skill. To parry Zarario's strong sword was impossible with just surpassing power. It would have required a certain amount of skill and ability. As far as Zalario knows, Feldway has never trained in swordsmanship. He has no experience fighting on the front lines, and he was always supposed to be in a commanding position. He is strong, he admits, but he was never a warrior. Perhaps his doubts were visible on his face as Feldway looked at Zalario and laughed. HMPH, isn't that strange? Yeah, you never had any interest in martial arts, did you? That's right. The strong are those who are born strong. Unlike the weak who have natural enemies, there was no need for strong to train themselves. RETURNP a GE 131 321, then why? Why was he able to parry your sword? It's simple. Once you learn the basic movements, you can see your aim just by looking at the angle of the initial movement. Feldway explained this to him gently, but Zalario wasn't convinced. Joke around. Even if you can see it, it's not something you can easily dealt with. Those who were weak-minded or unsure of their own skills would have easily been fooled by Feldway's words. But Zalario was different. He saw through the lie and scoffed. Feldway, who was pointed out, grinned. Not even trying to hide it, he continued the conversation with Zarario. Ha ha ha, you seem to understand me well, but you couldn't see through my tricks, could you? Your tricks? Yes, Feldway went on the offensive. His movements were not the same as before, but those of a skilled swordsman. And that form is something that Zarario is familiar with, it's similar. Are these Leon's movements? It wasn't a misunderstanding on Zalario's part. There is no way that Zalario would mistake the movements of a worthy opponent who was his enemy until just a short while ago. Feldway told the bewildered Zalario. You know, I have never neglected my research. I have always observed all phenomena and continued to think about what is optimal. That also applies to those whom I and Lord Michael have dominated. The emotions, thoughts, experiences, and everything else of those I have dominated with ultimate ability, ultimate skill. King of Justice Michael, are shared with me. If that is the case, the skill that those people acquired is also in my hands. RETURNP a GE 132, 321, this explanation is hard to accept. Huh, he was speechless, even in the middle of a battle. It's no wonder. He was told that the knowledge he had gained through his own efforts, the experience he had fighting against strong enemies, and the many techniques he had honed, were all taken away without his knowledge. Mess with me. Our techniques are not something that can be taken away so easily. Throwing away his polite tone, Zalario shouted. And just like that, he transformed his frustration into anger and delivered a powerful, unparalleled blow, putting all his heart and soul into it. But the result was tragic. With a stance that was incredibly similar, and with the same amount of force, Zalario's sword was blocked head-on. As if to prove his words, Feldway imitated Zalario. Moreover, as if showing off his power, he even adjusted it so as not to kill Zarario. You can't be serious. Only Zalario was injured. The two forces clashed with equal strength, but Feldway had plenty of reserves. Therefore, only Zalario was blown away by the recoil. You keep ridiculing martial artists, Zalerio roared. Geniuses have no interest in the suffering of ordinary people. To someone who can memorize the contents of a textbook after reading it once, an ordinary person who desperately tries to memorize by reading it over and over again must just look like they're slacking off. He sees no value in effort, and only sees results. If he had at least realized the difference between himself and others and shown a willingness to compromise, they could have built a different relationship. Feldway had no compassion for others. He always believed he was right and wanted to guide the foolish. He never thought he could be wrong and never placed any importance on the words of others. He is the owner of a very dangerous ideology, but sadly it has worked so far. RETURNP a GE 133-321, that's why he doesn't understand. He can't see any value in Zalario's anger. Therefore, he asked a mercilessly cruel question. I don't understand. Why are you angry? Aren't techniques supposed to be something you learn by watching them? The various techniques passed down from master to apprentice are all learned by watching and experiencing. The conditions, such as whether or not permission is required, vary, but the process is the same. Even if it is a style that one created, if one traces the origins of that martial art, one will arrive at a limited destination. There are only a handful of people who can create something from nothing. With so much history now, it can be said that it is an almost impossible feat. If that is the case, the right path is to develop it by imitating. If one ignores the question of right and wrong, Feldway's reasoning was sound. Even Zalerio has no choice but to admit that. However, it is different. It is fundamentally wrong. The skills that should be passed down are passed down along with the master's feelings. Zalerio was the founder himself. He taught his techniques to his subordinates and honed them as they defeated the insectors together. There was a definite pride in that. The same goes for Leon. Though there was a difference in strength, his swordsmanship impressed Zalerio, which is why he recognized him as a worthy opponent and was able to connect with him. There was a clear feeling behind it. He had something to carry on his shoulders. Ignoring all of these, Feldway only looks at efficiency. Zalerio and he are like water and oil. They would never be compatible. Reaffirming this, Zalerio bit his lip. While feeling anger, he also calmly assessed the situation. If all of their techniques had been observed, he realized that there was no chance of winning. Feldway was currently showing off the difference in their abilities, or was he showing mercy to Zalerio? If he was serious, Zalerio would have been taken out early on. RETURNP a GE 134-321. For Feldway, Zalerio is not a threat, and he does not feel the need to dirty his hands. Once he understood that, it became ridiculous even to feel insulted. Just as Zalerio realized this, Leon and his group joined the battle as reinforcements. Zalerio was unsure. He wondered whether or not he should tell the truth to Leon and the others. Whatever he does, it will not work, and no matter what, he will not be able to win against Feldway. He could not even outwit him, and Feldway's indifference meant that he could only buy time. If the result was the same regardless, it might be better to just watch in silence. No, that's not it. In fact, he doubts whether he should even believe his words. There was no doubt that Feldway was telling the truth, but at the same time, he didn't think he was telling the whole story. Zalerio intuitively felt that he was hiding something crucial. He was right. For Feldway, it would be troublesome if Milim were to awaken. One of Feldway's goals was to absorb the dragon factor from Veldora, but the situation did not allow it. If Feldway tried to take on Veldora, he would not have the capacity to completely control Milim. The current Veldora has that much power hidden within him. Feldway saw through it and could not act carelessly. Even though the long-awaited prey has come, I have no choice but to leave it alone for now. And so, Feldway decided to leave Veldora alone for the time being. He could win if he fought with all his might, but he decided that there were priorities. However, that did not improve the situation. If even Veldora, let alone Chloe, joined the battle, there was a risk that the domination would be released at some point. Therefore, he had to constantly strengthen his control, and he did not have time to deal with Zalerio and the others. That's why he was so relaxed about it, trying to drive Zalerio to despair. But Zalerio's remained unfazed. TCH, how annoying. I liked his honest personality, but when he becomes an enemy, he's troublesome. RETURNP a GE 135-321. His colleague, who had been fighting tenaciously against the insectors, was a reliable ally. But now, his determination to win was getting in the way of Feldway's plans. While thinking that Zalerio was impressive, Feldway also reflected that he should not let his guard down. Although they were inferior, Leon and Elmesia were not opponents to be underestimated either. 1 or 2 direct hits would only cause minor damage, but it would be a problem if his concentration was disrupted. At least, until Milim destroyed the sacred tree. If only I could destroy the sacred tree with my own strength, there would have been no need to go to such troublesome measures. Sacred tree is a key base for the pivotal world. Its defenses are perfect, and it cannot be destroyed by half-hearted force. Even Feldway, who has immense power, could not completely destroy the sacred tree. Even if he could destroy the elf country, Saurian, the only one who could destroy the sacred tree was Milim's dragon star explosion, Drago Nova. And if he cannot destroy the sacred tree, he cannot destroy the heavenly tower in Holy Hollow, Damargania. Feldway realized this when he saw the heavenly tower withstand Milim's dragon star explosion, Drago Nova. However, as long as the sacred tree is destroyed, it does not matter if you cannot break the heavenly tower. The world would naturally collapse, and the world destruction dragon, Ivarage, would soon descend upon us, destroying everything that exists. For that reason, he couldn't afford to fail to control Milim here. Good grief, this is the most critical moment. Feldway secretly pumped himself up. Thus, the second battle over the sacred tree intensified. The duo of Chloe and Veldora tried to stop Milim. An impromptu team led by Zalerio tried to eliminate Feldway. The outcome of the battle remained difficult to predict. In Old Eurazania, the battle between Guy and Velzard was intensifying. At the foot of the sacred tree, heroes were fighting to thwart Feldway's ambitions, with the fate of the world at stake. At the same time, RETURNP a GE 136-321 on the border of the Holy Empire of Lubelius, bordering the Dead Desert, heroes were gathering. With Virgil's cooperation, they gathered one after another from all over the world. About 500 heroes came from various countries. From the armed nation of Dworgen, the hero King Gazelle leading the Pegasus Knights, numbering 500 from the Eastern Empire, 100 members of the newly formed Imperial Guardian. With Calgurio as commander and Minutes as adjutant, the Lubelius forces and the Giants' forces, who had been clashing in this land until just yesterday. Now they have reconciled and become comrades fighting together. From Lubelius, 300 crusaders led by Hinata. Sale and Gregory, former 3 martial saints who temporarily returned, are also under Hinata's command with 30 members of the Imperial Guard. The Bloody Knights, numbering just under 400, are led by Pope Louis. As for the Giants' forces, Dagura took command in place of Dagrul, who had fallen asleep. Basara, the head of the 5 great fighting generals, assists the acting King Dagura, leading more than 1,000 elite warriors of the Binding Chain Giant Legion. In addition, a small number of elite forces, such as the 100-strong musketeer corps of the 3 drunkards, rushed to the scene as fast as they could. Their total number was just under 3,000. This was the full extent of the anti-world destruction Dragon Ivarage alliance at this time. Not even a day had passed since Luminas's Doomsday Declaration. It may seem long, but in reality it was a very short time. It was a great achievement that such a large force gathered at such a speed, surpassing the conventional wisdom of the past. However, the real battle had not even begun yet. The fate of mankind will be decided in the upcoming battle. 500 heroes from all over the world were gathered in one place as one group. All of them were capable people over a rank, but it is not something to be proud of in this place. Leaving aside RETURNP, a GE 137-321, more prominent individuals, it was judged that they could not be counted as a fighting force in an unorganized state. In that case, there was also the question of who would take command. Everyone probably thought that the role should be entrusted to Masayuki, but in reality, it would be a bad move. Masayuki is good at increasing luck, but if a group of people who can't even work together do whatever they want, it will be less effective. Because they are well-known people in the guilds of each country, they have little experience working under a single banner. Similarly, they were not suitable for leading someone. Someone was needed to bring these heroes together. Anxiety was seeping into everyone's faces, and they looked nervous. Among them, there was a person who made light jokes in a very carefree tone. It is Yaum, who was celebrated as a hero and finally ascended the throne as the king of a great power. This time, as King Farminas, he summoned his former comrades and participated in the war. Look, it's amazing. Well, I may be called a hero, but compared to a real hero like King Gazelle, I'm a far cry. I'm worried if I can be of any help. While shrugging his shoulders, he speaks to the wolf lycanthrope next to him, Grucius. Grucius then laughed away Yaumu's worries. Ha, don't make me laugh. Whether it's a fake or the real thing, just standing here makes you a hero. If the world is going to be destroyed if we lose, there's no point in hiding in fear. Whether it's a meaningless death or a dog's death, we have no choice but to stand up. Yaum nodded in agreement. From the beginning, he didn't smugly think that they would be a fighting force. He just thought that he could help a little, even if only a little. His still young daughter, Meme, is staying at home. The retired King Edmaris had changed his name to Marius and was serving as an advisor. His son, Edgar, was also reliable, so they believed that the issue of succession would be resolved somehow. If they could survive, that would be the best. Even if that did not happen, as long as they could win this battle, then they could leave the rest to those they had left behind. That was why Yaum was standing here, accompanied by his wife, Queen Mayu, and his best friend, the Knight Commander Grucius. RETURNP a GE 138-321. Normally, I would boast that I would buy time to escape, but there is no place to escape, so there is no way to put on a good face. There is no choice but to go forward. Raisin grumbled in an old tone despite his young appearance. Ha ha ha, you're right. Yaum responded with a big laugh. After you, it was my turn to be happy with Miolan. Don't worry, I made no promises like that. The two idiots guys glared at each other over Queen Miu. This was business as usual, and it helped to ease the tension of those watching their exchange, the heroes thought. This man could be trusted. They were convinced that they could entrust their lives to Yaum, who was also a friend of the demon Lord Rimuru. Hey, Yaum-san, I don't belong to any nation, so even if you're the king, I'll skip the honorifics. I don't mind. I was originally a screw thug, too. Ha, you get it. Hee, I suppose so. Be happy to do that, too. Please take on the role of our commander. Leave it to me, huh? Those who were attracted to Yaum's personality called out one after another, and then, without any objection, they forced the role of commander on Yaum. He couldn't refuse here, which is why Yaum was Yaum. RETURNP a GE 139-321. Oh, okay. Are you sure it should be me? Are you sure? I'll leave it to you. Only you can do it. Only been active solo, so use me for guerrilla warfare or something. And so on. There was no complaint about making Yaum the commander. Yaum's companions also laughed heartily at this. He looks like a commander. It seems that another tale of valor will be added. I have to write it. Even if you fail, no one will resent you. Anyway, everyone will be together when the time comes. With that declaration, Yaum decided that he would lead this group as the commander-in-chief. Taking on such a difficult role without thinking it through is still as stupid as ever. Mulan also looked exasperated. But at the same time, seeing the man she loved living such a turbulent life, her pale cheeks softly blushed. Meanwhile, Lumina's, who initiated this, had no time to relax. She was huddled together with Virgil and Hinata, having a close meeting. Targeting them as they try to leave the Heaven's Passage will cause the least damage. That's right. We only have a little less than 3,000 people gathered, but this is the best fighting force we could hope for. It looks like we'll get a few more, but we should start thinking about where we'll be positioned. Velgrind nodded at Lumina's words. Then, pointing at the map spread out on the table, she began to explain the structure of the Heaven's Passage. RETURNP, a GE 140-321. Heaven's Passage is a circular tower with a spiral staircase at its center. There are residential areas on the outer wall, but you can ignore those. The problem is what's beyond the door. The map was a three-dimensional blueprint. When seen from above, it was a perfect circle, and when seen from the front, it stretched into the sky with almost the same width. It looked the same from the left and right, so it wasn't a fancy design. The entrance was on the part that touched the ground. It had a series of arched openings, allowing anyone to enter and exit freely. The tower had a diameter of about 500 meters. The size of each opening was also quite large, as you can see from the fact that giants could easily enter and exit. It's impossible to concentrate forces at one point, I guess. Heaven's Passage cannot be destroyed. In other words, it is very difficult to block the entrances. It would be possible to block them from the outside with earth magic, but it would be pointless if blockage could be destroyed. To begin with, there are more than 300 openings. It was decided that it would be difficult in terms of time to block them all and lead the enemy as planned. If there is a door inside, how about sealing it off? Hinata asked, but Velgrind denied this as well. I think I made you misunderstand because I said door, but what you are imagining is wrong. Saying that, she used thought transmission to give Hinata an image of the inside. The spiral staircase inside Heaven's Passage was wide, and the door in the middle was also huge. The axis was over 300 meters wide, so the width of the staircase was also large. The steps were also too large for a human to see. I see. So this is a huge gate, so to speak. Even if we wait inside, we'll be helpless if they all rush in at once. Basically, attacks from above are more effective. Waiting on the stairs with poor footing was disadvantageous for the defenders. Hinata agreed and withdrew her opinion. We will deploy troops on the four sides of the Heaven's Passage and have the strong people stand in front to intercept the enemy's main force. There is no other way. RETURNP, a GE-141, 321. Since it's a circular tower and entry and exit is possible from all sides, there is no choice but to deploy troops so as to surround it. It would be best to distribute the forces evenly so that they can respond equally from all sides. It's tough. But we have no other choice. That's right. We'll have the rear groups destroy the enemies that escaped the encirclement or were missed. Is this okay? Hinata, Luminous, and Velgrind all agreed. Then let's gather the leaders and decide on the division of roles. Policy was decided, but there were a lot of problems to solve. If an army of cryptids were to emerge from the opening, they might be overwhelmed by numbers. To prevent this, they had to use their forces appropriately. However, the people gathered here each had their own intentions. No matter how much of a crisis the world was in, it was doubtful that they would obediently follow the instructions. Well, it seems that it would be my role to persuade them, Hinata decided. There was no time to be fighting among allies in this time of need. The fate of the world would be decided by the meeting that was about to begin. Hinata steeled herself. A simple tent was set up, and the leaders gathered. It was thought that famous adventurers would also want to participate, but seeing the distinguished faces of kings and celebrities from various countries, they seemed to give up, thinking that it would be too much for them to handle. And so, the carefully selected people were seated around the round table. To introduce some of the more famous ones, the person sitting at the head of the table was the organizer, Luminous. Taking responsibility for carrying out the Doomsday Proclamation on a global scale, she volunteered to be the coordinator. To Lumina's right sat Hinata, and to her left Louis. Behind her was Gunter, dressed as a butler. Also, standing behind Hinata was Cardinal Nikolaus. RETURNP, a GE-142, 321. He had been indifferent during the final battle with Dagrul, but now that Hinata was taking part, it seemed like things were different. His expression was full of motivation, and he was fully prepared to be of use to Hinata. Standing alongside Nikolaus was Leonard Jester, vice captain of the Holy Knights, the Crusaders. Behind him were the four captains. After undergoing intensive training in the labyrinth, their abilities have improved greatly. They were expected to be a valuable asset this time as well. Sitting opposite Hinata was Shin. She was still tired from the recent battle, but her complexion was good. She was smiling fearlessly, full of motivation, and with an expression that said she was not afraid of anything. Sitting next to Shin was Dagyura, who had become Dagrul's representative. Behind him stood Basara, intimidating the people gathered here. Perhaps it was to ensure that Dagyura was not underestimated, but he was quite out of place here. From the royal and noble group were Gazel, Yaum, and Masayuki. Gazel was accompanied by a man dressed in martial arts attire. It was Ajira, the reincarnation of Hakuru's grandfather, Byakuya Araki. Ajira was still confident and carefree, as flexible and natural as a willow guarding Gazel's back. Yaum and Queen Mulan are participating together as a couple. Yaum is a hero, but he's not good with difficult topics. The right thing to do here was for the advisor, or rather, for Queen Mayu, the powerful woman, to take the lead. Behind Yaum were Rosin and Grucius. Incidentally, Sale and Gregory were also seen at the edge of the conference tent. They adjusted their positioning angle to avoid meeting Hinata's eyes. As they are still on the run, they seem to be feeling very awkward. Hinata notices this, but doesn't have the kindness to call out to them, so she just leaves them be. Or rather, Hinata thinks that even if she calls out to them, she will only scare them, so she pretends not to notice. There was no doubt that this was the best thing for both, meaning both parties. Of them, just like Sale and the others, there was someone else who felt awkward. It was Masayuki, a former high school student who wanted to get away from this place more than anyone else. But Masayuki was a representative of each country, the leader of the responders. Since he was burdened with the role of a symbol of hope, there was no way that his wish to run away would be granted. He was more aware of this fact than anyone else. That's why he was still spacing out, gazing into the distance. Next to Masayuki was a peerless beauty. It was Velgrind, RETURNP, a GE-143-321. She had used the Spacetime link to gather heroes from all over the country, and had been extremely active. She gathered heroes from various countries by Spacetime connection, and was very active. Now she has cancelled all the separate bodies, and was ready to protect Masayuki. Behind Masayuki was Venom, who was now his best friend. Naturally, Calgurio and Minutes were also there, standing upright and motionless like statues, faithfully performing their duties. Away from the round table, Ultima was relaxing on a sofa. Tea was prepared on the round table, and Zonda was serving it. Veyron was waiting with a cool look on his face, but he had only just recovered from fatigue. Ultima's two confidants had also been working hard behind the scenes in the previous battle, starting with holding back Dino and the others, and then the life-or-death battle with the giants, on whom magic had no effect on. They had no time to rest, both physically and mentally. But there was no way they could complain in front of Ultima. Middle management was a very difficult position. In comparison, Adalman and the others were carefree. Adalman and Gadra had rejuvenated their appearances and were seated at the edge of the round table. Albert, also translated as Alberto Kekw, and Venti were standing behind them, chatting away happily. Even though it was before a conference where the fate of the world was at stake, they were still going at their own pace. But perhaps because seeing them relaxes the tension, no one complained, because everyone thought that was fine. The same could be said for those sitting at the bottom of the round table. This group had nothing to do with nobility, and if anything, they looked like a bunch of thugs. That was to be expected, as they were the ones who controlled the underworld of human society. The person presiding at the seat as the representative was Glenda Atlee herself, who had come to this occasion with the elite soldiers dispatched from 3 wise drunkards Riega. With the world facing a crisis, she had no choice but to act, and so she chose only the strongest members under her command, the Musketeer Corps, who numbered about 100, and only the strong ones she selected from those who have been trained up recently. The number of these strong men was about 50. About 2 of them were also participating in the meeting. RETURNP, a GE-144-321, standing behind Glenda was Gerard, the former leader of the Green Apostles, Welt, and Yang, who led the Black Claws, a militant mercenary group made up entirely of A-rank soldiers. The strong members of the 3 drunkards, Riega, are traditionally baptized in Tempest, the land of monsters. At the moment, various arrangements are still being made, but the people she brought this time were all those who had passed a rigorous test. Although the total number is less than 100, they have undergone hellish special training using the labyrinth, given special equipment suitable for each individual, and now have terrifying combat capabilities. There is a collective name for these successful candidates. They were given a badge with a lotus flower motif, as their loyalty to the 3 drunkards was likened to faith, and Rimuru called it the Suyern of the Drunkard, to mean those who serve the drunkards. Thus the name of Suyern Group, Drunkards, was born. Their mission destinations were different, but this time they were urgently summoned and rushed from all over the world. Yang was at the top of the group, and even Gerard and Glenda recognized as a promising candidate. Aine, a spirit envoy, elementalist, and former leader of Team Green Rebellion and Gerard's right-hand man, was directing the ritual summoning outside. He was trying to summon as many high-ranking spirits as possible, such as Fire Giant Ifrit, Earth Knight, War Gnome, Water Maiden Undine, and Wind Maiden Sylphid. Although they looked like nothing more than roughnecks, they were well qualified to be here. As an aside, unlike Sayre and the others, Glenda had a very dignified attitude. Although they were in the same position of having betrayed Hinata, she seems to have already put it behind her. The difference in courage is what separates her from Sayre and the others, but whether or not it is worth learning from is a matter of opinion. Asterisk, just as the meeting was about to begin, Velgrind raised her face. After drawing everyone's attention with her powerful presence, she slowly began to speak. My sister White Ice Dragon Velzard, and the battle of the Demon Lord Guy. She started speaking casually, but that alone caused the hall to fall silent. Compared to the fate of the world, it was less important, but under normal circumstances. It was still a major incident. Not only that, but this was something they couldn't ignore. After all, if Guy was defeated, they could be attacked from behind by the threat that was Velzard. The current human race did not have the strength to spare to prepare a countermeasure for that. Everyone was tense, waiting for Velgrind to speak. RETURNP a GE 145-321, a third party's intervention has been confirmed. It was a report that they did not want to hear, next to the worst that they had assumed. The worst, needless to say, was Guy's defeat. Although it is better than that, no one had good feelings. Ask just in case, is it an aid to Guy? Luminous asked on behalf of everyone. While thinking that there was no way that could be, it was a question with a slight hope. Unfortunately, it's not. Tent drowned in murmurs. They did not think that the situation would improve, so the place was enveloped in an air of as expected. However, Velgrind's next words brought everyone back to their senses. Worry. Tensura has taken action to find out his true identity. Hearing that, everyone felt relieved, because she is a terrifying enemy but a reliable ally that is the White Queen, Tensura. Ultima and the others also smiled upon hearing the name of their rival. Oh, I see. I thought it was my turn, but I'll leave it to her. While saying this, she acted as if the matter was over. It was impressive how quickly she was able to change her mind, but in this situation, it was the right thing to do. If she left his worries unresolved, she might be caught off guard in the coming war. Luminous seemed to agree with Ultima, and went along with what she said. Well, that's true. There's no point in thinking about it now, so let's get straight to the point. With that, she urged Velgrind to continue the conversation. In response, Velgrind stood up. Before I begin my explanation, there are some people I should introduce to you. I think some of you may know them. RETURNP a GE 146-321, saying this, Velgrind performed a spatial transportation. And then, the people who were called out were the commanders of the Magic Knights, subordinates of Demon Lord Leon. We serve Demon Lord Leon. We are the guardians of El Dorado, the Golden Country. We came here after hearing about the world's situation from Velgrind, said Commander Allrose with a greeting. The other knight commanders nodded in response. In fact, the scars from being targeted by Feldway have not yet healed, but this is nothing compared to the crisis facing the world. In this situation, if they only think about their own country, all that awaits them is destruction. With that in mind, they decided to enter the battle with only their respective knight commanders, led by Allrose. They are worried about Golden Country as well, but its people were strong. Even after being constantly exposed to Carrara's nuclear attack magic, they still had the nerve to enjoy it as entertainment. Even this time they laughed and said, "We'll manage it," giving the unsure Allrose and the others a push. And so Leon's greatest forces were gathered here. The knight's instructor, Claude the Black Knight, the leader of the White Knights, Meadle the White Knight, the leader of the Blue Knights, Oxian the Blue Knight, the leader of the Red Knights, Fran the Red Knight, the leader of the Yellow Knights, Kizona the Yellow Knight, a total of 6 people with Allrose at the head. Everyone participated without exception, and there were other people that Velgrind had called. Nice to meet you all. I'm Missora. I'm sure many of you don't know me, but I am the one of the pillars of the demon tribe. I never dreamed of joining forces with humanity, but this time, circumstances are what they are, so we'd like to do what we can. It's only temporary, but I'd appreciate it if you could put aside any resentment. RETURNP a GE 147-321, Missora, the head of Rain's subordinates, greeted them and smiled. The girls, who had been helping with the defense and reconstruction of El Dorado, rushed to the scene at the time of emergency, or rather. With their king taken away by Guy's orders, it was no time for them to just relax. Missora's colleagues Skal and Ulrich agreed. If only we were having an easy time, we would incur unnecessary resentment. Misery Sama wouldn't mind, but unfortunately our Rain-sama is. Even thinking about it would be disrespectful. Misora doesn't intend to slack off. She loves her beloved Rain-sama, so she is always and everywhere giving her all. However, when she remembered the sad eyes of Rain, who had been taken to a dangerous area, she felt that we cannot be in a place where only we seem to be having an easy time. Therefore, she volunteered to join Velgrand. Oh, Rain-sama, is she really okay? Will she be scolded by the great Guy-sama again or make him angry and driven to tears? Well, there's no end to her worries. But things can be thought of in various ways, and Misora thinks that Rain is unexpectedly shrewd, so she will be safe. In any case, Misora prays for her master's safety and tries to focus on the problem at hand. Meanwhile, Maizuri's subordinates are also here. Their representative, Khan, greets everyone following Misora's introduction. TCH, it's completely unexpected that we'd be active in the public eye. Normally, we wouldn't be able to join forces, but... As he says this, Khan glances around the venue. Even in this tent, there are some who are wondering why they are here, but if you talk about it, Khan and the others, Maizuri subordinates, are also in a position closer to the weak. It is interesting that the primordial adjutants, who had become demon dukes and are now powerful enough to rival the old demon lords, are among the weakest in this place. Showing off here was out of the question. Khan had never intended to sell favors, but he found himself wondering if they would even have a role to play. RETURNP a GE 148 321 HMPH. We won't be able to operate behind the scenes, but that's a story for another time. For now, let's prove that we are competent, Khan concluded. To begin with, Mizari's subordinates were all earnest and competent. They were all well-rounded in talent, and while there were no outstanding individuals, there were many high-quality people. Apart from Jorg, who is a member of the Red family, they are also characterized by their high level of cooperation. By the way, Ulrich, a member of the Red family who was assigned under Rain, somehow ended up in the position of a hard worker. He was originally a proud type who thought he was number one, but strange things do happen. If you mix with Vermilion, Red, you will be dyed. But since the master, Rain, does not seem to be having a hard time, perhaps he has been dyed by his colleagues. After all, Rain's subordinates, led by Misora, are all super talented. No, even though there were many lazy people, they somehow grew up to be competent. Even Ulrich, who was supposed to be a hothead, had a calm expression and had erased his presence, and there was no sign of self-assertion at all. That is what can be said to be proof of growth, and even Khan could not understand what kind of education would make him like that. Mizari, Khan's master, says, "That's what's so wonderful about Rain," and so on, which is a somewhat incomprehensible interpretation. There was no point in delving into this. Anyway, education can turn anyone into a capable person. Khan thought that he could not be defeated and concluded his greeting. This time is special. We'll support the unreliable people outside so that they don't get into trouble. With that, he sat down in the chair that was prepared for him. His colleagues Alban and Jorg didn't seem to have any complaints about Khan's declaration. They stood side by side behind Khan and quietly went with the flow. By the way, the announcement of the participation of the demons in the war would normally cause a great commotion, but no one on the human side made a fuss. The demon lord was the initiator, and even the dragon kind appeared as a matter of course, so it felt like it was too late. Testarossa has become famous in the Western Nations Council, so there were little surprise when Misora and the others showed up. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the meeting proceeded without incident. RETURNP, a GE 149 321, *, the main players are all gathered. Finally, Velgrand begins to explain the situation. We have received words of apology from the Ingraja royal family. The scars from the recent attack have not yet healed, so they would like to minimize the deployment of their forces. While saying that, Virgil turns her eyes to a corner of the tent. There, the Ingraja representatives who came as messengers were sitting. It is a minimum amount of fighting power, but there are some strong people. Even so, they are the weak among the members gathered in this place, so they have little influence. Nodding at Virgil's words, they prepared to watch how things develop. So, you should assume that there will be no more reinforcements. Velgrand declared this to urge everyone to be prepared. There may actually be some, but we can't count on it. At the very least, it will only be a small amount from Velgrand's point of view. She said this with that in mind. Luminous nodded and asked, "So, urging her to continue. Velgrind responded by disclosing the information she had shared with Testarossa. Old Eurysania, my sister Velzard and Guy are fighting. As I said before, a third party intervened, but Testarossa stopped it, and the war situation has returned to square one. Several people are working hard to ensure that this planet is not affected, but the situation was not looking good. If Guy or Velzard got serious at this rate, the impact will be immeasurable. Ideally, the matter would be settled before that happens, but it won't be that easy. In the worst-case scenario, Velzard could be freed if Guy is defeated, free to do whatever. If Velzard attacks us from behind, it will be the end of humanity. Pray that this does not happen. Virgil only stated the facts, but the emotions of those who heard it were stirred. However, they could not argue and could only swallow it. They had no choice but to pray that this would not happen and deal with the problem at hand. Now then, regarding the current threat, the world destruction dragon Ivaragay, I would like to discuss our response. RETURNP a GE 150-321, the one who spoke was Shin, who was standing by without taking a seat. He volunteered to act as the MC for the occasion and stood in front of Velgrind. We must complete the planning before the cryptid forces arrive. Currently, the entire perimeter of Heaven's Passage is a security zone, but even if we disperse our forces, it will be difficult to cover the entire area. I would appreciate your opinion on this, Shin asked Velgrind. She is the wisest person here, so Seein naturally expected her to take on the role of Commander-in-Chief. Velgrind had no objections to this. Having held the position of Marshal in the Empire for a long time, she speaks of strategy without hesitation. Deploying soldiers around the entire perimeter is a foolish strategy. First, create a situation where the battlefield is advantageous and then lure the enemy in. What do you mean? There are barriers, right? I can use my 8 gates formation, but it will not be possible to capture all the armies with that alone. So Velgrind turned her gaze to the Holy Knights. Hinata nodded and took over. I see, a holy purification barrier. Am I right in thinking that the bodies of the aggressors from another world are also made of magical energy? Yes, half of them are made of magical energy. They probably contain unknown substances that don't exist in our base world, but the holy barrier should be effective against them. Everyone was convinced that it was so. In fact, the 8 gates formation is useful for slowing down the enemy, but it is a formation that puts the defending side at a disadvantage. It is useful when you want to control the battle situation from an absolutely advantageous position and want to hold back the enemy's main force so that they are not interrupted. But it is not a spell that is suitable for defensive battles. Also, now that the total number of enemies is unknown, it is difficult in many ways to set up a formation that would engulf them all. When the world destruction dragon Ivalij appeared, only Velgrind would be able to face him. Velgrind thought that even Hinata and Lumina's would be no match for it. Since she had to RETURNP a GE 151-321 focus on Ivalij, the leader of the enemy, she needed to conserve her strength as much as possible. In fact, Velgrind wanted to leave dealing with the subordinates to Lumina's and the others. In that sense, the holy purification barrier was the optimal solution. Even if it was a circular tower that could be entered and exited from anywhere around it, if it was wrapped in a barrier, it would be possible to guide the enemy's movements. But there was a problem. However, the holy field cannot be established unless it is tied in the sky. The Heaven's Passage is an ancient structure that reaches the heavens. I am afraid that the conditions for the establishment of the technique cannot be met. Cardinal Nicolaus, who was standing behind Hinata, pointed out the problem. Hinata was also aware of this. To activate the holy barrier, at least 3 or more casters must be placed at equal intervals and form a polyhedron that connects to a single point in the sky. It does not have to be a regular polyhedron, and it is said that the most effective way to use it is to form a pyramid-like structure. The problem this time is that the tower is in the way, and it is impossible to form the key part that should intersect in the sky. It is not that there is no way to solve this, but even if it is impossible to surround it with a surface, there is a way, Hinata muttered. That's right. Lumina's nodded. The Heaven's Passage had a series of doors where it touched the ground, but once you got to a certain level, there weren't even any windows. In other words, there was no need to worry about flying cryptids spilling out of the top of the tower, and if they made the top window into a relay point for the barrier, it would have been possible to form an irregular holy barrier. However, the risk to those stationed at the top was too high. It has been decided that troops will be deployed in all directions of the Heaven's Passage to wait for the enemy. That is the safest and most reliable way. They must guide the enemy and create a formation that can reliably counterattack even if they were few in numbers. If the tower was surrounded by an equilateral triangle, the overflowing RETURNP, a GE 152, 321, magical beasts would concentrate on 3 sides. This would increase the density in each area too much, and it was possible that one of the apexes would be taken down. On the other hand, if they set up a square formation, the enemies would be spread out on all 4 sides. If the tower is surrounded by an equilateral triangle, the spilled magical beasts will concentrate in 3 directions. In that case, the density per location will be too high, and one of the vertices may be dropped. On the other hand, if a square is set up, the enemies will be dispersed in all directions. The density per location will be reduced, and the number of enemies in contact with the barrier will also be reduced. There was also the advantage that even if one of the bases was dropped, the effect could be maintained somehow by irregularly moving the base and deforming the barrier. It was only an emergency measure, and it was a tactic that would be difficult to sustain for long periods of time, but there was a big difference between having the possibility of recovery and not having it. For this reason, it was preferable to set up a square formation of 4 bases on the ground to set up a holy purification barrier. If that were to happen, what would happen to the upper echelons? A minimum of 3 people would be needed, just as if it were activated on the ground. However, if a square formation was set up on the ground, 4 people would be needed on the upper echelons to correspond to it. That was the difficult point. When this method is used to create a holy barrier, the bottom is square, but the top is circular. The divine power must run along the tower walls, forming a circle at the 4 points that connect to the ground. This means that forces are needed to protect all 4 locations. Not only are the airborne forces scarce, but they must be dispersed and fight while protecting the casters. It will be a difficult mission, but failure is not an option. It would be difficult, but we have no choice, Hinata concluded. If we don't do it because it's difficult to defend, it will be a disgrace to our reputation. Now is the time to show the true value of the Holy Knights and the Crusaders. Leonard nodded vigorously at Hinata's words. In response, the other captains who control the sky, land, water, and wind also put in their spirit. 4 of us will take care of the sky. We have learned to handle Holy Spirit armament through training, and we can fly, so we are suitable, right? Our ETURNP a GE 153-321 Arnaud Baumann declared. The audience was impressed by his determination to volunteer for a dangerous place. The other captains are not defeated either. That's true. Compared to that training, this mission might be easier. Bacchus agreed, laughing. Following him were Lytus and Fritz. That's right. It was hell, that. It's fine to come back to life even after dying, but we're the only ones without pain immunity. Isn't this harassment? Thanks to that, everyone has acquired pain nullification. Fritz was just complaining. Masayuki was frozen, not knowing whether to laugh or comfort him. Do you have any complaints? No. When asked coldly by Hinata, Fritz quietly answered. This exchange has become a routine. Fritz deliberately acts frivolous to ease the heavy atmosphere of the place. Hinata understood this, and was deliberately sticking to being the bad guy. The small laughs lifted everyone's spirits a little. This made it easier for them to express their opinions, and Hinata touched on the core of the issue. Then, the remaining 3 people, at the moment including Leonard, there are 5 people working on the core of the operation. To activate the holy purification barrier, 3 more advanced holy magic users are needed. Nikolaus, you can do it, right? Understood. Cardinal Nikolaus Spurd is Hinata's confidant and her enthusiastic follower, fan. Although he holds the highest rank as a cardinal, the object of his faith is Hinata. Nikolaus, who thinks of himself as Hinata's loyal dog, had no other choice but to answer yes, since he was ordered. By the way, Nicholas's powers are obvious from the fact that he can activate disintegration by himself, so he has naturally reached the sage class. Moreover, he is a capable person who ranks higher than the vice-captain Leonard, so he is more than capable of fulfilling his duties. The fact that he RETURNP a GE 154 321 is not inferior to the captain class of the Crusaders was kept secret, but Hinata saw through it. So this big promotion was decided. With that, there are only two left. Hinata's gaze pierced Sayre and Gregory, who were desperately trying to look away. Long do you intend to keep quiet? Asked so directly, Sayre finally gives up. While raising both hands as if giving up, he reluctantly raises his face and opens his mouth. Okay, I'll take one corner. Gregory, you'll take the other corner. Wait a moment. I'm not very good with barriers and stuff. Everyone was silent. Gregory the giant rock, a man who everyone knows, a guardian of mankind. Originally, he was one of the heroes who was active as one of the 3 martial saints of the Luke Genius, the Pope's direct guard division. He was on the same level as the captains of the Holy Knights and was a force above average in terms of combat ability. It was assumed that he would be able to use the Holy Purification Barrier magic, and yet this shocking confession came out of nowhere. Hey, are you kidding? Asked honestly. Serious, Gregory replied, blushing. Everyone realized that he was really unable to use it. If they are holy knights, belonging to the Crusaders, everyone is a powerful person above a rank. Anyone can do it just for assistance, and there were those who could handle the normal holy purification barrier without problems. However, this time it is a different story. RETURNP a GE 155 321. If there is someone who is significantly inferior in ability, the barrier cannot be maintained, and if it is activated to match the weak, the barrier's strength will be weakened and it will be meaningless. Since the goal was to guide the cryptids, the operation would fall apart the moment the barrier was broken. In that case, it would be necessary to match the abilities of the casters. Lumina's was the creator of the spell, so she could use it without any problems, but since she couldn't take on such a role in this situation, it went unmentioned. Hinata could do it too. But like Lumina's, not being able to use her fighting ability would be a waste. Naturally, she was rejected. Demons are too incompatible, out of the question. Leon's subordinates, White Knight Meadle, who specializes in healing magic, and Blue Knight Oxian, who specializes in support magic, would probably be able to use it with a little training, but I'm not sure they'll be the main users. In fact, she was worried about whether they would have enough time to practice now. The host, Shin, looked at Lumina's to encourage her to come to a decision. Hinata has no choice but to take on one corner, with a great loss in mind. Luminous thought so too, and was about to open her mouth to explain her plan. It was Queen Mulenmew who raised her hand here. Take one corner. I'm good at barriers and stuff, so I think I can do it. You can't bet the success or failure of the operation on the word probably. That's what everyone would normally think, but this time it was different. If she said she would do it, she should take responsibility and take charge. In fact, Mulan has a track record of maintaining a large-scale barrier together with Shuna. Learning from her mistakes during the Pharma's invasion, she also independently researched the Holy Barrier. To devise a countermeasure, she needed to touch the real thing. To solve this problem, she asked the Holy Knights to actually experience it. She did not anticipate that this kind of situation would occur, but if she cannot make use of it here, there is no point in being saved by Rimuru. Mulan thought so and made a decision. Then I will assist Queen Mulan. On top of that, I will learn the technique and prepare so that I can take over in case of emergency. Meadle offered. RETURNP a GE 156, 321, taking advantage of this, Oxian also gave his opinion. Then I'll do the same. I'll cast as many support magic spells as I can first, and then I'll help the two of you. Oxian also intended to be a replacement just in case. Not everyone can be safe. Since you never know what will happen on the battlefield, it is necessary to be as prepared as possible. These opinions were approved. And so, the people who would activate the key Holy Purification Barrier, Holy Field, were decided. Arnaud Baumann of Sky would be in charge of the upper echelons in the east. Fritz of Wind would be in the west. Lytus of Water would be in the south. Bacchus of Earth would be the remaining north. Nikolaus would be in charge of Arnaud. Their abilities were comparable, so it was a well-balanced combination. Leonard was with Bacchus. In terms of ability, Leonard was superior, but they were comrades who had shared joys and sorrows for many years. He could provide some support, so Bacchus would be able to steadily demonstrate his abilities. Murin, a fellow woman, will be in charge of Lytus. Saer will be in charge of Fritz, but this combination seems bad at first glance. Because they are both foul-mouthed, they will soon quarrel. However, Saer actually likes Fritz for his honest nature. He also appreciated his courage to make fun of Hinata, so it was a surprisingly good combination. Thus, the key personnel for the four sides are decided. The next problem is the placement of forces. We'll protect the South, Yaum proclaimed. He has no intention of entrusting the role of protecting his beloved wife to another man. No one objected to this, so Yaum's group will protect the South. RETURNP, a GE 157, 321. In addition to that, Leon's subordinates were also decided. If Metal and Oxian are involved in the barrier, I think it would be best for us to protect the South as well. What do you think? Luminous nodded magnanimously at Allrose's remark, and the decision was made without a word. Next to speak was Gregory, a friend of Saer. Naturally protect SRRE. Yeah, I'm counting on you, Gregory. No one complained either. Raisin looked worriedly at his disciples, but he is in a position to protect Yaum, so he cannot move. But there was no problem. Although they are not in the tent, the members of the Crusaders were fond of Saer and the others, so it was decided that they would be under their command as they were. Saer and Gregory shook hands firmly. It was a beautiful scene of friendship, but Glenda also raised her hand. Go there too. If even Glenda joins, the former three martial saints will be all together. However, from Saer and Gregory's perspective, this was not a welcome news. Joke around, you. It's because you betrayed us in the first place that we ended up living as fugitives. That's right. I was shocked when I heard about it later. You can't be trusted. Saer and Gregory were quite angry, but their feelings were understandable to those who knew the situation. Nevertheless, Glenda snorted. You two are such cowards. I betrayed you because I knew I was going to lose. If you're upset, make arrangements to make sure you win. Glenda also said something outrageous. Everyone thought the same. In particular, the people who this was aimed at were furious. RETURNP, a GE 158, 321. Hey, seriously, get your act together. I was at my best back then too, and I thought I'd win easily. He was just a bigger monster than we'd imagined. In fact, when Saer heard Diablo's true identity later, he was horrified and was surprised that he hadn't been killed. At that point, it was no longer a question of winning or losing. The same goes for Gregory. If he'd been up against Diablo, he would have suffered a more tragic fate than Saer. Even Ranga was terrible, but a primordial demon like the materialized fear itself is an existence that he cannot even think of confronting even once in his life. After hearing that Saer had lost, he could only think that it would be so. They were both thankful for their good fortune. That's why they can't forgive Glenda's betrayal. Even so, Glenda was nonchalant. I won't betray you this time. There's no way to escape, so I promise I'll do my best. She said it boldly, without any sign of remorse. Saar and the others could not argue with this. It was infuriating, but Glenda's words were true. The precondition that there was a way to escape didn't exist, so there was no reason to doubt her words. TCH, it can't be helped. I can't trust you, but I can trust your strength. Yeah, I don't intend to rely on you. But since Saar can't move because he has to maintain the barrier, I'll let you do your best to help us. Thus, Saar and Gregory reluctantly agreed to cooperate with Glenda. Although there was some minor fussing, discussions were held among each force about which point they would protect. And so, the plan was decided. Once that was done, the rest was quick. Using Velgrind's spacetime link, they headed to the site and quickly completed preparations for the interception. It was confirmed that the commander-in-chief was Lumina's. She was the initiator of this whole operation, and there was no one else suitable for the job, so it was only natural. Lumina's floated in the sky and grasped the battlefield. Although she would not be in charge of command, she would be reinforcing the vital holy barrier, so she would play an important role. Next was Velgrind. It was decided that she would place separate bodies on all four sides to prepare for the appearance of the world destruction dragon Ivrige. Therefore, she was not RETURNP, a GE 159, 321 included in any of the forces, and was given independent discretion. She will probably stick to Masyuki, but no one could stop her anyway, so that was left to Velgrind's judgment. The others, excluding these two, would be assigned to the four sides to guard them, but before that, the necessity of reserve forces was suggested. Just in case, if even one of the four sides collapses, Wouldn't it be better to prepare a force that can respond immediately? That was what King Gazel said. The 500 Pegasus Knights he led are excellent air forces. There will likely be flying cryptids, so it will also be their mission to eliminate those threats. No one opposed this opinion, and this was also decided smoothly. The remaining people will be the main force. In between meetings, the forces were slightly increased and deployed in various places. In the east, a total of just over 600 deployed to protect Arnaud and Nicholas were 300 members of the Holy Knights Crusaders and 100 members of the new Imperial Guard. Hinata and Masayuki were the leaders of both groups, but Hinata was the one in charge. Calgurio had no objections and was content to support them as a staff officer. Shin had been ordered by Tensura to protect Hinata. 200 members of the Black Numbers, Black Corps, under Tensura had also gathered and were under Shin's command. Preparations for battle were complete. Venom was now acting of his own volition to protect Masayuki. Minties was now on the front lines as the actual commander, and if an unexpected strong person appears, Hinata and Calgurio will be ready to respond. Next to Masayuki was Velgrind, who had become a minimal, separate body. But as planned, the operation was made assuming she was not there. The Western Land, a total of about 1,280 people. The maximum number of forces were deployed to protect Fritz and Sale. Like the Eastern Land facing the Dead Desert, this was also a terrain that made it easy to deploy a large army. However, this place is a beloved hometown for the giant tribe. They volunteered to protect this land, as if they would protect their own land by themselves. That's why there are more than 1,000 elite warriors of the Binding Chain Giant Legion alone, but the fighting power is not limited to that. Shin, who was Dagura superior, and 100 of her subordinates, the Yamagiri, were also included. RETURNP a GE 160-321, you guys, get pumped. Death is scary, but a meaningless life is even scarier. Live, survive, and prove that your lives are worth living. The warriors responded to Shin's rallying cry with enthusiasm. It also feels a bit misguided, but they are a reliable presence in this situation. Unlike the group, who were united and in high spirits, there were some who had a tense atmosphere, Glenda and Gregory. In addition to the 30 members of the Pope's Royal Guard Division and 100 members of Glenda's Direct Control Musketeer Corps, 50 elite members of the Three Wise Drunkards. The Suhirn group will participate, but the former leaders of the Three Martial Saints are at odds with each other, which is a cause for concern. What on earth are they doing at a time when humanity is in danger? However, no one tries to stop these two, and the fruitless argument continues. If that makes them feel better, then they should do as they like, thinks Sayre. Having been betrayed once before, he has no reason to trust Glenda. But she is capable, and he doesn't think she'd be stupid enough to betray him now. And so Sayre tacitly accepts the situation. Preparation is complete. I was able to summon 4 high-ranking spirits, so I'll use them to help defend the base. Ain, an elementalist, announced. He performed a ritual summoning, draining the magic power of his subordinates, summoning high-ranking spirits of earth, water, fire, and wind. He has even succeeded in unifying with one of them, the water saint, Undine, into his own body. The one that is compatible with me is earth. Gregory said that while saying so, he unhesitatingly unified with the Earth Knight Warworm. His teacher, Raisin, was good at spirit summoning, and he was accustomed to handling spirits. Ain was surprised, but he was content to be convinced that it was as expected of the former 3 Martial Saints. Gerard took in the flame giant Ifrit. This was as planned. In Ramaris's labyrinth, he repeated actual combat many times with Ain, and it was the result of his hard work. He worked hard to play the role of the boss of the 3 Wise Drunkards given by Rimuru and others. That was what he was making use of in this situation. Gerard said with a bitter smile, "You never know how life will turn out." Then, "I'll take the Wind Maiden Sylphid." RETURNP a GE 161-321, the last remaining spirit was to be housed by Glenda. She had also trained with Gerard and the others. Glenda, who excels at long-distance attacks, has an excellent affinity with wind spirits. Thus, with the spirits in their proper places, they were all set. In the south, the total number of people exceeded 700, approaching 800 heroes from all over the world were deployed to protect Lytus and Mulan. Among the heroes, there were also captains of the Magic Knights. Meadle and Oxian were assisting Mulan. They were given the very important role of learning the barrier in actual combat and having to respond immediately in case of anything. To protect their colleagues, Leon's subordinates had taken it upon themselves to be the last line of defense. Of course, the heroes who had fallen in love with Yaum were also full of motivation and spirit. They weren't organized, so they couldn't be called an army, but they were strong enough to rival 1,000 men. Although they were hastily put together, they had organized their chain of command to a certain extent, so they weren't lacking in strength. Also, in this area were the black numbers under Ultima's command. They were tired from the previous battle. They numbered 200 in total, and they understood that they wouldn't be allowed to complain. Everyone participated as expected, and even now they seemed to be working hard to recover their magic. Hey, Khan. What is it, Misora? Shouldn't we call our subordinates here? If they're allowed to see Demon Lord Gai-sama, then they're more capable than the humans over there. Right. They are scattered all over the world, but it will still be in time, right? Misora made her decision calmly. It was an unprecedented thing to cancel all active operations, but Misora put her proposal into action without changing her expression. This proved Misora's ability and decisiveness. RETURNP, a GE-162, 321 cold-blooded Misora. She was Rain's most capable confidant. Without her, Rain would have been fired from her position as Guy's maid a long time ago. By the way, the only one in this world who can change Misora's expression is Rain. But that is a trivial story in this place. And so, the demon summoning ceremony was also held in secret. We have come to your majesty's presence. 60 named archdemons, abandoning all their duties, rushed to the scene. Normally, they would be a great force that would shake the world. But now, they were reliable allies. The northern land a total of about 500. The terrain is narrow and crags are scattered everywhere. So the number of people is the smallest since they can take advantage of this and concentrate their forces. Just under 400 bloody knights are deployed to protect Bacchus and Leonard, with this as the key. They are ready to intercept the enemy with a mobile unit, Leonard muttered as he looked at his troops in formation. I understand it in my head, and I thought I was fully convinced, but to be protected by monsters that I was taught were the enemy of mankind, especially from the higher-ups of the vampires. To be honest, it's still hard to believe. That was what Leonard was really thinking when he blurted it out. Bacchus nodded gravely. Well, I agree. If you told me that a while ago, I'm sure I wouldn't believe it. Pope Louis that they served was the boss of those vampires. It's not like he wants to believe it now, but his instincts are more likely to reject this than his reason. However, that doesn't affect their current strategy. Leonard and the others understand that monsters aren't all bad. They had trained in Tempest, the land of monsters, enjoyed delicious meals and sake with the monsters, and even made close friends. So Leonard and others' sentimentality was a self-mockery of their own hardened stereotypes. Even after seeing all these facts, he felt a little pathetic that he still had such feelings in his heart. HMPH, that's what humans are. They seem unchanging, but people's thoughts change easily. The difficult thing is that there are good cases and bad cases. Gunther comforted Leonard and the others after hearing their conversation. RETURNP, a GE-163, 321, even the 7 luminaries, were once heroes who did not disgrace the name of guardians of mankind. They eventually became senile and were destroyed, but Gunther, who knows the shining era of such people, did not want Leonard and others to lose the brilliance of their souls. The 7 great nobles, the Transcenders, had similar ideas, and each of them was willing to act to protect Bacchus and Leonard. In contrast to those who focus on defense, Adalman and Gadra were full of willingness to intercept the enemy. Both of them have unexpectedly beautiful appearances, making them unfamiliar to those who only knew them as skeletons or old people. However, a dangerous group clothed in black uniforms gathered around them. Among the black numbers, it was the 100 people directly under Diablo. Even though Gadra was a newcomer, he had found himself in a position to lead this group of ultra-elites, each with their own quirks. Even in a strange group, Adalman and Gadra's unique personality did not blend in, so no matter what they looked like, everyone knew they were there. Asterisk with that feeling, the warriors finished their preparations and waited for the time to fight. And sure enough, the time had come. However, it was accompanied by a sudden and terrifying despair that seemed to mock their thorough preparations. "Kayaha, let's play. Let's play," it was a tone that heralded the end. The warriors were filled with fear. Those who heard that voice understood the difference in their nature, which was too overwhelming to describe, and instantly lost their will to fight. The place where this misfortune was faced was the eastern side. The warriors had deployed their holy purification barrier and were preparing for the enemy's appearance, when suddenly a young child appeared, a small child who is out of place on the battlefield. Her face was flat and undefined, but she looked to be a girl. However, there was no time to wonder why she was here. Only 3 people were able to respond to the threat. Hinata was the first to shout, "Scatter and lie down." RETURNP a GE 164-321, with a strong will, she desperately ordered, praying that there would not be even the slightest delay. The moment Hinata saw Ivrage, she saw a despairing future with her constantly activated ultimate ability, ultimate skill, Fortuna. It was a scene of the majority of the warriors turned to dust, and the few survivors lying on the ground, lingering between life and death. It was a despairing future that could hardly be reversed. It was unclear how much damage her warning would reduce, but it was an order that expressed the desire to increase the number of survivors, even if only by a little. There was no one here who was incompetent enough to not comply with this. All 600 people tried to move instantly, but it was already too late. Kayaha, the world destruction dragon, Ivrage unleashed a merciless flash of light. An unknown destructive ray filled the space at a speed beyond human comprehension. The second person to respond to this was Velgrind. The other body, next to Masyuki, became her main body without any time lag and deployed a protective barrier at full power. It was undoubtedly unlucky that the world destruction dragon, Ivrage, had appeared in this direction. If Velgrind's other body had not been there, everything would have ended at this point. Fortunately, Hinata's thoughts reached her and she moved at the same time, so the protective barrier was activated in time. However, the reality was not so sweet that it could be saved by that. Even with Velgrind's full strength, it was impossible to completely block the power of the destruction dragon Ivrage. The majority of the people died in the aftermath alone. It was impossible for humans to resist the power of a god. The battle line collapsed. The east instantly turned into a hellish scene, but then the third person made her move. Awaken, Sanctuary Resurrection Luminas, who had been watching the battle from the sky, activated the sacred magic resurrection, which was maximized by using the brain power of those who believed in her in parallel sanctuary resurrection. As a result, the dead were resurrected by the expanding magical effect of the sanctuary. RETURNP, a GE 165-321, RETURNP, a GE 166-321. Of course, if the body was lost, resurrection on the spot was impossible. However, thanks to Velgrind, although the damage was enormous, a fatal situation was averted. Nicholas, who was in charge of the barrier on the ground, died instantly, and the holy purification barrier, holy field, also collapsed for an instant, but Hinata restored it. Nicholas was also resurrected, and as if there was no pain of death, he took over the maintenance of the barrier from Hinata as it was. This shows his determination, as he could not show such a shameful sight to the woman he worshipped. However, no one cares about such a beautiful story. This resurrection took place in an instant, but the losses on the human side were immense. Even though the death toll was kept to 0 by Luminas, it was a different story whether they could continue the battle. People like Nicholas were the exception, and the majority were unable to recover from the terrifying experience. The Holy Knights, Crusaders, and the new Imperial Guardians were also veteran warriors, but perhaps that was precisely why they felt the awe at the overwhelming presence. Everyone had experienced dying and coming back to life before. Some had been resurrected during training in the labyrinth, or by the hands of Demon Lord Rimuru, and although it was a great shock, it wasn't so great that they couldn't recover. However, facing the absolute presence of the world destruction dragon, Ivrage, their hearts were broken. If you lose your will to fight, you will lose even battles that you could win. Even if they understood that, no one was able to move in the face of despair. It's no wonder. After all, even the strongest fighting force in this place, which can be called the support of their hearts, Virgil, has suffered great damage from the attack just now. In fact, Velgrind was on the verge of collapse at any moment and was being supported by Masayuki. It would have been better if she hadn't used her full strength, but all of her separate bodies had already been integrated. That was how powerful the blow was, and if Velgrind hadn't risked everything, this area would have undoubtedly been annihilated. It was a stroke of luck that she managed to withstand it, but there would be no next time. Heh, what an incredible monster. I have to admit that my expectations were naive. RETURNP a GE 167 321 Velgrind was impressive enough to be able to mock herself like that. However, to anyone's eyes, that was nothing more than sour grapes. Even Masayuki, who was supporting Velgrind, had reached a state of half-resignation, saying, "This may be the end." It wasn't just Masayuki, everyone was the same. What frightened the warriors more than anything was Ivrige's appearance. Still a child, and a young child at that. In other words, it is a figure that makes you think that there is still room for growth no matter what. She was already too strong to handle, but what if she got even stronger? They were consumed by such anxiety, everyone thought. It was useless anyway, so what's the point in fighting anymore? But the battle continued. From the sky to the ground in the east, a battle had begun between the cryptid forces, who had succeeded in escaping the holy barrier, and King Gazel's Pegasus Knights. They responded in place of those who could not move, but the fighting power that should have been conserved was consumed from the beginning. Immediately after the war began, they were in an overwhelmingly unfavorable situation, but even so, humanity had not yet lost. Even in times of despair, they had not yet given up hope. Lumina's commanded as a god. "Give up. Even if you die, I will revive you, so put aside your fears and challenge the enemy." Hinata followed suit. "That's right. I would rather live proudly as a warrior to the end than give up and die miserably here. You all feel the same, don't you?" Those words resonated in the hearts of the warriors. The will to fight that had been cut off and about to disappear was barely connected. Inspired by this, Calgurio gave a rousing speech. "Listen. Our goddess has risked her life to protect us. Even if we band together, we cannot compare to her in terms of fighting power. In the Eastern Empire, there is not a soldier who does not hear these words, because everyone understands that they are protected by the mercy of the goddess Velgrind. And now, they have experienced that blessing. If they are not inspired by this, they will be criticized as weaklings who do not deserve to be here. It no longer matters if the enemy is despair itself. The Imperial soldiers RETURNP a GE 168 321 will not retreat, even if they are killed in battle." Seeing the changes in the humans, Testarosa's confidante bursts out in loud laughter. "Fufu, fufu, exactly, that's exactly right. If you guys were seen in such an unsightly figure by Testarossa-sama, it seemed to be enough to say that much." Before Shin could finish his sentence, 200 members of the Black Numbers rose to their feet. They stood motionless, and then they directed their murderous intent at the cryptids and bravely resumed the fight. And thus, the human side also regained momentum. Even if they were going to lose, they were determined to fight to the end, and thus the long despair welcomed the beginning of the end. The monster country's executives gathered in the control room. More than a day had passed since Lumina's announcement. "Sawe contacted me. We've annihilated the threat of Zelenus and driven away the calamity of Vega, but it seems we still can't relax. I'm sure you're all exhausted, but please continue to stay alert." That's what the Supreme Commander, Benimaru, said. Sawe had also deployed to be able to respond immediately to the battle situation. There weren't even any clone bodies left here, and now he was only connected to Benimaru through thought transmission. That's how urgent the situation was. The assembled executives nodded with worried expressions. It's pointless to have protected our homeland if the world is destroyed. Although not everyone is in perfect condition, they are full of spirit. However, there are some who cannot be helped by spirit alone. Zijin was the most notable, having fallen into an evolutionary slumber and therefore absent. Speaking of absences, Diablo was also missing. He had gone off somewhere, saying that he had some personal business to attend to. Benimaru was concerned, but had a rough idea of where he was headed. He gave a wry smile, thinking that it couldn't be helped, and decided to let him do as he pleased. "So, Benimaru-chan, how should we proceed from now on?" Ramirez asked on behalf of those gathered here. The forces that have returned from the former Euryzania will be dispatched to Damargania. Atmosphere in the control room became tense. I will take command. Benimaru declared before anyone could object. More than half of the Curani were left behind in old Euryzania and had turned into ice statues. Despite this, he had no intention of carrying out a rescue operation. RETURNP a GE-171, 321. The executives, such as Gabel and Geld, upon hearing this decision, could only realize that Benimaru's resolve was extraordinary. Gabru was worried about Safia, who had just become his girlfriend. However, this was not the kind of atmosphere where he could say that. Since Benimaru had made his decision after looking at the overall situation, it was the duty of a warrior to follow his orders. Geld felt the same way. Not all of Geld's subordinates, the yellow corps, yellow numbers, and orange corps, orange numbers, had returned. Those who had shouldered the damage that Geld had received through ultimate gift, Beelzebub, were likely still waiting for rescue. Both Gabel or Geld, if it were allowed, would have felt like marching out to old Euryzania immediately. However, that was not allowed. It was not that Benimaru was cold-hearted. On the contrary, he was the most compassionate man of them all. Since it was Benimaru's decision, no one could argue with it. If there was any doubt, how will we travel? The pregnant Alvis asked the tactical question. Even the Huryuu, the fastest fighting force in the demon country, would take more than a full day to reach Damargania. And that was without sleep or rest. Not to mention the other army corps. If they didn't march out immediately, there was a strong possibility that they wouldn't make it in time for the critical battle. If Rimuru was there, he would have used a large-scale transportation technique to solve the problem. But now they had to do it on their own, and the concept of logistics that they hadn't had to consider much until now weighed heavily on them. Alvis was concerned about this and intervened, knowing it would dampen their spirits. But Benimaru was unfazed. That problem had already been solved by his sister, Shuna. There's no problem. Shuna will transport us. Yes. I've analyzed Rimuru-sama's technique, so I'll transport everyone safely to their destination. Benimaru declared, and Shuna nodded with a smile. It's not like there won't be any problems. There was a large gap in the amount of magic essence between Rimuru and Shuna. No matter how simplified the technique was, it was expected that the RETURNP a GE-172, 321 burden of transporting so many people at once would be considerable. However, no one pointed this out. Everyone sensed Shuna's resolve and understood. If Shuna herself said it was no problem, then there was no problem. Rimuru's teaching, never say you can't do something. Shuna would never break that, so success was all but guaranteed. What happens after that is something to be considered when the time comes. Ramirez-sama, I'll leave the defense of the labyrinth to you. Shuna's request was a declaration that she would be unable to use her powers to defend the labyrinth. Ramirez was not stupid enough to not notice this. Of course. Leave it to me, the supreme demon Lord Lamelles, I'll take care of it. She accepted with her usual smile as if to reassure Shuna. Benimaru nodded vigorously. I'm entrusting you with the defense of the labyrinth. Understood. However, as soon as Zijin awakens, abandon the labyrinth and go out to battle. Everything Rimuru left behind was inside the labyrinth. There are even Alvis and Mamaji, who are more important to Benimaru than his own life. But even so, Benimaru did not waver. Leave the defense of the labyrinth to Beretta and Trainee. I don't want to die either, but depending on the situation, I don't know what will happen. If you can contact me, that's fine. If not, Apido, you will have to judge the war situation yourself. Leaving the defense of the labyrinth in someone else's hands is an unbelievable order under normal circumstances. However, that was proof that the current situation was dire. Realizing Benimaru's RETURNP a GE-173, 321 feelings, Apido nodded gravely. Benimaru, who is a confident man, was practically declaring that he couldn't even tell if he was safe. Since Apido was left behind as insurance, she had to live up to that trust. That's right. Now is the time to protect the fate of the world, exactly. We'll surely be victorious. Win. And then they all laughed together. That determination was something that everyone shared. Kumara, you'll also be heading out. Understood. Kumara replied with a fearless smile. This wasn't the first time she'd fought outside the labyrinth, so she weren't shaken by it. Nodding in response, Benimaru announced the final decision. As for the Crimson Corps, Hakiru will lead them until Gabua returns. Leave it to me. Leave the goblin riders to Gobta. Ranga and Kumara will support him. Run around the battlefield and show your strength. Roger, understood. I'll look forward to it. For the Flying Dragon Corps, I authorize each of you to fight freely. Hearing Benimaru's words, Gabble made a face. He thought that he would be the one to command them. As if to answer this question, Benimaru continued. Gabble, Geld, I want to give you two a different mission. RETURNP a G, E174, 321. If it was a separate mission in this important situation, it was clear that it was something extremely important. Gabble and Geld held their breath and waited for Benimaru to elaborate. I might not even need to order you to do this. Benimaru began explaining the plan. It was very dangerous, but Gabble and Geld expressions brightened, because, as Benimaru had said, it was exactly the order they had wanted. I understand. I'm entrusting the Huryu to Yashichi, Sukaru, and Kakishin. Lizard Posse. Yeah, leave it to me. Indeed. Do your best, Gabaru-sama. As if responding to the motivated Gabaru, his three confidants took on the task in their usual tone. It was exactly as always. That made them, feel as though success was guaranteed. And Geld too. Even if it means my death, I will definitely fulfill my role, he declared with a spirited fushu. Tilda bang, he hadn't fully recovered yet, but he didn't care at all. And so each member of the counterattack was given a role. Over 100 members of the Kurenai, 100 members of the Huryu, and 100 members of the Goblin Riders. A total of 300+ people, led by Benimaru, were to march out. With Zijin asleep and Ipito remaining as a liaison, all the other 12 Guardian Lords were dispatched. The defensive strength of the labyrinth had never been so low before, and everyone hoped deep in their hearts that this would never happen again. Jahil was pondering. What was the right move going forward? Zalario's betrayal was a painful blow. There was also the insect demon lord Zelenus, but that was an existence that Jahil could not possibly handle. To begin with, he wondered how much he could trust Feldway. RETURNP a GE 175-321. Even if I follow Feldway, I won't be able to have a say in anything. That wouldn't be profitable, and besides, he remembered Benimaru. He was a detestable enemy, the worst of the worst. Despite being overwhelmingly inferior in rank, he had toyed with Jahil, the great sorcerer emperor. That was an unforgivable act of folly. For a lowly demon to defy Jahil was an evil act that should never be allowed to happen. Therefore, he had to be punished, but Benimaru was troublesome. If he had faced them alone, Jahil's victory would have been certain. However, allowing Benimaru to have a fighting force to command was a mistake. Defeating them one by one was the right answer. He didn't think he could have killed him with wide-range blood magic heat wave, so he thought he would stand in Jahil's way again. If that's the case, he should be dealt with before it gets too troublesome. I also have enemies that I must defeat. The most prominent of them is the demon Lord Luminous. She was a hateful enemy who destroyed the god ancestor whom Jahil revered. Not just Benimaru, but the demon Lord Luminous too. He had many enemies and few allies he could rely on. The army that Feldway had entrusted to him had also mostly scattered, and now only about 700 remained. This was far from enough to be a fighting force. In any case, there was no point in sitting back and waiting, so Jahil decided to start gathering information. He sent his subordinates to various places to investigate the current situation. They were Old Eurazania, Lubelius, Damargania, the Labyrinth, and Sarian, a total of 5 locations. He thought that Sarian, which he had attacked himself, was unnecessary, but he had them investigate just to be sure. Even if it was unnecessary, it would not hurt. And so time passed. Reports continued to arrive. And they were something that Jahil could not ignore. Old Eurazania was sealed off in a world of ice. Even if they tried to investigate the inside, they would not be able to reach the center with a half-hearted force, and the details were unknown. It was assumed that the battle between Guy and Velzard was still ongoing. The problem was the remaining 4 locations. RETURNP a GE 176, 321. First of all, Dagrul was defeated in Lubelius. Only Fen, but Dagrul, the god of destruction, was defeated. I can't believe Veldora has grown that powerful. Even from Jahil's perspective, an existence superior to him was easily defeated. That fact surprised Jahil more than Zalario's betrayal. It'll be hard to recover from this. So, what are you going to do, Feldway? At this point, the existence of the 3-star commanders had become nothing more than a mere formality. The various army corps had also collapsed, and the damage would be too great to conquer the base world. It would be fine if they still won, but the battles in other regions were also of concern. The movements of those who entered the labyrinth were one of them. It seems that communication had been cut off, and their whereabouts were unknown. What was even more surprising was the fact that even Zelenus had appeared. With such a strong person participating in the battle, it seemed like it was only a matter of time before the labyrinth collapsed. And yet, there had been no progress since then. This was a serious situation, but Jahil's judgment was wrong. No way. Vega might have been a different matter, but there was no way Zelenus could have been defeated. Even if that Benimaru person had returned, it would be impossible for him to win. He thought so because he was too set in his own common sense. The reason there had been no news was probably because the battle within the labyrinth was still ongoing. No matter how much they tried to manipulate him, there was no doubt that Zelenus would win in the end. If that happened, the area centered on the labyrinth ruins would become Zelenus's territory. This was an undesirable development for Jahil. To begin with, the reason Jahil was cooperating with Feldway was to fulfill his own ambitions. To avenge the god ancestor and rule this Axis world. That was Jahil's wish. When he found out that Zerenus also wanted territory, he gave up on taking over the entire world. However, he had no intention of giving up any of his important strongholds. RETURNP a GE 177, 321. What Jahil wanted was the fertile Jura forest or the prosperous western nations. If he could be greedy, Jahil would like to have the entire central continent, including the Jura forest, in his hands. If Zelenus were to take Jura forest, he would have to give up his ambitions. Jahil wanted to stop that, but he couldn't come up with a good plan, so there was nothing he could do. However, even if he gave up Jura forest, he didn't intend to give up the wealth of the western nations as well. Since his values regarding territory differ from those of Zelenus, he believed that coexistence would be possible. He could seal them off in Jura forest as a living area for the insectors, and Jahil would reap the benefits of civilization. However, there was a problem. Feldway would likely bring the Eastern Empire under his control, but Dagrul's aim, like Jahil's, was aimed at the Western countries. He was racking his brains over how to find a compromise, but he had a plan. He would cede a large part of the Western countries. Specifically, he would hand over the northwestern part of the continent, including Lubelius, Ingrasia, and Farminas, to Dagrul. Then he intended to make the lower half, the southwestern part of the continent, including Sarian, his domain. In this way, he would divide the world into 4 parts, and they could cooperate and develop together. Then, as he accumulated power, it would be great if Jahil were to eventually rise to the top. He would also annex the former Eurazania, depending on the circumstances. It would be meaningless if he could not remove Velzard's power, so this area was an issue for the future. In any case, what was important was his own profit. Jahil thought so, and had the situation in other regions investigated. It was not his intention to have the territory he was meant to take to be ravaged, so it was a stroke of luck that the final battle took place in the direction of Lubelius. Dagrul's defeat was unexpected, but it could be said to be a good result, since it means that the territory will not have to be divided. While Jahil was pondering his future plans, he received a report about the remaining areas. After Milim unleashed her Drago Nova at the Heavenly Tower in Damargania, she went in the direction of Sarian. "What are you doing, Feldway?" Jahil was furious. RETURNP a GE 178, 321. The current stampede, Milim is the very definition of annihilation, and if left to her own devices, she poses the risk of destroying the world. If things continue as they are, even the wealth that Jahil should have obtained may be lost. Damargania is in chaos, and Lubelius is hastily gathering forces. Luminous herself revealed her true identity, and even gave a speech to the whole world about the world's crisis, summoning heroes from all over the world. Jahil laughed at her exaggerated behavior, but as he learned about the rapidly changing situation, it became more and more of a concern for him. Milim's movements were also of concern, but Lumina's end proclamation could not be ignored. If it became a threat that even Velgrind had to be mobilized to deal with. Ivaragay, the king of another world, a being that could be called the true god of destruction, an entity that would destroy the world. If such an Ivalage were to manifest, it was clear that Lumina's and the others' response was not an exaggeration. In Sarian, the battle to stop Milim continued. Jahil also tried to burn down the sacred tree, but only after determining that it could be regenerated. If Milim's dragon star explosion, Drago Nova, had been aimed at the sacred tree, the downfall of Sarian would have been inevitable. They seem to be holding out against Milim, but it's no longer something that can be called a battle. It's better that they've not being overrun, but that will only be a matter of time. While Jahil was feeling bitter about this, a new report was brought to him. A mysterious being had appeared and was fighting Milim on equal terms. He was curious about its identity, but the report continued. What? Veldora has appeared, you say? Veldora, who had defeated Dagrul, had come all the way to Sarian. I don't understand. I thought we would return to the labyrinth and deal with Zelenus. RETURNP GE 179, 321. If the situation in Lubelius had settled down, it would be natural to return to your own base home. Moreover, right now, that base was in the middle of an attack. Naturally, Jahil had thought that they would call back Veldora to deal with Zelenus. The ideal scenario would have been for Veldora and Zijin to destroy each other. Even if it didn't go that well, if Jahil could have finished off the one who remained. It was too greedy to expect that much, but in any case, information about the labyrinth remained unknown. He was more concerned about the battle in Sarian between Veldora and the others. No, more than that, fierce battles had broken out all over the world. In the labyrinth, Zelenus should be rampaging. In old Eurazania, it was speculated that Guy and Velzard were clashing. In Damargania, the threat of Ivrage was about to emerge. And in Sarian, an out-of-control Milim was wreaking havoc. So, Jahil pondered. In this chaotic situation, what should be prioritized? Jahil struggled and then made a decision. Since Feldway is controlling Milim, there's no problem with leaving them alone. Personally, I think I should settle this long-held grudge here. Jahil turned his attention to Damargania. He thought he'd take advantage of the confusion to eliminate Luminas, who would likely be there. Jahil sneered, in an evil manner, and reluctantly got up. Asterisk. Each side of the human defense front was fighting bravely against their respective enemies. The eastern side, which suffered the most damage, was fighting in a desperate battle. The moment of defeat had not come, thanks to the barely maintained holy barrier. However, this was merely postponing the final moment a little. Everyone understood this, but continued to fight with unyielding spirit. RETURNP GE 180, 321. The only good thing was that the world destruction dragon Ivrage had stopped moving. Sitting on the shoulder of a large monster, she had become quiet. It was watching the battle with a seemingly cheerful expression, but showed no signs of moving. There was a plan to take this opportunity to launch an attack, but no one could carry it out. Velgrind was also focusing on recovering her strength, and anyone other than her was too weak. They came to the conclusion that it was better to wait and see rather than recklessly provoking it. Besides, if they could buy time, there was a possibility that the situation might improve. Although, that too depends on Rimuru. Luminas scoffed at herself. That was a very fleeting possibility. There was a chance that Rimuru's subordinates might come to their aid. It seemed that Zelenus the insect lord had appeared in the labyrinth, so there was no way they would have any strength to spare. Even so, for some reason, Luminas was hopeful. The others were the same, and the reason they hadn't given up fighting yet was because of such hope. And speaking of hope, I can't imagine that stubborn and impudent Rimuru would just let himself be defeated. He seems to have been banished somewhere, but I can't help but feel like he'll come back nonchalantly. She had been told that he had vanished, but that was her true feeling. The image of Rimuru that she had heard from Chloe was idealized, but the Rimuru that Luminous herself had observed was generally similar. He was confident, competitive, good-natured, and kind, and exuded a presence that made her want to rely on him. Even Hinata, who used to be as tense as a sharp knife, looked her age when she was with Rimuru, which was quite impressive. She was probably still confident that Rimuru was safe. If I admit defeat now, who knows what he'll say to me later. I'd hate to be mocked by him, so I'd better stay alert until the end. Thinking this, Luminas steeled herself so as not to show even a moment of weakness. The battle situation wasn't bad, or so she thought. If we could reduce the number of cryptids before Ivarage made her move, perhaps we could do something about it. It seemed to her that she was gaining the upper hand. RETURNP a G, E181 321. The battles in other areas were similar, and they seemed to be managing to minimize casualties. The cryptids were strong individually, but they were a race unfamiliar with group warfare. While there were some who cooperated with each other, so they couldn't let their guard down, it was good news that they hadn't fallen into a situation where they were completely overwhelmed. If only we could do something about the world destruction dragon, Ivaragay. That's what everyone was thinking when they started to think that. The situation suddenly changed. Ivaragay, who was sitting on the shoulder of a large monster with her legs dangling, grinned. "Given you more friends?" Everyone was confused by his sudden statement. But the next moment, they understood what it meant. It was unknown what kind of ritual had been performed beyond the door, but the nature of the appearing phantoms had changed. To be more specific, they had become humanoid. Most of them were grotesque creatures without even eyes, noses, or mouths, but some of them had a non-human beauty. It seemed that the higher-ranking individuals had higher combat capabilities. TCH, that's troublesome. I wonder if they learned from how we fight? Hinata grumbled. Until now, they had been fighting against beasts, but the humanoid phantoms had begun to use their hardened skin as weapons and even use something like swordsmanship. The strength of the outer skin, which had been uniform until then, had also changed, with the weaponized parts being strong and the rest weaker. It may seem that they became weaker because of the increased number of weak spots, but it could also be seen as more dangerous because their attack power has increased. Moreover, they seem to be learning tactics in real time. It is not unreasonable to suddenly increase their power, but if this continued, they would gradually become more and more disadvantaged. There's no end to this. What do we do, Calgurio? Don't ask me. All we can do is try to kill them with one blow, without showing our hand as much as possible. RETURNP a G, E182, 321, even if they understood this, it was difficult to put it into practice. It's not a feat that anyone can imitate, except for skilled people like Calgurio and Minties. Moreover, the existence value of the higher-ranked individuals exceeded that of any previous enemies. Not only were they highly durable, but some of them even became capable of super-fast regeneration. At this point, it would become difficult to defeat them before they could learn. That's bad. Ivaragay has been watching us the whole time. As Hinata pointed out, Ivaragay had been observing the battle all along. In other words, it was constantly learning and adapting their fighting style. The ominous premonition she had felt at first was becoming a reality. Everyone felt it, and they had to fight against the anxiety that welled up from the depths of their hearts. The situation was the toughest in the east, but the other lines of defense were also struggling. First, in the west, a beast came out of the door with a swaying sound. It had the presence of a king, a beast that runs through the void, Kakashi. Contrary to its cute name, it had an extremely ferocious appearance. It was close to a wolf in shape, but far larger. It had the body of a lion, the head of a dragon, and its total length reached 10 meters. Its height was also over 5 meters. The jet-black dragon scales covering its entire body stood on end like a mountain of needles, and they were so sharp that it would not be an exaggeration to call them spears. Its tail was divided into 8 branches and wriggled like a poisonous snake. It had 6 glowing crimson eyes, glaring at its surroundings. It might seem that it would have many blind spots due to its huge body, but that was a mistake. That's because it had bulging eyes growing all over its body. They were not fixed. It seemed that it could make them appear at will, and they could even be created on the dragon scales. Sharp claws dully shone on its sturdy 4 legs. In addition, countless small protrusions grew in the gaps between the dragon scales, giving it a truly mysterious atmosphere. And those fangs, they were fearsome, like a symbol of a predator, evoking terror in the hearts of those who saw them. Kakashi glanced at the waiting warriors, but quickly lost interest. Instead, his attention was focused on the world he was experiencing for the first time. RETURNP a G, E183 321, he snorted and took in the smell of the wind. Satisfied, it let out a roar. The wind trembled. It became a shock wave, blowing away those who lacked the strength. What a guy. Gregory, who hated dogs, shivered as if his trauma had been stimulated. Even so, with the pride of a former 3 martial saints in his heart, he took a stance towards Kakashi. It was Shinin Dagura who stepped forward, restraining Gregory. Ridiculous. A mere beast like that we can easily... Shin cut his words short and stared at Kakashi. It had ignored Shin and the others and lay down gracefully. However, it didn't seem to be that it had no intention of fighting. A group of beasts that seemed to be Kakashi's brethren were steadily walking out. They were of the same lineage and similar in appearance. The only differences were their slightly smaller bodies and the fact that they only had 4 eyes instead of 6. How different the extent of their combat abilities would be unknown until they fought. "Everyone, prepare," Shin shouted. Her voice was the signal for Kakashi's followers to move. And so, the battle began. Kakashi's followers were different. While the cryptids don't usually gather in groups, this was a group that worked in perfect harmony. Even when viewed individually, their combat abilities were extremely high. According to the standards set by the Free Association, they were at least A rank. Moreover, there were many S rank and above individuals mixed in, making them incredibly dangerous. Even the heroes of humanity gathered in this place had individual abilities above A rank. They were by no means inferior, but if asked whether they could win in a one-on-one fight, the reality was that it would be difficult. Moreover, this group excelled in group battles. For the human side, which was a ragtag bunch, they were far too dangerous an enemy. RETURNP a GE 184 321, you guys, gather with those you get along with. Never be alone, Glenda shouted. That was a very astute instruction. The Kakashi clan members that continued to appear increased in number to over several hundred. Facing them alone was nothing short of suicidal. The front line was only being maintained thanks to the Holy Barrier, a favorable condition for humanity. These damn dogs. Gregory was fighting like a lion, blowing away Kakashi's minions. The enemy was not a dog, but it would be rude to correct him. Shin's beheading demon blade crushed several minions at once. She was demonstrating incredible fighting ability, but the number of enemies was still huge. Everyone must have thought that it didn't feel like the numbers were decreasing at all. Enemies continued to appear. They were still outnumbered, but there was no telling when that would be reversed. The never-ending game of cat and mouse was wearing down the warriors' minds. Perhaps understanding this, Kakashi did not move. He gazed out over the battlefield with an intelligent, cold gaze, waiting for an opportunity. And finally, the time had come. Kakashi stood up and roared. It was the second roar of the day, but this time there was something different. Kakashi was a beast, but even compared to humans, he was highly intelligent. He was cunning, cautious, and had the judgment to avoid fights he couldn't win. Kakashi had made the decision to attack. This meant that he was sure of victory. His roar made the air tremble. Unlike the first threat, this time he had issued a serious order to attack. This caused his followers to change their behavior. They no longer feared sacrifice and now attacked with abandon. Well, this is tough. Wait, what's this unpleasant feeling? Glenda, who had reloaded with divine skill and shot down one of them, was about to complain. But then she noticed something and frowned. Immediately afterwards, everyone, hold your breath and prepare for defense. If you let your guard down, you'll die. RETURNP a GE 185 321, Glenda's voice roared. It was not inferior to Kakashi's roar and reached her allies as a thought transmission. Immediately after that, Kakashi was using his roar as cover to launch another attack. Small protrusions sprouted from the gaps in the dragon scales that covered his massive body, and viscous decomposing enzymes were spewing from their tips. This was mixed with Kakashi's magical energy and spread into the atmosphere by the roar. It was harmless to Kakashi's subordinates, but it was a poisonous fog that was fatal to other living things. If Glenda had not warned him, many people would have died. Some of Shin's subordinates, the Yamagiri, were vomiting blood and suffering. They had probably tried it out of curiosity, but the result was that their lungs were burned and they could not breathe. Their internal organs were rotten and blood was leaking out. Their eyes were crushed, and the mucous membranes in their noses rotted and bled, causing them to endure the hellish pain for about 3 hours. Unfortunately, even healing potions could not negate the effects. They would not die, but they would have to repeat the destruction and regeneration until the effects of the poison mist faded. Seeing the devastation, everyone was grateful for Glenda's danger sense. TCH, that's why I hate dogs. Gregory spat out sourly. Still, it was amazing that Gregory could bitch in a situation like this, and it was true that it gave those who heard it a little peace of mind. In addition to this, Shin made a move. True birth of heaven and earth's life and death chaotic fate. Shin's great sword, God Japanese symbol Gouriki Maru cut through the sky. With just that, Kakashi's poisonous fog was detoxified. The absurdity of the cancellation ability, boasted by the ultimate skill. King of Tyranny Susanoo was still alive and well, and it was a great achievement that was worthy of Shin's reputation. Whether it's an enemy or ingredients, cooking is my specialty. I don't feel like I'm going to lose this match. RETURNP a GE 186, 321, this declaration greatly encouraged the warriors. As long as Shin was there, they knew they couldn't lose, and they became even more motivated. Even so, the battle was still in its early stages. With Kakashi's second roar, the battle on the western front also intensified. What appeared on the southern front was an extremely strange existence. It was Swim, a fish that swims through the stars. When it appeared, Ultima muttered, "Oh, too bad. That guy looks dangerous. Honestly, I don't think we can defeat it without casualties." That was a fair assessment. In response, Veyron immediately ordered, "Everyone stand back. I'll take the lead." The heroes from each country looked at Veyron with eyes wondering who this old man was, but before they could raise a cry of dissatisfaction, Yaum gave the command. "Hey, you guys, get behind us quickly." This is where Yaum's communication skills came into play. Thanks to the trust he had earned, the heroes, who were full of quirks, basically differences of opinion, I think, obeyed. Some people complained, but that was just a formality. Before Swim could show his whole body, the only warriors remaining within the barrier were Ultima and the demons. Good judgment. "If you were a little later, you guys would have died," she said it in a light tone, but it was no laughing matter. However, the correctness of those words was proven immediately after. What is that eerie monster? Fish. There were also flying fish monsters like megalodons. RETURNP, a GE 187 321. That remark was made under the mistaken impression that the Swim that had just appeared was also of that lineage. Swim is an image of a squid swimming in the sky, but its torso alone, excluding the tentacles, is about 10 meters long. The tentacles are 3 to 5 meters long, and it would be classified as a fairly large monster. However, that was an inaccurate assessment. Compared to gargantuan monsters like Calibdes, it was small, but it was not such an easy existence that its strength could be measured by the size of its body. That is now being proven. The Swim swayed. The tentacle part, a collection of small, strange creatures that had been parasitizing Swim, detached all at once and danced in the space. Their speed reached the speed of sound in 5 seconds. The maximum speed is unknown because the distance is short, but no one wanted to know. Because it was clear that being hit by it would result in instant death. Its figure, spinning and moving straight ahead, looked as if it were raining spears. In fact, the aberration's entire body was covered in biological heterogeneous steel areonium, so it didn't matter if they were small. On the contrary, it was the opposite. They had become extremely dangerous beings that could pierce through everything. Seriously. If I'd been in there, I'd have died before I could do anything. Sight of those tiny monsters dancing wildly was fantastical, but terrifying. With perfectly coordinated movements, they were rampaging through the holy purification barrier. However, the reason they had the time to admire the beauty was because there were no casualties. Ultima's warning, and the subsequent shouts from Veyron and Yaum. If this had not happened, a mass slaughter in the first move would have occurred. And so, the 200 or so demons that remained on the battlefield fought with all their might, putting their pride on the line. Annoying. RETURNP a GE 188 321 Ultima shouted in frustration, instantly eliminating the plethora of monsters. It was truly a miracle, but Ultima's only target was the big boss Swim. Swim swims through the sky. It swims with complete freedom. Sorry about all that swimming. He can move at any speed. In other words, it means that it can move at maximum speed from the start. Swim's maximum battle speed is near the speed of light. Light speed is about 880,000 times the speed of sound. Swim's speed does not reach light speed, but it can fly at a speed close to it. Although his speed is greatly slowed down in the atmosphere, he can still move at more than 100,000 times the speed of sound, making it impossible for ordinary people to even see him. Not sure what Fuse was smoking writing this. However, it won't affect Ultima. The moment she grasps its existence, she can ignore physical laws and respond. It was fortunate that Ultima was in the battle in the south. She countered Swim's superhuman speed with skill and magic. The outcome will unfold in a realm that no one can predict. Furthermore, the battlefield itself is undergoing changes. Following the first swim, a succession of grotesque creatures appeared one after another. The cryptids created by Ivregay are diverse and have no sense of unity. Among them are humanoid monsters like the insectors. The heroes who escaped the first attack were forced to deal with these new threats. The northern front had become hell. It was being ravaged by the appearing bird that flies through dimensions, Habataki. The Bloody Knights and the Black Numbers were defeated by the Habataki without any means of resistance. Blood splattered and limbs flew into the air. What's with this? What just happened? Ultima wasn't here, therefore. They didn't realize how dangerous the enemy was until they was face to face with it. This is bad, Adalman muttered. He finally realized the situation. But this is not because Adalman was slow. RETURNP a GE 189-321, the massacre had begun without a warning signal, and not even a minute had passed. There was no time to observe the situation, so they had to consider countermeasures from now on. In response to Adalman, Gadra gave his opinion. Transfer, huh? Moreover, judging from the brilliance of its whole body, those feathers are Higiericane, huh? A two-headed eagle wrapped in golden feathers, that was the visage of Habataki. Its total length from the tip of its head to the end of its tail was about 3 meters. Although it is large for a bird, it is small for a deformed phantom beast. However, its ferocity and fighting ability made it the strongest among the cryptids. Swim are the fastest and excel at long-distance travel. In contrast, Habatakis are slower than Swim. Gemini translated it as swims, gonna call it Mr. Swims from now on, and are not as fast when traveling long distances. Even so, Habataki is stronger than Swims. The very reason for this was the transfer, teleportation, that Gadra pointed out. It accelerates and transfers, and cuts the enemy without killing its momentum. It seems to be similar to Glenda's ability, but there doesn't seem to be any spatial fluctuation. It's refined to a level close to teleportation, so it's difficult to grasp its location with magic perception. With Glenda's unique skill, Sniper Neuramano, a distortion occurs in space when space connection is established, so the location of its appearance can be predicted. However, in the case of Habataki, the appearance location could be freely set. It appears at the same time as the space is distorted, so it is a similar but different ability. If it is not possible to avoid it after perceiving it, then this is, as Gadra says, an ability that is almost close to instant movement. You guys, this is not the time for a rambling explanation. Pope Louis lashed out at them. Seeing the miserable state of his subordinates made him appear furious. However, the Bloody Knights are almost immortal, so not a single one of them died. They are repairing the loss of their bodies with self-regeneration. They cannot immediately return to the battle line, but they can be revived after some time. RETURNP a GE 190-321. As expected of the Black Numbers, they are maintaining the front line. Although there was some initial confusion, it seems that they are making it easier to predict Habataki's appearance by spreading multiple barriers around them. As expected of Diablo's direct subordinates, they are a group that is incredibly used to actual combat. Adalman and Gadra exchanged looks as Louis warned them. Habataki are not the only enemies. A wide variety of strange monsters are gushing out of the door. If this is left unchecked, it seems that it will be an irreversible situation. Indeed, it seems that this is not the time to be idle. That's right. Well then, I will head out as well. Two nodded to each other and switched their attention to battle mode. Everyone, rest assured, my god is alive and well. Let me show you a miracle as proof of this. Sacred magic, high-grade wide area recovery great high heal, and wide area body part regeneration great regeneration. By obtaining a body, Adalman had perfectly regained his senses. And even the skills he had used in life. Moreover, he was extremely adept and was able to switch between monster and human recovery magic. This was truly excellent and helped the warriors who were working hard to regenerate themselves. The warriors who were instantly resurrected attacked an enemy that matched their strength. Albert and Venti took stances to protect Adalman. Seeing this, Gadra made his move. I also want to annihilate the enemy with large-scale magic, but it seems difficult to capture that thing. Well, be that as it may, there are ways to deal with it. With that said, he charged into the melee battlefield. Gadra, who was reborn as a metal demon, had also become a master of close combat magic. His martial arts skills are still lacking, but he can make up for that with magic, so he has a fair fighting ability. It was enough for the cryptids who had no knowledge of martial arts, and he began to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Gunter, who was listening to the conversation, looked back at himself with a sigh. I was outsmarted from the first move, but I can't be defeated like this. RETURNP a GE 191 321, that's right. It seems that other enemies have appeared, and it's not the time for you to be watching from the sidelines. Louis nodded at Gunter's words. These two are not so close, but they are not bad either. They just hate to have their respective territories invaded, but when they cooperate, they can demonstrate their true value. Since Lady Luminous is watching, let's get serious here. That's right. Let's make the power of Gunter Strauss known far and wide, so that I don't bring shame to the name of divine ancestors' disciple. In this flow, Luminous turned her attention to the north and shouted a rousing voice. Don't be foolish. You guys should hurry up and counterattack. A minute and a half had passed since the start of the battle. In the north, they didn't hold back from the start, and it became an all-out war. Thus, fierce fighting was unfolding on all sides, with the tower at its center. Luminous was keeping an eye on the entire battlefield, but the eastern area where Ivrigay was located was particularly tense. Million class, like Hinata and Calgurio, were fighting against multiple humanoid phantoms. Skilled people like Shin and Minties were fighting against single individuals and reliably defeating them. The others are taking on one enemy with 3 people, trying to minimize casualties as much as possible. These warriors were supported by Luminous's sacred magic. Was there a mistake in my strategy? Luminous wondered if she should have placed more healing magicians on each side, but then she realized that this was still the best combination. Thanks to Ramaris, Labyrinth, the number of users of sacred magic had also increased. Although she hadn't expected such a situation, she could say that this result was fortunate. Still, there were many problems. Even if there are enough healers, you still need the strength to protect them, so it's not as simple as just splitting them up equally. It's important to distribute them in a balanced way, and it's inevitable that there will be times when healing doesn't come fast enough. RETURNP a GE 192 321. For this reason, Luminous had to keep a close eye on the entire battlefield. And it was only natural that she would bear the greatest burden. And so, while keeping a close eye on Ivrigay, she was also responsible for healing at key points. But then an unexpected disaster befell her. The remnants of the angel army led by Jahil attacked like a nightmare. Jayahahaha, I've taken the trouble to come myself, Luminous. Seeing the evil Magin flying in from the sky and laughing loudly, Luminous clicked her tongue in disgust. Getting in the way at a time like this, you're still a man who can't read the atmosphere. Luminous hated Jahil from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, his arrival at this timing would do more harm than good, no matter how you looked at it. In fact, Jahil's target was Luminous, and he charged in as if he didn't care about the small fry. Hinata noticed Jahil and tried to fly up to intercept, but Luminous stopped her. There was no room to spare on the battlefield, and on top of that, Jahil's forces had joined the enemy, making the chaos even worse. She judged that if Hinata were to leave here, the balance of power would collapse. Just as Jahil had intended, Luminous was in the perfect situation with no one to protect her. Heavens are on my side. Well, that's only natural. The great sorcerer Emperor Jahil will be the one to rule the world. Jahil said this arrogantly and with a vulgar smile. Luminous retorted, outraged. Ridiculous. How can someone as base and immoral as you become a ruler? Don't make me laugh, she dismissed him with a laugh. The two were like oil and water. Luminous and Jahil stood facing each other in silence. Luminous's true intention was to eliminate Jahil. However, unfortunately, Jahil's strength was genuine. Moreover, he held the ancestor's blood spear in his hand, which greatly amplified Jahil's power. Fighting him head-on is a foolish move. If I could at least set a trap and come up with countermeasures, I could have gotten rid of this guy. RETURNP a GE 193 321. Even if she fought here, she could manage to avoid defeat. Luminous believed that she could do it, although it would be difficult. However, it was impossible to destroy Jahil. There was a fatal difference in the amount of magic essence energy. Luminous's strength lies in her indirect tactics. By having the warriors on the battlefield use their faith and their brains as computing devices to perform parallel processing, she can unleash large-scale techniques that reach the realm of the gods. This is the true nature of the divine art, sanctuary. By making full use of this, it becomes possible to use sacred magic that exceeds the limits of the individual, but it is impossible in the current state. This is because prior preparation is required to utilize the calculation domain of others. To put it simply, only the techniques that have been set in advance can be used. In this case, there are only two magic spells: regeneration, which is always active, and resurrection, which is activated in emergencies. If one thinks of it as a support magic, it would be the optimal solution, but to defeat Jahil, disintegration is needed. I don't have the luxury of changing the technique now. However, it will be impossible to destroy this guy with spiritual disintegration, activated with my own power. First of all, the range is too narrow to hit him. Once activated, spiritual disintegration moves at the speed of light, but before that, it is necessary to capture and surround the target. This is difficult, which is why it is said that it does not work against powerful opponents. After beating down the enemy and immobilizing them, you can unleash spiritual disintegration as the final blow. This would be ideal, but Lumina's judges that she is not strong enough. Jahil, on the other hand, is not letting his guard down against such Luminas. That damn bastard. I don't know what kind of plan or secret weapon he has up his sleeve, so it would be foolish to attack carelessly. As expected, what else can I say? As they were born to the same father, they had similar thoughts. However, Jahil thinks that he can somehow manage even by relying on brute force. But in that case, there was a fear that she might be able to escape. Even the ancestor, who was a god to Jahil, Returnp a GE-194, destroyed by Luminas, who was right in front of him. If he didn't finish her off while he could, he might be the next one to be killed. From the state of the battlefield, there was no sign of a trap like the one that killed the ancestor. If there is no trap, it is as good as winning, Jahil sneered evilly. And carefully, he needed the karmic fire of ultimate enchant. King of Flames, Agni, Luminas sensed danger. It's a tremendous power, but what should I do? Luminas is confident that she will not lose to an opponent who pushes with simple power alone. However, naturally, there was a limit to that. She was aware that even if she used any tricks or used secret techniques, she could never completely defeat a dragon kind like Veldora, because the recovery speed is faster than the damage given. So, as a tactic, she would stick to harassment and look for a way to settle the matter. Basically harass him until he fucks off. But it didn't work against an opponent like Jahil. Compared to Veldora, Jahil is nothing much. But if they fight as is, it seems that it would not be fun for Luminous. Die! Jahil unleashed a large fireball, containing enough energy to burn Luminous to ashes. Rather than face it head-on, Luminous put up a compressed barrier in both hands to deflect the energy, and activated super-speed regeneration to make up for the remaining energy, avoiding instant death. Pushed by the fireball, Luminas landed on the ground. The surrounding ground was boiling like magma, showing just how dangerous the heat of the large fireball was, but Luminas keyed a cool head. Take me for a fool, she said boldly towards Jahil. The energy she lost has already been recovered with ultimate ability, ultimate skill, Lust King, Asmodeus. If she only had to continue a long-term battle as it is, there were many ways to deal with it. However, she doesn't have a decisive way to defeat Jahil, and she was in a cornered situation where one wrong move would mean checkmate. While maintaining a strong attitude so that Jahil doesn't realize this, and waited for him to wear himself out and make a mistake, Returnp a GE-195-321, Luminous was superior in terms of skill. While this advantage remained, she prayed that the situation would improve. Here, the luck of the god Luminous explodes. Helpers appeared. Two people, a beautiful woman in a suit and a small girl, Cagali and Tyr. Demon Lord Luminous, that person is also our enemy. We would like to join forces. What do you think? Kagari offered with a stern expression. Luminous was not one to refuse. Using anything that can be used is Luminous's creed and way of life. Well, you'd better be useful to me, she said arrogantly, and decided to join forces with them. Kagari and Tia had been tracking Jahil without being noticed. Jahil has tremendous power. but he was careless about his surroundings. Perhaps it was because he was so strong that he was careless, or perhaps because he was arrogant. If he was a real powerful person, he would have noticed that they were following him, but Jahil showed no sign of it, as I thought. He hasn't had time to refine his power since he awakened. It's just as I expected. Yeah, it seems we could fight him, but even so, we still can't win by ourselves. Kagari and Tia had been observing Jahil while following him, trying to find his weaknesses. As a result, they had concluded that he was not an undefeatable opponent. However, they were well aware that they couldn't do anything about it on their own. They needed something to shift the scale. What they came across without finding it was the fierce battlefield, Damargania. Jahil's target was the demon Lord Luminous. Returnp a GE 196, 321. The girl who was thought to be a follower of demon Lord Roy Valentine was an ancient being who was longer lived than Kagari. She learned that fact by watching the videos projected in various parts of the world. Luminous's combat ability was higher than Kagari's. Even so, she was no match for Jahil, which was Kagari's assessment. Even if Kagari and Tia lent a hand, there was no chance of winning. But Jahil was not the only enemy. If they let Luminous die here, humanity itself would be defeated by the cryptids. That's ridiculous, Kagari said to herself with a hint of self-mockery. She wanted to avenge her comrades, but that was now difficult. If she had continued to wait for an opportunity to kill Jahil until the very end, perhaps her wish would have come true. To throw away that possibility and choose the survival of humanity. Kagari was surprised to find out that she was still clinging to life. As if she could see through Kagali's thoughts, Luminous spoke. You guys have a thankless role to play. Oh, are you trying to comfort me, or have you given up? Don't talk nonsense. Even if you die, I will revive you, so be prepared to die and buy time. It meant, don't give up. Of course, Kagali nodded firmly. Even if they can't destroy Jahil now, reinforcements will surely come. If Benimaru is there, the chances of winning will greatly increase. There were also many other powerful people who were all lined up as subordinates of Demon Lord Rimuru. From what she could sense, they didn't seem to have arrived yet, but if they could buy some time, they would surely come. If they waited until that moment and then counterattacked, they would be able to destroy Jahil. They could do their best because they had hope. That's what Kagali thought. The same was true for Tia, who believed in Kagali, and Luminous had also regained her composure, thinking that she had now seen hope. However, not everything in this world goes smoothly. The next moment the scorching ray of light cut Tia, who had been shielding Kagali, in half. What? Returnp a GE 197-321, Kagali was shocked, but then she realized that her own chest had been burned through and she began to lose consciousness. I won't let that happen. Resurrection. A mysterious glow enveloped Tia and Kagali, and they were revived. HMPH. Jahil's powerful arm struck and sent Luminous flying, taking advantage of her momentary lapse in focus. In a continuing barrage of attacks, Luminous was enveloped in flames. This was the price of underestimating Jahil. If there had been an overwhelming difference in power, the story would have been different, but it was not enough to overcome the actual heat. Also, it could be said that Luminous lacked a sense of crisis, as she was fighting Jahil while simultaneously trying to grasp the entire battlefield with magic perception. She was not dead yet. Luminous was not the type to die from something like this. But there was no doubt that it was a fatal blunder. Though she had taken a lot of damage, Luminous recovered with the magic she automatically activated and stood up. As if to say that showing weakness meant defeat, she laughed and pretended that this level of injury was nothing. But Jahil was not one to be fooled by such an act. Jahahaha. As I thought. You seem to be unable to use the technique that defeated the god ancestor now. Jahil was not familiar with Luminous's abilities. However, he had inferred from the circumstances of the god ancestor's defeat that it was due to a powerful disintegration. He thought that she would unleash it at the decisive moment to try and attempt to turn the tables. That is why he attacked Luminous now, while leaving some of his power in reserve. If he had used all his power, he would not have been able to devote his power to defense, so he deliberately showed weakness. But Luminous didn't react. Returnp a GE 198-321. No. It wasn't that she didn't react, but that she couldn't. At this point, Jahil was certain of his victory. Tia and Kagali, who had been revived by Luminous, were painfully aware that their judgment had been poor. Oh my, this is tough. Kagali-sama, what should we do? Should we run away? Right now, Jahil's attention was on Lumina's. If it were just Tia and Kagali, they could have retreated from this place. However, Kagali refused. No, Tia. Even if we run away now, we'll just remain losers. They will not be happy, and they will have to continue to hold miserable feelings until the world is destroyed. Rather than living like that, they wanted to make their remaining lives something that could shine. Kagari resolved herself to die here. Laplace and Yuuki-sama died protecting me. That's why we should survive to the end. But there's no point in surviving if we remain unhappy. I don't think those two would want for us to live like that. That's right, I think so too. Yes, they had to be happy. Even if it is a short time, they must be able to think that the last moment was happy. Otherwise, the lives of your dead comrades will be worthless. She could not allow that. Therefore, she decided to fight without running away. Kagali held up the ruined scepter. She used her ultimate enchant, Book of Prophecy Agastya, to predict and calculate Jahil's next move. The same was true for Tia. Returnp a GE 199, 321, she held up the tear scythe and made full use of the ultimate enchant, Melody Player Orpheus, to unleash her full power. Even if I burn out in an instant, I will take you down with me. The grudge for killing Footman and Laplas, and the boss, I will never forgive you for taking away something precious from me. Kagari and Tia worked together to attack Jahil. Jahil was trying to finish off Lumina's, but he couldn't ignore the combined attack of these two. He wouldn't die if he was hit directly, but he wouldn't be unscathed. Besides, he knew from the previous battle that it would be troublesome to let him run free. HMPH, you good-for-nothing dolls, you're getting carried away. Jahil left Lumina's alone and decided to finish off Kagali and the others. He tried to burn them to ashes by firing a large fireball, but they didn't panic. Jahil's reaction speed exceeded Kagali and Tyr. But no, they had already taken that possibility into account. With that life-risking blow, she was going to get revenge on Jahil. Before the fireball hits them directly and burns them to ashes, they struck with a final blow, wringing out the last of their strength. With that determination, they challenged him. TCH, damn it. You're always getting in my way. Jahil braced himself, preparing for the attack. But at that moment, a black whirlwind swept through, holding Kagari and Tia in its arms. The large fireball, which was launched into the empty sky, scattered, leaving behind the smell of burning air. The one who set Kagari and Tia down on the ground and stood up was a woman in a maid outfit, dark skin, gray hair tied in a braid. Amethyst-like eyes peek out from behind the faceless mask. Who's that? The heartless jester, no face. Returnp a GE 200-321, how sly. Jahil unleashes a large fireball, but the woman who called herself the heartless jester, no face, easily dodged it. Her movements were light and graceful. However, she sustained burns from the aftermath of the fireball. What are you doing, Eva? Run, Kagari shouted, but the masked woman called Eva did not budge. Kagari-sama, you should retreat. If only you are safe, my life will have meaning. What? I was incompetent and couldn't protect Clayman-sama, but I have my pride. Please, please retreat. The woman, Eva, did not yield. Eva was a woman who served Kagari since she was a princess, and she is a dark elf. She has lived a long time and was a confidant of Kagari Kazalim when he was a demon lord. She was a secret member of the moderate clown gang, who was entrusted by Kazalim with the management of the ancient city of Amrita in the puppet country, Gistav. After Kazarium and Clayman passed away, she lived like she was dead as an elder of the Dark Elves. She was reunited with Kagari when welcoming Rimuru and his party, and was ordered to cooperate with Demon Lord Rimuru as her new mission, to watch over him and not arouse suspicion. However, upon learning of the current crisis, she could no longer remain silent. She rushed to protect Kagari and the others this time, abandoning everything. Therefore, even if it was an order from her beloved Kagali, there was no option to run away. Eva is not a deathman, so she cannot be resurrected even if she dies. But such a thing doesn't matter. If she can prolong the lives of Kagari and the others even a little, it would be her greatest wish. The skills she had honed were for this moment. Eva even felt joy with her whole body. Eva's existence value is less than 200,000. It is excellent as a confidant of an average demon lord. She was nothing but a piece of wood that would fly away when faced with the unparalleled evil of Jahil. RETURNP a GE 201, 321 even so. Eva attempts to buy time against him with only her honed skills and speed-specialized body enhancement. It was nothing but a suicidal act. Stop it already, stop it. Kigali's anguished cry echoed across the battlefield. The edges of Eva's costume were burning. The heat melted the mask, revealing Eva's true face. She had a fleeting smile. In contrast, Jahil had a cruel smirk. He had seen through Eva's strength and had come up with an appropriate way to deal with it. Instead of targeting agile Eva, he could just burn a wide area to ashes. Jahil, who was irritated and boiling with rage, was not stupid if he made a calm judgment. Listening to the hackneyed conversation between Kigali's party, Jahil was feeling annoyed. He thought that while he was clearing out these annoying nuisances, he might as well punish them for angering him. Well, you trash who get in my way, I'm going to make you feel the pain of hell. You'll regret having defied me and suffer in the flames of hell. Jahil grinned. Everything had gone as planned. Kagari and Tia stepped in to protect the small insect. Eva, who had interfered. Fools. The weaker they are, the more they tend to flock together, but I can't understand the thoughts of these fools who protect the weak and die themselves. What unfolds in front of Jahil was a familiar sight. Those insect-like things called Yuuki and Laplace also died protecting their companions like Kagari and Tia now. It is so comical that Kagari and the others, who were the very people being protected, are doing the same thing and dying in vain. Jahil was very pleased by the irony. After taking care of the rest of the obstacles, it was time for the main course, Lumina's. She was still preparing to activate her resurrection in preparation for the death of Kagari and the others. She is a very impudent and troublesome opponent. RETURNP a GE 202, 321 however, Lumina's plan failed. This is because Jahil releases a large fireball with all his might, including the power of the ancestors' blood spear. Leaving aside weaklings like Eva, Kagari and Tia are quite strong. Million class are not just for show, and they had high resistance to Jahil's abilities. Jahil intends to break through this and burn them to ashes, leaving not even a piece of bone. If he does so, it will be difficult for Lumina's to revive them with resurrection. Even if it succeeds, it should take a great deal of time for the resurrection. Jahil thought this much in a blink of an eye, and now the deadly giant fireball was complete. The released large fireball swells up just before the target, creating a fiery hell, or so it was supposed to. The moment the large fireball swelled up, it made a sad sound, Pasan, and then disappeared. Jahil was confused. Unable to comprehend what had happened, he was put in a stupor. The large fireball turned into a flash of light, engulfing and annihilating all those in the way. That was supposed to be the end of it, but all that remained was steam, drifting vainly as a remnant. Impossible. For the first time in a long time, Jahil felt the sensation of being unable to keep up with reality. Meanwhile, on the other side of the steam, a figure moved. Naturally, Kagari and the others were safe. Anger arose in Jahil's heart, and he was determined not to let a fluke happen twice. Putting aside the investigation into why such a phenomenon had occurred, Jahil tried to plan his next attack, but at that moment Jahil heard an inappropriately cheerful voice. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. That voice sounded familiar. It was someone he was sure he had killed. Are you safe, Yuuki-sama? Hehe, you're still tenacious as ever. RETURNP a GE 203, 321, overlapping the cries of the astonished Jahil, the voices of Tia and Kagari, who were confused but joyful, echoed. Yes, it was no wonder everyone was surprised. The owner of that voice was none other than the man who was supposed to be dead Kagurazaka Yuuki. He stood there dashingly, holding a woman whose face was hidden, as if protecting her. By the way, there is one more person with him. I'm here too. Laplace's muttering was drowned out by the cheers of joy. Mai Furuki was unable to grasp her own situation. Honestly, it's a wonder that she was still alive. She had intended to commit suicide with Vega and had jumped into an unknown into the gap in dimension, but she was caught in a tremendous space-time storm. She had prepared herself for death the moment she lost consciousness, but for some reason she woke up. It was a stream of energy that seemed to transcend time, space, and dimensions, the scale of which was impossible for someone like Mai even to measure. It was a miracle that she was safe after being caught up in such an incredible supernatural phenomenon. But that was not the only miracle. Since she didn't know the coordinates of her current location, there was nothing Mai could do. It was a place where there was no earth, not even an atmosphere. There was no sense of direction, up or down, left or right, and nothing to see. No, there were colorful rays of light like a rainbow, drawing geometric patterns. It was like a snowflake, and it was probably not a figure intended by anyone. It was a beautiful and terrifying sight, like a scenery scene before death. My thought that she would continue to wander without being able to do anything. She thought that the moment her energy hit zero would be the moment her life would end. However, that judgment was wrong. "Are you awake?" Someone spoke to her very casually. It wasn't a voice, but a thought. The dimensional gap where Mai was is a place that had no air or anything. Magical energy may or may not be present, but even if you make a sound, it will not become a voice. Anyway, that voice sounded familiar. RETURNP a GE 204 321. What? Could it be Yuuki-kun? It was someone who shouldn't be here. It was her great benefactor, who had picked up Mai, who had wandered into another world without knowing anything, and had even taken care of her. He was a cunning, unfathomable, and more reliable boy than anyone else. However, that is only a story of appearance, and she thinks that he is actually much older than Mai. Otherwise, the story wouldn't make sense. He was summoned to a parallel world known as the Axis world, and in just a dozen years he established a foundation within the empire. He was burning with ambition to conquer the world, but when Mai heard that he had been killed by the sorcerer Emperor Jahil, she became desperate. She believed that Yuuki would find a way for her to return to her original world. The fact that she heard Yuuki's voice like that meant, is that it? Hallucinations. Before you die, there's definitely something like that, isn't there? No, I'm right here. Ha 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 ha, no need for such a realistic explanation. It was just a dream anyway, but that was surprising. I thought of Yuuki as reliable, but I never thought I'd remember him on my deathbed. Mai couldn't believe that Yuuki was real. She had convinced herself that this was a hallucination she had before she died. She didn't remember particularly liking him, but maybe she was in love with him. And so on, she immersed herself in girlish thoughts, since it is a hallucination anyway. However, the hallucination showed no signs of ending, and the conversation between Yuuki and the other person began to permeate Mai's thoughts. Maybe it's because there's no light or anything in the space that she can't see us. Yeah. It took us a while to get used to it, so this girl won't be able to do it for a while. Well, we have plenty of time, right? I mean, does time flow here? I wonder. As I thought, even the boss doesn't know. RETURNP a GE 205 321. What should I do? Mai thought. Could it be that this is not a dream or a hallucination, but reality? Somehow she can't help but feel that way. Also, just as the people in the conversation had said, Mai was beginning to see a faint shadow of a person. By making full use of thought transmission, which uses magical energy, or magic perception, which recognizes magical energy, she could grasp the situation even in this empty space if she was close by. This is because measures have been taken by Yuuki's ability to prevent the magic essence from leaking out, but it is irrelevant to Mai. In short, she was able to recognize Yuuki and the others as soon as she got used to it. Is it really Yuuki-kun? I'm here too. This point, Mai was finally convinced. This is real, she thought. At the same time, she remembered the words of delusion that she had been spouting, and in her shame, she roared in her heart with a cry that could not be heard. Asterisk, after waiting for Mai to calm down, they started over. So, Yuuki-sama, what is the situation now? It's too late, so you don't have to use sama anymore. All right. Mai gave up, realizing that she couldn't deceive him. She changed her mind and looked around to try to assess the situation. What she was able to understand was that Mai and the others were still drifting in the gap between dimensions. Thanks to Yuuki's mysterious barrier, magic perception was activated even in the other world. They say that what lies ahead is darkness, but RETURNP a GE 206 321 outside the barrier was truly an unknown world. A shining rainbow could be seen in the distance, but it was impossible to see what was happening over there. A rainbow-colored sphere expanded nearby, then popped and disappeared. She had no idea what had happened, but she guessed that it was an outrageous situation. Mai gave up trying to understand the events outside and returned her gaze to the inside of the barrier. I still can't understand it. It's Laplace, but it looks like he only has the upper half of my body. When Mai declared with a bit of anxiety, Laplace laughed it off. Don't worry, that's the correct answer. I lost my lower body when I was blown away by Jahil. Mai thought this was no laughing matter, but she was relieved to know that her perception wasn't strange. Haha, isn't it funny? Well, it's Laplace, so there's no problem. No, there is a problem. If you revive me as it is, my lower half of the body would be naked, won't I? You can just make some clothes out of magic. You say something like that with a straight face. I'm always the straight man, so I want to be the funny man sometimes. Shit translation of the skit, sorry. No, you're usually the one who plays the funny guy too, aren't you? Mai was greatly stunned that there was no straight man. However, thanks to the comedy of the two, Mai's gloomy mood lifted. Although there was still no hope for the future, it was strange that she felt like things would work out somehow. So, Yuuki asked Mai with a serious look on his face. He told Mai that there was plenty of time, so he made her explain in detail what had happened since they died. I see. Demon Lord Milim went out of control, Feldway manipulated her, and Rimuru-san was blown away and went missing. RETURNP a GE 207-321, what? It's getting really serious. Top of that, Ivrigay is on the way, right? The world must be in disarray. You're not concerned. Well, that's right, because we are in this situation, right? Even if we want to do something, we can't do anything. Well, we can all work together and somehow. Laplace interrupts the carefree Yuuki, but his words trail off. After all, even Yuuki-kun can't do anything about it. Well, I've been trying various things. In fact, Yuuki has tried everything he can. Thanks to that, even though he was thrown into this incomprehensible place, he was able to skillfully create a barrier and try to preserve himself. But that's just a temporary solution, and it will disappear if it continues like this. It seems like even time doesn't flow in this place. Is the answer to Laplace's question from earlier. Yuuki isn't sure, but there's no other way to explain it. I've been observing it for a while and noticed something. Didn't that rainbow-colored sphere swell up and disappear there earlier? I think that's probably one world, a universe. World. That sphere, time is flowing. It seems that a time flow occurs around it due to the aftereffects, but I can't observe it. RETURNP a GE 208-321, strictly speaking, time does flow. However, since there's no way to observe it, Yuuki guesses that time doesn't flow, or it flows very slowly based on his own fatigue level, and the fact that he doesn't get hungry. Yuuki can't interfere with the information particles and can't observe them. So everything is just guesswork, but he fully demonstrated his genius and came up with the right answer. But that doesn't mean anything since there's no way to return. Then, is one of those rainbow-colored light spheres the world we were in? I don't think so. I think that's a derived world. From the generation to the end of the light sphere varies. Considering the amount of energy that can be observed, it was thought that the light sphere that can be observed here is a place unrelated to the world where Yuuki and the others were in. Mai agreed with Yuuki's opinion. Certainly. If it were in a visible place she visited, I could easily return with my ability. Even with Mai's computing ability, she was able to derive that the coordinates around here are greatly different from the base world. To perform space-time jumping with Mai's ultimate skill, King of the Star Realm Terra Mater, you need the coordinates of where you are now, the coordinates of the destination, and in addition to this, the energy required for movement. On a planet, it is a convenient ability that can be used without requiring that much energy. That's why Mai remembered the coordinates of places she had been to before. Therefore, when she had no idea where her current coordinates were, she gave up on returning. When she explained the situation to Laplace, he sighed and hung his head. It's a dead end. Laplace was disappointed because he had hoped that Mai's power might help them return home. That's understandable, but Yuuki's reaction was different. Wait a minute. Could it be that Mai's ability has evolved? Well, yes. Princess Shuna worked on my ability for me. RETURNP a GE 209-321, Mai explained the situation. In order to escape from Feldway's domination, they messed with their abilities, she said. As a result, Mai's ability had become easier to handle. Mai, who has only feelings of admiration for Shuna, who easily performed an incomprehensible act, said that she had no other choice. I don't know, it's just abnormal. Not to mention that slime itself, but his companions are also abnormal. Agree. I wish people wouldn't say it's normal to play with other people's skills. Even Yuuki was astonished when he heard Mai's explanation. But at the same time, he had come up with a certain hypothesis. By the way, Mai, why do you think you jumped all the way here? When asked why, Mai couldn't answer. After all, she had suddenly found herself here. She hadn't activated her powers intentionally, so it was only natural that she couldn't explain it. A coincidence. Well, when you put it that way, it really was unnatural. The probability of running into someone she knew in this far-flung dimensional gap was close to zero. What happened when you were drifting with Vega? When asked that, Mai remembered. She'd been caught up in a powerful space-time storm and was separated from Vega. A violent space-time storm, huh? Hearing that, Yuuki understood. But without saying anything, he urged Mai to continue. Yes, it was too large in scale to be called a supernatural phenomenon, and I couldn't even grasp the whole picture, but RETURNP a GE 210, 321 you were caught up in it, and yet somehow you were safe. That's right. I find it strange, too. I don't know if I can say it's luck, but it's certain that it wasn't bad luck. Mai answered unsurely. Yuuki didn't answer, but pondered. What? If you found out anything, please tell me. It's better not to disturb him. Mai-chan, you're still on the boss's side, huh? No, it's not what I meant. Yuuki thought for what felt like a few seconds. However, since the concept of time here is distorted, it is unclear what actually happened. Anyway, Yuuki asked one last question to be sure. So, what were you thinking about in your last moments, Mai? Was it a place you wanted to return to? Or was it someone you wanted to see? Whatever it was, it must have had an effect on Mai's powers. That's what Yuuki thought. To this, Mai answered. That is, Mai remembered. The last thing she was thinking about was Yuuki. Just a little bit about how Yuuki encouraged me. Mai mumbled as she answered. That's not what I meant. She wanted to make excuses, but the more she says, the more she seems to make a mess of things. No, really, I don't have any such feelings at all, okay? Mai replied and kept quiet. But that was enough for Yuuki. Of course, he wasn't a romantic like Mai, and he understood Mai's powers almost perfectly. RETURNP a GE 211 321. Yeah, I understand. More importantly, I know how your ability has changed. Really? That's good, but, Yuuki's cold response made Mai sad in its own way. What's more, Laplace's gaze was painful. He looked at Mai with pity. Mai wanted to shout loudly that it's really not like that. Of course, she thought Yuuki was reliable, but it wasn't romantic. But to be completely ignored like this hurt her pride as a woman. But saying that would make her feel like she'd lost just as she was thinking that, Yuuki dropped the bombshell. I think if you use that power, you can go wherever you want. That means you can go home. Yuuki was a true genius. Just by listening to my story, he had seen through the essence of King of the Star Realm Terra Mater. That ability to transcend time and space was correctly inferred. This was truly amazing. However, even if that was revealed, the energy problem had not been solved. Yuuki thinks. He considered using Greedy King Mammon, Power Steal, to steal Mai's power and use it himself. But he didn't think he would be able to go back that way. Even though Yuuki had more energy, the difference wasn't that great. It was a gamble that didn't seem to have much hope of being able to reach the coordinates they needed to return to. Instead of that, he should think of another way. That's right. How about first stealing King of the Star Realm Terra Mater from Mai, and then using Steal Life to converge the energy? He would gather the energy of Laplace and Mai and use that power to jump in one go. Yuuki thought it was possible, but quickly realized it wouldn't work. In that case, Yuuki would have to bear the entire burden. A strong feeling will be needed to return, and Yuuki knew that he wouldn't be able to do it on his own. Besides RETURNP a GE 212 321, to begin with, the fact that there are 3 of us here is a bit odd. A space-time storm. Encountering such a rare event, as rare as the beginning of the universe, weathering it safely, and then being lucky enough to be transported to a place where we know someone, that definitely can't be a coincidence. It was inevitable. It was reasonable to think that someone's there was only one person I could think of was involved. If that's the case, then there must be a meaning to the 3 of us being here together. That's right. Laplace is probably the one who wants to go home the most. If that's the case, then we should set that feeling as the target coordinate and converge the energy of me, Laplace, and Mai. I have a desire to rule the world in order to make it a better place. But it doesn't have to be the base world. Mai is the same, and it's probably her original world that she wants to return to. For that reason, it was best to use Laplace's thoughts to set the coordinates. Next was the energy issue, which was quite tricky. He had thought of a way to transfer Laplace's and his own energy to Mai, but it was extremely difficult. It wouldn't be one thing if Yuuki were to control the stolen energy himself, but he would have to synchronize it with Mai's power and continue to transfer it smoothly. Not only was Laplace's condition far from perfect, but if he got it wrong, it would be over immediately. Careful judgment was required, and calculations were required that did not allow even the slightest error. Mai's powers were delicate, so it was difficult to predict how foreign energy would affect them. If the synchronization failed, it would be impossible to reach the target coordinates. That's the most likely way, and I have to do it, but it's a reckless act, like walking a tightrope. Controlling his skill and syncing his and Laplace's powers with Mai's is easy to say, but it's difficult to put into practice. Yuuki cannot decide to do it because this method does not allow any leeway. In a place like the gap between dimensions, lost energy never recovers. Therefore, there is only one chance. It was only natural that the confident Yuuki would be a little cautious. It was at that moment, how pathetic a familiar voice echoed in Yuuki's mind. Huh. RETURNP a GE 213-321, Yuuki was instantly irritated. That voice was the same as that of the girl he could call his nemesis. What are you? Though it seemed ridiculous, Yuuki tried to ask the voice. He had a slight hope that it might be some kind of hallucination, but, I am Maria. Unintentionally lost his train of thought, and as soon as he rebooted, he almost shouted, don't be ridiculous. Mariabelle is someone who has tormented Yuuki for a long time. The grudge was not forgotten against her for preventing the complete domination of the Western countries, even after he had wiped her out with his own hands. For some reason, Mariabelle was speaking to his heart. This is something Yuuki can no longer ignore. The truth is, this being who calls herself Maria. When Masayuki unleashed the true power of the ultimate skill, King of Heroes, Shinaru Ayu, Mariabelle was also summoned along with Granbelle. However, because she appeared using Yuuki's soul as a guide, she ended up in an incomprehensible place. If she stayed there, she would just disappear naturally, but then Mariabelle's ego came out. She thought that if she didn't get revenge on Yuuki for killing her, the name of greedy Mariabelle would be a disgrace. This was a mistake. She should have just quietly left, complaining or grumbling, but instead she came up with the idea of imbuing Yuuki's power with her own ego. This is an example of how being too clever can also be a problem. RETURNP a GE 214-321. Because dead heroes are of the same nature as digital life forms, they can be said to be composed only of information. Therefore, Mariabelle thought that she could write her own information into the skill. When she actually tried it, it worked better than she expected. Yuuki's ultimate skill, King of Greed Mammon, was originally an evolved version of Mariabelle's unique skill, Greed. So he got along well with Mariabelle, and it felt like she was returning to her old nest, and it blended in smoothly. At the time, the being that had been residing in Yuuki's, King of Greed, Mammon had vanished, leaving a mysterious void. As a result, Mariabelle got stuck there. This was good so far. But then something strange happened to Mariabelle. That's strange. The skill is eating away at me. No, that's not it. I'm trying to take over the authority. Right. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. Mariabelle was like the incarnation of greed, and it was no exaggeration to call her the King of Greed. Because her compatibility with the King of Greed, Mammon, was too good, she somehow fused with the authority and took root. It was like merging with Greed King, Mammon, so to speak. But this was a miscalculation from Mariabelle's point of view. She'd only intended to lightly harass Yuuki, but she hadn't anticipated that she would not be able to get out using her own power. Thus, even after dead hero Mariabelle disappeared at the same time as Masayuki's ability was released, Maria, who unintentionally became Yuuki's manas, was left behind. While it was unexpected from Mariabelle's point of view, it was a nightmare for Yuuki. Hey, what's with Maria? Isn't it Mariabelle? Grumbled in disgust. To this, she replied defiantly, RETURNP a GE 215-321, I don't know. I am Maria. I am not Mariabelle. In fact, she herself does not know well whether she is Mariabelle or Maria. When she was completely assimilated with the authority and became a manas, her ego and memories were separated. She still has memories as Mariabelle, but they are merely referable data. Her personality is the same as Mariabelle's. That's why Yuuki wants to complain. Isn't her personality, voice, and even tone of voice are same? What is so good about having to be stuck with Mariabelle, who was his nemesis? It's the worst, that's the real feeling. but Maria doesn't care, that's not important. More importantly, you're so pathetic, so I'll help you, she offered, as if mocking Yuuki. This made Yuuki angry. She said that she wasn't Maribel, and after listening to the explanation, he was convinced that it was indeed the case, but Maria's reactio was exactly like the Maribel he remembered. And sadly, she is an existence like the embodiment of the ability, so he cannot ignore her. Yuuki thought, oh dear, but at the same time, he was of the opinion that he should use anything he could, so he quickly changed his mind. So, what will you help me with? I am in charge of processing and controlling the power. All you need to do is focus on synchronization. I see, Yuuki thought. Does that mean she'll forcefully collect energy from Laplace while converting my desires into energy? If that is possible, it is surprisingly usable. Setting Laplace's feelings as the destination, I'll continue to supply Mai with optimized energy. If that's all I had to do, Yuuki alone would be able to handle it. So, can I trust you? What a foolish question, a stupid question. Personally, I want to harass you. Forever. So I don't want you to die in a place like this. ETURNP a GE 216, 321, that's a nasty answer, Yuuki thought. But that overly honest answer was laughably typical of Maribel. That incarnation of greed probably wouldn't easily break the toy, Yuuki, that she had finally acquired. Besides, if I can't trust you, then I'll just die here. Fine, I'll entrust our fate to you. Leave it to me. Thus, their relationship was established. This was the moment when the worst duo, the greedy ones, was born. Yuuki raised his head and declared, "'Kay, let's all go home together, the three of us." With a bright smile, Yuuki exuded absolute confidence. Laplace and Mai also became interested in this. It's not 3, it's 4. Shut up, you are my partner, extra. Yuuki lightly brushed Maria off when she said something troublesome. It seemed that she had already mastered how to deal with this troublesome roommate. From the end of an unknown different world somewhere in the gap between dimensions, the wanderers dreamed of returning and jumped and flew. And now, Yuuki stood in front of Jahil. Laplace has also completely recovered with the support from Luminous, along with Mai. His lower body was not completely exposed, so they had probably taken measures to deal with that. Yuuki smiled defiantly, and Jahil gritted his teeth in frustration. You worm. RETURNP a GE 217, 321, he spat that out, but right after that, Jahilu laughed wickedly. I'm surprised you're still alive, but you're nothing more than a small fry. You probably nullified my ability with your power, but there won't be a next time. Jahil had already uncovered Yuuki's secret. It was clear that it would be impossible to drown out a vast amount of energy if he were to strike with overwhelming power. That's why he was so composed. Yuuki, however, remained unwavering. Look, just because you succeeded once doesn't mean it will be the same again, right? That kind of assumption can lead to your own downfall. These were words that came from his own experience. That's why he felt it so strongly, but Jahil laughed it off. Yahahaha. Stop talking, you little shit. I, the great sorcerer emperor, won't be lumped together with you little mortals. While laughing, Jahil casually lobbed a lump of energy toward Yuuki. It was a manifestation of Jahil's fighting spirit, and it contained a pressure that made the atmosphere creak. Jahil hadn't just manifested. He fully understood his own abilities and was able to control the power of pure destruction at will. Yuuki was in dire straits after the violence, unleashed without the need for a pause, or so he thought. However, the results were surprising. It's useless, Yuuki said in a casual tone and deflected Jahil's violent attack with his left hand. Huh? Jahil was stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. Boss, what did you just do? Laplace, despite being an ally, also seemed to feel the same way, involuntarily asking Yuuki. Yuuki smiled mischievously in response. RETURNP a GE 218, 321, it's simple. To me, power that isn't enhanced by abilities is like an invitation to take it, he explained with a grin. His attitude was relaxed and confident, completely looking down on Jahil. But in reality, he was walking a tightrope. Phew, seems like it worked. Of course it did with me here. That's exactly what I'm worried about, Yuuki thought, but buried that thought deep within his heart so Maria wouldn't read it. As explained before, Yuuki's ultimate ability, ultimate skill, Greedy King Mammon, is specialized in stealing, although there was a limit to this. After suffering a crushing defeat against Velgrind, Yuuki was painfully aware of this. That's why he's being careful this time. I failed against Velgrind, but I'm here too, you know. Using my name without honorifics is not appreciated. Yuuki panicked. I tried to rile up Jahilu, but I got sidetracked. Actually, he was in the middle of trying to figure out who was on this battlefield, so he hadn't noticed Velgrind's presence. He didn't think she would actually be here, so he inadvertently said her name. Being called out at this moment was an unexpected miscalculation. I mean, she's too good at hiding her presence. I wish dragon species would act more like dragon species and show some aura. After biting down on the complaints he couldn't say out loud, Yuuki rephrased. I failed against Velgrind-san, but it's a piece of cake against someone like you. It's good to be honest. I'll overlook your slip-up from earlier. Thank you. RETURNP a GE 219-321, Yuuki was more considerate of Velgrind than Jahil. Seeing Yuuki like that, Masayuki thought, even Yuuki-san is no match for Velgrind-san. His favorability towards Yuuki was already high, but now he felt even closer to him. In contrast to that, Jahil looked indignant. You stole my power. That's right. This time I didn't get greedy and shared the portion I couldn't control with everyone else. Yuuki replied to Jahil's question. Rather than trying to absorb Jahil's energy with steel life, he only absorbed what he could and distributed the rest. By doing this, he avoided a repeat of the fight with Velgrind. This was also the result of the jump flight he had successfully pulled off on the fly. With the support of Maria, who had become his Mana's wisdom core, he was able to control even overwhelming amounts of energy. And just as Yuuki said, the effects extended to those around him. By distributing the energy Yuuki had stolen, even Laplace and the others were restored to their perfect condition. It was precisely because he had received this benefit that Laplace was astonished at the abnormal actions Yuuki had taken. Mai, and even Cagali, Tia, and Eva were all feeling better. Thanks to the effect of Lumina's healing magic, they were completely unharmed. I don't think we're going to lose. Right, boss, you're really amazing. Pretty much, Yuuki exchanged lighthearted banter with Laplace and Tia. It was a familiar sight to Cagali, a dependable boss that couldn't be defeated by anyone. That's why she couldn't help but ask. So, Yuuki-sama, are you seriously going to take on Jahil? Yuuki laughed fearlessly at Kagali's question. RETURNP a GE 220-321. I'm not going to take on Jahil. I'll take him down easily, and that'll be the end of it. It was half a bluff, half serious statement. Yuuki had made a calculation in the current exchange that he could win against Jahil. Are you serious? Yeah, I guess. Well, I'll be taking out your revenge target, but please forgive me for that. Yuuki winked playfully at Cagali. No matter how you look at it, it seems like he's just joking, but Cagali knows. Surprisingly, Yuuki is the man of his word. That's why she entrusted him with it. Take care of my share too. Leave it to me. Thus began the battle between the great sorcerer Emperor Jahil and the demon, Majin. Yuuki, is it really okay to leave it to the boss? Laplace, what's important is friendship, effort, and victory. I don't understand why you're trying to throw away friendship. Ahaha, it's not like that. If I go out there, I'll just get in the way, and as long as the most important thing, victory, remains, it's all good, right? Yeah. I agree that effort isn't something you show off to others, and results are important, but... While laughing and talking, Yuuki gave instructions to Laplace with just his eyes. He was used to it, and Laplace read his intentions and moved with precision. He stood in a position to protect Kagari, Tia, Eva, and even Mai, and kept a close eye on Yuuki and Jahil's movements. However, there was another purpose to this action. Well, if a stray bullet hits us, we'll be done for in an instant, but I don't think Boss would screw up like that. After defeating Jahil, we'll retreat immediately, that's the plan. Yes, Yuuki had already considered retreating after defeating Jahil. He was an extremely cunning and shrewd man. RETURNP a GE 221-321, and the battle began, but observers' expectations were largely split. Calgurio and Minties knew how troublesome Yuuki was. They had a mysterious confidence that even if he lost, he wouldn't just give up. Luminas thought that Jahil had the advantage. That little brat is quite capable, but Jahil is in a different league. It would be suicidal to take him on, unless he was fighting alongside his companions. With Luminas present, even if he died, he could be resurrected. It may have been a reckless challenge in anticipation of this, but she judged that Yuuki's chances of winning were slim. Velgrind was of the opposite opinion. He's gotten quite strong. It's incompatible to when he fought me. His energy has increased significantly, and he has obtained a mythic class god weapon, but there doesn't seem to be any big changes in his visible strength. However, Velgrind felt that he was like a different person. Even with a difference of more than 10 times in existence value, an even fight would be possible. A skilled fighter like Tensura would have been able to stand in front of Velgrind with just skill. Judging from that experience, Velgrind was curious as to what Yuuki was hiding. Hinata was also observing the battle. From Hinata's perspective, Yuuki was an opponent with whom she had a deep connection. He was a fellow countryman and studied under the same master, Shizue Izawa. But he was also a conman who had betrayed and used her. But she couldn't bear to hate Yuuki. Hinata thought that she was at fault for not seeing through Yuuki's true nature. That's why she was somewhat sad when she heard that he had died, and she is also happy to see him safe and sound now. But she also had other feelings. I haven't gotten my revenge for being deceived yet, so I won't allow you to lose here. Hinata couldn't forget the anger she'd felt, and felt the need to at least complain, so she said this to encourage him. Sometimes I wish I've read serious literature more often so I'd know how to fix this kind of repetitive garbage while still maintaining original structure of the sentence. Yuuki, completely ignoring such voices from the sidelines, stepped calmly towards Jahil. And in the same flow, he lightly kicked out. Naturally, Jahil was not shaken. He easily caught the kick with his left hand and struck Yuuki with his right hand. RETURNP a GE 222, 321, his fist was covered in super-hot flames, and it possessed a heat that would burn anything it touched in an instant, but Yuuki calmly crossed his arms and received Jahil's fist. You bastard. Fufu, just as I thought. That body belongs to footmen, and even though it is filled with a huge amount of energy, it doesn't seem like your physical abilities have been greatly enhanced. Yuuki's speculation turned into conviction in the current exchange. Seeing through the clue to defeating Jahil, Yuuki's eyes changed to those of a hunter aiming for prey. Even Jahil felt that Yuuki was an enemy he should not let his guard down against. After all, his power was completely ineffective against him. He thought he could crush him with overwhelming power, but that turned out to be difficult. Grrr, this guy. The attacks imbued with the ultimate enchant flame King Agni were all sealed by anti-skill. And even if he unleashed a huge amount of magical power, it would be absorbed by steel life. I should have killed him completely back then. It's too late to regret it now. For Jahil, he was a natural enemy, an extremely troublesome opponent. And so, the hunt began in earnest asterisk at this point. The overwhelming difference in magic essence, amounts became meaningless. Then, it was necessary to use techniques arts to overcome anti-skill, but Jahil's forte was magic, even if the ultimate enchant flame King Agni's used together. Optimizing and maximizing the magic, since it is classified as a skill, it would be sealed away by anti-skill. Even if he hits him with pure energy, it will just be absorbed by steel life. The only thing he can do now is physically attack with Ancestor's Blood Spear Origin blood. Underestimate me, you trash bug. RETURNP a GE 223 321, Jahil lightly spined the spear around and stopped the tip pointing at Yuuki. Surprisingly, his spear technique stance was quite impressive. So you've gotten used to Futman's body. You must have put in some effort. Be ridiculous. Effort is a word that has no place in my heart as the successor of God. Jahil shouted and charged at Yuuki, a lightning-fast speed that didn't suit his large build. In an instant, he was within range of a spear attack, but Yuuki had read this perfectly. Well, I thought that was coming. Since he had blocked Jahil's means of attack with his own power, there were few options left. It is only natural that he would anticipate this and set a trap beforehand. Jahil tripped in front of Yuuki. His stepping foot fell into a pitfall that Yuuki had created with his psychic powers. It's simple, but it's extremely effective. Yuki's kick exploded on Jahil's face, who lost his balance. Since that kick was also under the influence of steel life, Jahil ended up losing more stamina than receiving damage. Jahil rolled away from Yuuki to gain distance, but Yuuki didn't let this go. He pursued him and delivered a flurry of punches and kicks in a smooth motion. Wow, he overwhelmed that monster that we couldn't beat even if we tried to stand on end. It's hard to believe, but that's what Yuuki-sama is like. From my point of view, you and Yuuki-sama seem almost evenly matched. Well, it's fine as long as the boss is strong. Laplace was completely stunned. Recalling her first meeting with Yuuki, Kagori began to question herself what strength was. Tia praised him frankly. All three of them reacted in unison as they watched the outcome of the match. Mai, who felt left out, was on her guard, ready to retreat if something happened. Yuki-kun is really amazing after all. My position has become ambiguous, and I wonder the right thing to do would be just to keep following him. RETURNP a GE 224-321, Mai had no intention of serving Feldway. Now that she has finally regained her freedom, she was thinking of living according to her own will this time. Her ultimate goal is to return to her original world, and she thought that Yuki might make that possible. The only thing that bothers her is that Yuki's camp was in an antagonistic relationship with Demon Lord Rimuru. She heard that they are now in an alliance, but she remains anxious about whether they have incurred any strange grudges. No matter how you look at it, it's no good making enemies of those people. If I could do something about that, my worries would go away, but from Mai's point of view, Demon Lord Rimuru's subordinates were too dangerous. She had attempted to conquer the labyrinth with Dino and the others, and had experienced the danger firsthand. She trusted Yuki, but that was a separate matter. If he were to make an enemy of Demon Lord Rimuru, I would risk my life to persuade him. Mai pondered and made up her mind. Others were also paying attention to the battle between Yuki and Jahil. Luminous had returned to the sky and was spreading her consciousness over the entire battlefield, so naturally she was observing the battle as well. How surprising. I was aware that this Yuki was working behind the scenes in the Western nations, but it was unexpected that he would grow to this extent. That was Lumina's honest impression. She had some ill feelings towards Yuki, such as resentment for nearly taking Kronoa away from her. But even so, the moment she saw him fighting Jahil, she used healing magic based on the theorem that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That was the right answer. Yuki overwhelmed Jahil, who had been troubling Lumina's. If she had fought Yuki herself, she was confident that she would win. However, she felt that it would be tough against Jahil. It was a matter of compatibility. RETURNP a GE 225-321 Lumina's could have prepared multiple countermeasures against Yuki. Therefore, she would win. However, Jahil did not have any effective means of attacking Yuki. Even though he is an overwhelmingly strong person, he cannot win. To Jahil, Yuki was like a natural enemy. If he defeats Jahil, I would be delightful. Contrary to appearances, Lumina's has a rough personality, so she thought it would be fine if it meant removing one enemy. By the way, Velgrind muttered, "I thought so," and continued to be on guard against Ivarage. Since it was as expected, she did not seem surprised. Hinata, for her part, continued to slaughter her enemies while thinking in the back of her mind about how she would deal with Yuki if it were her, saying, "He's as unpredictable as ever." And finally came the time to settle things. "Well, I'm tired of playing with you, so let's finish this already." Yuki grinned. Jahil became very impatient in response. "W8, I am the great sorcerer emperor, Jahil. I am the next god who should rule the world." Jahil was desperate. Being killed by a small fry he didn't even notice in a place like this was something that should not happen, because Jahil was the rightful successor of Veldanava, the stellar king dragon, the godslayer. Divine progenitor Twilight came to mind, who had been forced to birth I's burden. There's no need to bother his father, the god ancestor. He thought that if he could do it himself, everything would be fine. None of that made sense to me, TBH. Couldn't find a translation that would make this clearer. By killing a god and obtaining that power, Jahil was supposed to become the next generation's creator god. Jahil repeated reincarnation and achieved that goal. It was, in a sense, a great feat, but it was also a foolish act that plunged the world into chaos. The world entered an era of war, and the small country ruled by the king that Jahil possessed was destroyed. No results were achieved, and everything was buried in history. RETURNP a GE 226-321, so he targeted the dragon Empress Milim next, but the results were as everyone knows. Even so, it is a fact that Jahil accomplished god-slaying, and that is why Jahil could not accept that it would end here like this. Seems like he's probably referencing the killing of the Milim's dragon that had the essence of Veldanava. I'm not sure, though. Why are you asking me? Turn this shit off, get the plane off the ground, and get me back to California. Copyright, but such circumstances were irrelevant to Yuki. So, I'm not interested in the next generation or anything. I'm more important, Yuuki said brazenly. You bastard. Oops, it's useless to try to escape. We have Mai here. Jahil also knows how convenient Mai is. The target of the destination is applied not only to the geographical coordinates but also to the person. No matter where the target person is, you can jump anywhere. As Yuuki said, there's no point in running away. All right, I'll make you my #1 subordinate. How about it? Why don't we join forces? Jahil desperately tries to win over Yuuki with his words. At the same time, he desperately tried to think of a way to escape from this situation, but he couldn't find a good way. The positions have been reversed. The hunter and the hunted. Once that becomes clear, the winner will be decided. No, you did terrible things to my friends, didn't you? That's. I don't need excuses, because the answer won't change. Yuuki's smile disappeared. Yufufu, good. That's the way. You inherited my power, so use it effectively. RETURNP a GE 227-321, Yuuki was already using that power without Maria telling him. The power that made the greedy Maria bell the strongest, then die. I'm not dead yet. Yuuki activates his power thirst for death, lost entropy. Jahil's heartfelt desire to live was reversed. At that moment, Jahil's soul met its death. You'll keep regretting even after you die. These were the last words Yuuki said to the dead Jahil. The incarnation of evil who spread misery throughout the world was completely destroyed by the incarnation of greed that surpassed even his desire, so that he would never be able to rise again. Seeing Jahil's death, tears flowed from Kagali's eyes. It's over. Recalling the hardships of the past, Kagali was overcome with emotion. Princess, I'm so glad. Kneeling before Kagali and rejoicing with her was Eva, who called herself No-Faced Clown. A pure-blooded lady-in-waiting who served Kagari from a long time ago when she was still a princess. She is a dark elf woman who swore loyalty to Kagari and lived through history with her. Eva did not know the circumstances, but she guessed from Kagari's appearance that Jahil was her archenemy. She had no way of knowing that his true identity was the ancient evil that took over Kagari's father, but it was enough to satisfy that she had risked her life just to see Kagali happy and unharmed. Yuuki approached the group. RETURNP a GE 228-321, how is it? Was I able to fulfill my role as the boss? Kagali and Tia replied. You were the best, boss. I will continue to pledge my loyalty to you. Yeah, that was really cool. We avenged Footman, so I'm satisfied too. Laplace nodded arrogantly and agreed. Yeah, well, if I'd helped, it would have been a lot easier, though. That's not true at all, and in fact, he would have been a hindrance, but Yuuki laughed. Ahaha, I'll count on you next time. Leave it to me. And thus, while they were peacefully enveloped in the emotion of reuniting, there was someone who poured cold water on it. Looks like it's over. Luminous, who had been watching the battle in the sky, descended in front of Yuuki. He gave a wry smile. Oh, I'm tired now, so could you hold off on the complaints for next time? Don't be so wary. This is not the time to settle old grudges. I'm mainly grateful, Luminous declared magnanimously. In fact, she is truly grateful that he took care of the troublesome calamity Jahil. If that's the case, is there something you need? Yes. What are you guys planning to do from now on? If possible, Luminous would like them to join the battlefield. However, she also understood that this would be difficult. RETURNP a GE 229-321, those on this battlefield are not all as broad-minded as Luminous. It was human nature to not trust someone who had betrayed you once. Yuuki was aware of this, and had no intention of getting close to them in the first place. Well, we're busy with various things, so please stop interfering, okay? HMPH, do as you please. She had assumed that would be the case, so Luminous didn't try to stop them. Having given them a chance to reconcile, she lost interest in Yuuki and the others. But then Yuuki added one more thing. Oh, right. We're going now, but Mai will stay here. Look, that bird over there. It seems to be able to use spatial teleportation. There was a way to block this. If he stopped time, she would no longer be able to send her consciousness to the past. The reason why Feldway didn't stop time was because there were people who could deal with it. He thought that it would only require unnecessary effort and could even create an opening. And above all, Feldway had a personality that disliked waste. Since the analysis of the enemy's strength was complete, he thought that there was no point in rushing the battle. But now it was a different story. It's troublesome, but let's activate Suspended World until Milim eliminates the obstacles. Feldway thought so and was about to put it into action. However, more obstacles appeared. Hey, Leon, you seem to be having a hard time. We'll help you. In such a light-hearted manner, Yuuki and the others joined the battle. RETURNP, a GE 235-321, there were now 8 powerful people at the top of this world against Feldway alone. Those who didn't know the situation would think that it was an almost unbeatable lineup. Listen, Feldway has learned all of our abilities. And by the way, you should think that the techniques you showed once will never work again. Zalario kindly warned them. Yuuki and Kigali were also under Michael's control. Therefore, it was assumed that all of his powers were understood. Tilda stolen. Tia and Laplace probably don't have their hands known, but even so, they can't be careless. In front of a powerful being from another dimension like Feldway, any unnecessary intervention could be fatal, or so Zalario thought. But even upon hearing this, Yuuki's reaction was very nonchalant. It would normally be enough to make someone despair, but Yuuki was no ordinary person. "That's a common occurrence, isn't it?" he said without any fear, saying that it was a common development in manga. Well, I guess he thought he had control over me, but that was a decoy. I haven't shown all my cards, and I have abilities that I got after that. I don't intend to lose easily. You know, Yuuki was so confident that he even went so far as to provoke Feldway. Zalario was stunned by this. I don't know about the concept of manga, but if it's common, maybe there's a countermeasure for a moment. He wanted to hope that's the case, but then he reconsidered. Then I ask you, how will you deal with it? It's simple. Kill him on the first try before he can imitate it. Assuming that they don't know your tricks, if he could do that, there wouldn't be any problems. Zalario sighed deeply. Or find a technique that can't be copied. RETURNP, a GE 236-321, this was an idea that anyone could come up with. In fact, Zalario knew that it would not work because he had tried it himself. Don't do that. It benefits the enemy. That it? Because if I try, he'll get stronger. Well, that's how it is. It may sound blunt, but it would be troublesome if Yuuki did anything unnecessary. That being said, Yuuki thought that Zalario's worries were none of his business. Or rather, it's a misunderstanding in the first place. This is because he came here cause Laplace asked him to. Now that he had regained his memories and found out he was Saurian, abandoning his wife and daughter wasn't an option. Laplace had been trying to live for himself, ignoring even the crisis that was threatening the world, so he appealed to Tuki that he wanted to go and help them, even if only on his own. Yuuki was selfish, but he cared about his friends. He was moved by Laplace's sincerity and accepted his request. Kigali and Tia felt the same way and went along with it without complaint. Eva was the same way, their hearts as one, and so they came here to help Elmesia and Sylvia, not to defeat Feldway. Their goal of holding out until Veldora arrived was achieved, but that wasn't the end. As long as Milim hadn't returned to her senses, someone needed to hold Feldway back. Depending on the situation, he would have joined the battle with all his might, but as they were only buying time, Yuuki no longer had any intention of fighting in earnest, so he would just provoke and then run away. Having reached such an irresponsible conclusion, he had no intention of revealing his hand, even without Zalario's warning. It might be unbelievable to the earnest Zarario, but that was Yuuki's true nature. Laplace was similar. He's good at toying with his opponents. He doesn't fight in vain, and he's not very assertive. He was the type who would not hesitate to play the clown if it meant achieving his goal. So this time, too, Laplace tried to get through it in the same way. He tried to fly into the sky to line up with Yuuki, but he failed. He was caught by a woman who came down to the ground at lightning speed. RETURNP, a GE 237-321. Hey, why didn't you say hello to me? With a smile so fierce it sent shivers down his spine, Sylvia, who had left the battlefield to switch with Yuuki, was strangling Laplace with a terrifyingly splendid smile. She realized Laplace's true identity just before the pure magical energy bullet released by Jahil exploded and became a large fireball. In the flash, Sylvia saw Laplace's bare face and realized that he was her beloved husband who had passed away long ago. It was a wonderful reunion, but Laplace and the others had vanished. There was no time to even converse, and now they would never see each other again. But there was no time to be sad. Sylvia swallowed her personal feelings and fought with all her might. But then, Laplace appeared nonchalantly. Sylvia's patience was at its limit. Who might you be? At this point, Laplace foolishly chose to deceive her. Although his name was called at that time, he had not yet admitted it. He thought he would deceive her by saying he was someone who looked like her husband, or he would pretend not to know her and get through it. Naturally, this angered Sylvia. Huh, so that's what you're saying. You're going to say that. I'm angry now. Then I'll break our promise and cheat on you. Wait a minute. Time out, time out. Sylvia applied more strength to her hand that was strangling Laplace. Sensing his life in danger, Laplace thrashed about. Suffocation alone wouldn't kill him, but his body was reacting to Sylvia's murderous intent. Until you remember me, you're not worth waiting for. Tears welled up in Sylvia's eyes. Seeing that, Laplace was shaken. He now had his old memories. Before he remembered, it would have been different, but there was no way he wouldn't react to the tears of the woman he loved. Laplace gave up, realizing that it was impossible to fool Sylvia. We need to talk. This is not the time to do this, so let's have a long talk later, Sylvia. Zalario, who was watching, was stunned. Just as Feldway had noticed, Zalario also sensed what Diablo was doing. Or rather, he should say he had come to understand. What are you thinking, Diablo? He screamed in his mind. If he could, he would have liked to break into the battle right now and stop Diablo, even if he had to punch him. But that would only benefit Feldway, and more than anything, it was frustrating that he had no other options. He had no choice but to leave it alone and rely on Diablo. Zalario felt helpless in that situation. Zalario was not the only one to react like that. Following Zalario, Sylvia also sensed it. At almost the same time, Elmesia also understood. Kidding. Hey Rimchan, if you don't come back soon, the world might disappear, you know. Really. Only Rimuru can stop Diablo. This is common sense to Elmesia, and it is what she finds comforting. Her mother, Sylvia, had also heard the story from Elmesia, and generally agreed. She believed that no one other than Demon Lord Rimuru could do something so unconventional as to subjugate the Primordial, which is a source of fear for humanity. And then Demon Lord Rimuru was gone. The turmoil among Rimuru's subordinates that Elmesia was concerned about did not occur. But that was only because the situation was beyond that. In fact, Diablo, whether he had overestimated his power or not, was taking actions that made him doubt his sanity. Elmesia had never expected Diablo to have common sense, but he was using the void that could destroy the world as energy within his body. If it were normal times, she would have done everything in his power to stop this reckless act. He's doing something so dangerous so nonchalantly. Elchan, you should tell Demon Lord Rimuru. RETURNP a GE 256-321. Snitches get stitches. I'd like to do that, but you see, Rimchan is not here. Sylvia also knew that Rimuru had been wiped out by Feldway, but she couldn't help but think that Rimuru would come back soon. Elmesia was the same, and seemed to believe that Rimuru was safe. So the two of them decided that they would definitely tell on Diablo's foolish act. What? Is that person doing something that dangerous? Laplace tried to join the conversation. To Laplace, Sylvia and Elmesia were his wife and daughter, separated from him long ago. It was only recently that he remembered this, so the memory is still fresh. Well, it was a little unsettling to see his unborn daughter grow up to be just like her mother. So happy that she grew up to be such a beautiful woman. That was what Laplace really thought. But it had been a long time since they had been split, torn apart. From Laplace's point of view, it was only a recent memory, but from the mother and daughter's point of view, it was a memory from a distant past. Sylvia's questioning was only overlooked because of the circumstances. It would be a good idea to start with a light conversation and close the distance. Or so Laplace, a man who could read the atmosphere, thought. But it was a bad topic. If you don't realize how dangerous that is, it's better not to know. Sylvia replied coldly. Elmesia's reaction was even harsher. Well, I mean, the father I heard about from Mom was very cool and I admired him, but... She glanced at Laplace with appraising eyes, then let out a big sigh of disappointment. Hearing this, Laplace panicked. Wait a second. Dad is really cool, isn't he? A clown wearing a weird mask isn't cool or bad. Ass. At all. RETURNP a GE 257-321, Elmesia answered indifferently. It was a very reasonable opinion. Sylvia had also told her about the wandering hero, so she knew that he was her father, but it was difficult to equate him with the clown in front of her, so Elmesia asked the main question. I mean, I'm kind of confused if you suddenly tell me you're my father. Are you really the real deal? Looking at her mother's reaction, she thought he was probably the real deal, but she didn't want to admit it. He disappeared before she was born, so this was her first time meeting him. She wasn't a young child, so it felt like it was too late. The real deal? No doubt about it. So El-chan? I don't allow you to call me El-chan. Here, Elmija showed a serious look. Her dignity as the Heavenly Emperor didn't matter, but her inability to be honest with herself was complicated. It seemed she still needed some time before she could open up to Laplace. Laplace, a man who could read the mood, swallowed hard and nodded. I understand, daughter. Is that no good? Sai, just call me Elmija, please. At the point of being exasperated, Elmija had lost the first step. This was the first step towards a compromise between father and daughter. At any rate, Laplace was allowed to call her by her name. At this point, Kigali interjected to change the flow. Laplace's father-daughter drama is important, but could you explain to us what's happening? RETURNP, a GE 258, 321 RETURNP, a GE 259, 321. That's right. I don't intend to interfere, but if that person, Diablo, is doing something dangerous, I want to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Following Kigali, Leon also asked for an explanation. Diablo was fighting Feldway evenly, but it seemed that there was a dangerous secret to that trick. Kagari and Leon had judged so from listening to Elmija and Sylvia's conversation. They didn't know what they could do, but they wanted to share information. By the way, Yuuki had been called by Chloe and had joined the Milim suppression battle. He had learned instant movement at some point and was quite active, which was impressive. That's why Kagari thought that she couldn't afford to lose either. The same goes for Leon. The memory of being used by Yuuki is still fresh, and it would be a lie to say she doesn't harbor any grudges. But there are aspects of his way of life that he can sympathize with. Leon was prepared to commit any evil deed in order to find a girl named Chloe. Yuuki, too, was probably just affirming all kinds of evil deeds to realize his ideals. In that case, I have no right to blame him. Leon thought that grudges were grudges, and that what should be acknowledged. Whether they could become friends was another matter. Someday they might be able to get along. To prevent such a possibility from being extinguished, they had to deal with the threat in front of them. Tell me, is there anything we can do? Zalerio answered with certainty. No, it was a blunt statement, but it also applied to Zalerio himself. Well, right now, the best thing to do is to recover your strength. Sylvia nodded. RETURNP, a GE 260, 321. In truth, if Diablo's void goes out of control, the world will end, so I can only pray that Rimshin returns before that happens. This was Elmija's grumbling remark. Rimuru Sichai, just as I was worried, the primordial black is going berserk. So please stop him as you said you would. That was all Elmija could hope for. Upon hearing what Elmija said, Laplace, Kigali, and Leon were all speechless at the same time. World will end. She said it so easily, but there was no exaggeration there. It was precisely because they understood that they couldn't say anything. Wow, this is terrible. Only Tia seemed at ease. It wasn't that she didn't understand how difficult it was, but she was more than anything happy that everyone was together. It was unfortunate for Clayman and Footman, but she was determined to do her best with the remaining comrades. Then, when we get to the other world, we can brag about it. Thinking like this, Tia was feeling very positive. That atmosphere was conveyed to everyone. Even if there was nothing they could do now, there was no need to lament. They could only believe in Diablo's victory and pray for the safety of the world. But if it didn't work out, well, then I'll complain to Rimuru Sichai. That was the conclusion she came to. If the world were to be destroyed, it would be Rimuru's fault. Another subchapter only denoted by images. The moment Guy and Velzard got serious, the danger level of the battlefield rose several levels. Moss, this defense barrier is going to hold up, right? RETURNP, a GE 261, 321 Testeros's cold gaze